The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get the party started once more at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It is day number 2 and you guys are watching Stream B. Alongside with me, your host Husky, and today we have 3 amazing BO3s. And starting off the first one, it's not just me, I got 2 fine gentlemen by my side. We got Gideon Q and I got Leo to bring us the very first series of the day to kick it off. How are you guys feeling?
I'm doing well. Was that the correct response?
I think that was a perfect response.
Perfect
the
response.
Best of the best. Look, as the days are going to go by, it's going to get tougher and tougher for these teams because, again, they're still trying to climb their way out of these groups to make it into the playoffs. And once they get to the playoffs, that's when it's like no holds backs, no second chances. But up till this point, based on what we've been seeing so far, I think a lot of teams are still finding that groove. Other teams are saying, hey, we're already ready for the regulars of the MPL.
And given what yesterday showed, specifically on this stream, a lot of teams scored 1 point. I want to see where they end up after today's games, whether it be on A, B, the right stream, or C. I think those teams, that's why when you do lose a fight or a turtle, trade an engagement as
Let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash. Let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction.
It's time for the first best of 3 of Day 2 at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage for Season 6 MLBB. This is Stream B, and we are going to start it off with Flash Singapore taking on Onic PH. I'm your host, Husky, alongside Gideon Q and Leo to kick things off. Important series
Welcome, Prime
for
Hunter
Flash
to Official.
Singapore. They have to start taking wins, guys.
Yep, I hope it's not going to be a slaughter here. I hope Flash SG has a plan coming in with Ken, Hades, Cortese, JPL, and Bongski himself. With this lineup, they've got 3 of their previous rosters having the side lanes changed, and honestly, a couple of their games, they actually look pretty decent, especially when they have tempo on their side.
You know what? If Onic Indo can do it, Flash SG can as well, because, again, when you're faced with a tough situation like this, you control the elements that you can. And if Ken and Bongski say, fellas, we can only do so much, let's just do this, all right, you go that way. But if you try things like Lucas Jungle and you introduce such wild card picks like that and do crazy things on the map, then, you know, success is going to be a long shot.
I mean, isn't that the Flash style, though, with Hades and Cortese coming up with weirder picks and like JPL being that bridge between the imports and as well as the Singaporeans?
But that's the Vanix and Diablo side lane style. That's when they got the nib.
Yeah, they lost a lot. They lost a lot after last year. When you look at the stats, I think it really tells the full story of yesterday's Flash SG, right? They got two times on first pick, 2 times on second pick, both red and blue side at 0% win rate. Of course, they lost all of their games, but even when you look at the game durations, right, average is just 14 minutes 47 seconds. In terms of your turret stats, it is not looking good. Neutral objectives as well. So Flash Singapore, I agree with Leo. I think you go back to comfort, go back to what you're good at, try to get a stable side lane and play around that.
Well, but that kind of loses the identity of Flash themselves, right? I mean, obviously with the most pick being Lucas here, Loyi is also part of this picture. I'm surprised that Loyi is getting through, and even Phobius. I'm questioning whether Flash SG is having an identity crisis of, do we go back to playing the fundamentals, even though every other team out in the world right now has been working on those fundamentals for a very long time, despite the fact that they're the ones who throw that curveball to, you know, try to breach the meta.
The last thing I want anyone to hear and say is, I wish you were Diablo. I wish you were Vanix, right? So for now, maybe it's those 3. Maybe it's the veterans that should allow for these side laners to discover who they are by, again, playing to their strengths. Baseline, just, all right, we gotta play the Suyo, we gotta play the Vanny, we gotta play the, what else is out there? Jungle got a huge shake-up. Like, I don't even want Cortese to, this is just me, I'm very selfish this way. I don't even want Cortese to play the Marthas. Like, I just want to see, like, JPL and Hades to do, you know, simple things so that they can, you know, get simple wins.
Especially against a team like Onic Philippines, you know, Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, and Kelra. You know, Leo said yesterday when See You Soon went up against Onic Philippines. Actually, no, Gideon, you said it. If there's any team that, you know, See You Soon takes the win off of, better be Onic Philippines, right? Like, at least you get to show your mettle a little bit. I think it applies for Flash Singapore as well. Go back to the basics, let the 3 veterans do the thing. Just like Leo said, if Onic Esports can show it, you know, with Savero as the fresh side laners, I think Flash Singapore can.
Easy,
I think
easy.
there's a bit of a difference there, because at least with Savero, you're coming in from the MDL team, which is looking to mirror eventually the main roster. But then we look at Onic PH here. Now that's interesting. That is very interesting. Why do we have Hayes a part of this line?
Is Kirk not playing today?
Yeah, no. You know, put 2 and 2 together, you deduce that Kirk is not here. Hate, for the first time in his history, ever since the XP and the gold lane has been established, is playing in the EXP lane. We've known him as a jungler, we've known him as a mid laner, but never in the XP. All right, did I get that right?
Yep, you got that right.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like he's going to be rolling out this time around, but who knows?
He's not.
Who knows? Onic PH, they might play game number 1 and start switching things up after they get a little bit of confidence here. But looking at their stats, it's phenomenal, right? 100% win rate on both sides. The fact that they're getting like above 75% win rate for both blue side and as well as red side, it's just overinflated.
Yeah, I think if anyone asks why do they have 8 games instead of like 4 or 6, because they also play the challenge stage, right?
Yep.
It's kind of cumulative stat. Most pick, of course, chose Suyo, nothing too out of the ordinary. We've seen Irithel and Kelra, the Moskov High Loss. But when we look at the most bans, they really do not like the Fanny.
All right, can confirm that's Kirk.
Yeah, that's Kirk.
We just decided to show you guys that Hate was there because he is part of the 6-man roster.
Yeah.
He is. I'd be interested to see if they're ever gonna. Hey, Super Friends, you can sit this one out. You tired today, brother? Let Hate get a game in against Flash SG of all teams. I wouldn't mind seeing it just to see how he's doing. It's been a while since we've seen him on the main lineup and as playing as 5. But generally speaking, if we want to see Flash SG actually have an opportunity, that might just be one of them. Secondly, is whether or not we are going to see the traditional assassin plus a pick-off alt-oriented roam, Kaja, Cho. That's what I'm thinking here for Flash SG.
I think it applies to Onic Philippines too, right? Like, for example, the Cho that you brought up, big picks for both teams, Brusco, JPL, and I think especially when I look at JPL as a player, right? Stoic, doesn't speak much, but has the initiative to command his team, right? To get plays, to start things off, to allow his team to get that advantage. They need it more than ever against Onic Philippines.
And if I know Akihiro-san, I know he's a role player. So if he needs to play the pickoff, if he needs to play the peel, if, again, he needs to babysit, we haven't seen him really do that much, then so be it. Maybe that's what their new gold laner needs.
Well, I think it's that, and whether or not the side laners can give him the confidence to make it happen. I'm pretty sure that he is naturally the kind of person who's like, hey, I can make this happen. Do we want it now or later? And you need confirmation for the whole team.
Yeah, even when we looked at last season, right, or even in just the 2024 run, JPL has been instrumental in getting some clutch wins for his team. But the odds are skewed against Flash Singapore because our prediction is all towards Onic Philippines, and it's very justifiable. But I wouldn't mind Flash Singapore drawing blood.
Take a game.
Take a game.
Shake things up.
Or make it close, right? Make Onic Philippines work for the win.
Oh, at least ruin people's guess coins, that's for sure.
It's one thing to be hopeful and another to be, as they say in the Philippines, baliw.
Ooh.
It's one thing to be crazy, all right? That's... You watch yesterday's games and you watch this coming up and you see that it's not Hate, it's Kirk, all right? It's a full 5-man, the same squad that won M6. You know what's coming.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen, but I think SPS is one of the few tournaments where I'm like, it's not a matter-of-fact scenario, right? Every single time the SPS where it's like, it should be fact, they've proven me wrong. And I think that this time around, if there were to be any game to steal a game away, I think Flash SG might be able to do so. Hopefully, there is a level of respect coming up from Onic PH. We'll see once we head into the game.
All right, if I was ever going to be wrong, and that's not now, I will accept it. But here in this moment, we stick by our guns, 2-0.
I agree. I mean, it's the same situation with yesterday when Siusun play OP. But I would say that, for Flash Singapore, this, unfortunately, is the predicament that they are in. They have to try and find every single scrap of win that they can because they already lost 2 series yesterday, right? There's no turning back from this point. It's just unfortunate they have to face off against this man, Kelra.
Is he straight up singing?
I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to. Is he mouthing the lyrics for the Hitman's single? Just rapping it off. I can't. I don't want to say for sure.
They do have a history.
They do have a history. That's why I'm like, it might be. Might be a connection there.
All right. Here's the 0 out of 10 hair that Kirk so loudly blasted yesterday.
Yeah.
But I like it. I can dig it. Very few people can actually pull off red hair like Cyric Perez.
Yeah, the king. Actually, such a king that it bleeds into the name itself. But again, only 1 death out of 4 games. Highest KDA so far.
Who did it?
Virtually unstoppable.
We're still on the search.
Yeah,
let me try to dig into that.
Who took down King Kong yesterday?
He'll be nominated as King Slayer of the day.
See you soon.
See,
I have a feeling it could beat him.
Honestly, it could. Yeah, it could. I mean, they were diving pretty deep in some of those towers, but hopefully once we get into the draft, I am curious to see which side either team wanted to take here, because so far, when it comes down to blue and red side win rates overall, it's a little awkward. I can't say for sure which side is the stronger side. I would naturally lean a little bit more into red this time around.
Really?
I think there are some good power picks coming in from blue, but I think that red, especially once you have a couple of power picks, and more importantly, ban out that Granger, then you have some opportunities.
Speaking of which, Granger is open here. The draft has elapsed as we wait for the graphics to come up. Look at that. Look at that mug on Coach. Why not? I think blue is just draft-wise, all right? barring execution, blue is a stronger side given that you first pick something like a Granger, you're off to a great start.
Yeah, but Granger might be open, but we are seeing something that is even scarier than the Granger, right? The embodiment of what Onic Philippines is. Granger is still going to get picked up. We got Loyi first pick for Onic Philippines, and Suyo and Granger for... Flash SG get that Loyi. You know, Onic Philippines get that Granger Suyo on red side.
That's how you win red.
Yeah, I think that there is an argument, like red side feels slightly more comfortable than it was a few patches before because you could make more trades. But this one is a steal, it's a 2-for-1.
So good.
It really depends on what you're willing to let go. And I think Onic PH was just like, okay, let's just ban out the Lucas, and then we will toss it up amongst heroes that were already pretty decent at playing it, whether it be the Suyo, whether it be the Granger, and most importantly, I think the Loyi here, which Flash SG is a little nervous since Super Friends has been known to absolutely decimate teams with the way that he utilizes the ult.
He is Loyi.
I mean, the fact that Onic Philippines are willing to ban that Lucas, right, despite it having a 0% win rate on Flash SG, so showing some respect, but maybe also finally giving Hades a chance to play a proper jungler in the Joy.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
Oh, Hilda has the follow-up coming in from Onic PH. I think it's going to be the Kirk on the Hilda this time around. They probably want to just flex it for now. Let's see what the second half is going to lead into, because right now, don't see a mage for Onic PH, and I think that's pretty good for Flash SG because then they have a target in terms of what they want to, eliminate from Onic PH.
And no roamers either side. Cho still at large, Jawhead as well.
Tigreal.
Hylos.
The Hylos too, yeah. We did notice that the Gatot has kind of fallen out slowly, right? We haven't seen as much Gatot as we would love to. I mean, the Tigreal did get banned out by Flash Singapore, but why hasn't there been much Gatot?
Yeah, no, I think in the same way that, gentlemen, you recognized how the Lucas and the Alpha are very all-in heroes. Gatot's the same. You jump in, AOG, there's nothing you can do after that if you miss the mark. All the while, you have Tigreal, who, month after month, year after year, people see implosion into nothing and still win the fight.
Yep. I totally agree with that because, again, Gatot is just one of those heroes, as much as he's all in, needs either a setup or a follow-up. One or the other, right? And you also need the condition of the enemy team to have really immobile heroes, like I don't have a battle spell or I don't have a dash. Then the AOG suddenly becomes a much bigger threat when it comes down to these neutral fights.
Right. Gatot is kiting in person. Like, he's personified kiting. Like, I can't touch any of them!
That's why he's the Sky Guardian.
Here comes the Jawhead again, right? We get to continue that conversation, because I was thinking if that is either Jawhead or Cho, but we get Jawhead for Onic PH once more.
So does this mean Akihiro-san gets his Cho, or you want a Hylos? Because that's cool. I think the Hylos into the diversion is cool. Like, you get the Glorious Pathway from an odd angle.
You could do that. I think that the main concept here is whether or not you want to deal with the problem immediately of I need to deal with the Jawhead, or do I want to stop the follow-up coming in from the rest of Onic PH after the Jawhead has come in with the all-in.
Alright guys, I found out who slayed King Kong yesterday.
Who?
Super Ken.
Super Ken?
Jungle matchup, first blood.
From Bigatron Alpha. Okay.
Right. Darn. As you call it, Leo, it's going to be the Hylos, but they're also getting the Phoveus this time around from the side of Flash SG.
Alright, this is much better. Did we not say that Flash SG should play more fundamentally sound? And they're doing it now here today. Alright, improvements.
I mean, sure, yes and no, but at the same time, you're Phoveus into kind of nothing here, right? Nobody really, I mean, you're up against the Hilda, and Hilda kind of doesn't care about the Phoveus, but there's not a lot of dashes to really work with other than Granger and Suyo.
I guess you're also worried that if you get isolated, right? Especially when there's a Jawhead, you all in, and then the Jawhead just separates you from a team even further.
You jump back in.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
I don't know. I feel like it's a bit of a debate here. Because inevitably, at least for Onic PH, they have two main... Well, actually, they have some pretty good gank options all across the board. And now that they have Farsa, even more reason to say, hey, if Flash SG want to kind of get up in our faces, we can actually kite this out a little bit longer, bait out those abilities before looking to punish the side lanes.
Yeah, and also whoever they catch, whoever the Brusco touches, just straight up gets blown up, right? You have so much artillery damage from Onic Philippines. Compared to Flash SG, they need to sort of be in your face. They need to be closer when it comes to these team fights.
It's very all-in for Flash SG. Fundamentally sound, sure, but they are outranged.
They're outranged, and if that itself is already an advantage on Onic Philippines, we might be looking at the OP just outclassing Flash SG at the end of game 1. We're going to head into it. So, gentlemen, take it away.
All right, it's time to get back into the land of Dawn. Our very first best-of-3 match to kick things off for game number 2 here at the SPS. For those of you who are in Johor, enjoy the show because it's going to be Flash SG on the blue side up against Onic PH on the red side, looking for a win anywhere. And I'm very nervous for their side lanes because that Jawhead, he could be anywhere. It's guerrilla warfare.
And as you can see in the minimap, that Jawhead is checking the orange. He's making sure that nothing sneaky comes from Hades. And all this while, King Kong is just going about his merry way, starting with the purple and now ending up on the other side. If I were to calculate, King Kong is up by like 2 seconds.
Yep, he is. Instead of actually checking him, he's actually leashing the buff for his jungler, right? Kind of speeding up the double buff take so they can actually initiate this gank towards JPL's side.
So good.
It's about tempo, right? And that's what Onic PH want to do. They just want to keep on pouring gasoline, and then they're waiting for that ignition.
I'm taking notes. That's how I'm going to start rotating now as a Suyo. Who'd have thunk? Suyo still alive. Ken in trouble. That's a gank squad in Kirk and King Kong. And now King Kong's taking small camps. Usually when you see a... Oh, Prince, down to what? 2 HP there. When you see a trade on the small camp like this, the other side has already been taken as well. But look, Brusco protected that small camp. So Hades is currently down.
And this is how you utilize your tempo, right? You want to make opportunities happen when you have advantages. On top side, it's a one-man advantage. And then when you don't need Brusco to be there, he's going to be on the other side. I'm going to assume Brusco is going to live here because he has Flicker. He manages to get out of it. And the sacrifice of his battle spell, Curtiz out of some trouble.
Kurt! King Kong draws first blood. Day 1 King going in, and he gets slain. JPL now a Kingslayer as well.
Nicely done. Nicely done. These are the trades that you need to see from Flash SG. And they're trading up. They might just get one more on Super Friends.
Oh, Super Friends taken down too. All right, now Flash SG definitely in great shape.
I like the way this is going, right? Flash Singapore is making sure we trade early, we keep the tempo, even against Onic PH. We don't let them run away with the gold just yet. And once we scale up, then we've got a really good opportunity for Hades to hard carry this game.
All right, look at Kirk, deep in, caught by JPL and Ken. Brusco watching out, the diversion sending out Kirk and Hades. I don't know if Brusco knows. Does Prince know either?
No, he doesn't. He's already locked in. Curtiz going to take a little bit of damage, but Ken secures the kill onto Brusco, turning this into an unwinnable fight. But look at the opposite side of the map. Onic PH, they make these fast decisions. You got tempo over on that side of the map, doesn't mean that I can't steal your entire bottom side.
Proactive, even in the face of an early defeat in that trade in mid. Flash SG making moves, threatening this small camp. Kirk jumping in, King Kong as well. Charge Surge coming through, Brusco with the response. Kirk taking a few hits here. Glorious Pathway by JPL. Stunning Brusco. Will he survive? The answer is no. Curtiz gets a kill. Clean for Flash SG.
I love it. I love the way that they're playing right now. Very fundamentally sound, and Onic PH is trying to keep up. However, the lead isn't really going anywhere. Unless they find another kill here towards Kirk's side, he should be fine. He's got Power Wilderness, doesn't get knocked up as well. Despite having the tempo, there is a way to kind of smother it. And I think that Onic PH, it's a lot worse for them getting smothered compared to Flash SG.
That's right. They're the ones who should be smothering, keeping up the pace, being always with their first foot forward, and then, you know, just making sure there's a left. Oh, Hades gets popped by Super Prince. JPL could not stop Prince's salvos. And wait, they're not done. What is this? Kirk 1v1 with Ken in that little bush, like a little fighting game up there.
1v1s in the footsies, still being played by topside, and I think for Ken, it's pretty beneficial for him because he did get the Thunderbelt first. Gonna double check the items. Yep, Kirk does not have his Thunderbelt complete just yet, so it's more beneficial for Ken to do so right now. However, on the opposite side, Gold Lane has been pretty silent. Like, nothing has really been going on there. No hard gangs, just camp steals at the most.
Yep, that attempted gank by King Kong to trade for the turtle didn't really happen. Not much of dividends paid off there, but look at this. How did Onic get a 500 gold lead? They've been losing fight after fight after fight. They did get that pick off on Hades. It wasn't shutdown gold. Where's this come from?
One, it came from bottom side stealing the entire jungle camp when the turtle initially happened. Two is when they were able to get the initial shutdown on towards Hades' side, as well as picking up the waves. So it's a minor lead as of right now, but I remember correctly, hold on.
Brusco gets taken down by Ken. 4 men from Flash SG. Brusco, ever the martyr, down 3 times already.
Yeah, and all this while Kirk is in the way. So there we go. That's where majority of that lead came from, right? From the gold plating itself, and Kelra finds the solo kill on to Mr. Bongski.
Welcome to the big leagues, the international stage, Bongski. I'm the Filipino Savage. Nice to meet ya. Turtle here scored by Flash SG, and the fight continues. Orange sideball for Onic, the ejector. King Kong with the Stever. Hades goes down the concealed play. They're chasing him. They want more.
Well, it's not over just yet. However, Cortese, he needs to save them, bail somebody out. Ken is down, and Onic PH now have established a solid lead against Flash Singapore.
Kirk finally wins one over Ken. Death by Snoo, and they convert to a mid lane tier 1.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. And this is how you want to see the game be played, right? It's not only a battle of attrition, it's looking as attention as a resource, battle spells as a resource, most importantly, alt timings. Because when we're comparing the two alt timers, Flash Singapore, their alts are way longer.
And they're very
easy.
That's how they're making up for their lack of range. Onic PH, now that we're approaching the mid game, 3.3k gold lead, that range advantage is going to come into play more because they can poke. While Flash SG, they can only really react to that until all these ults are ready.
And here's the thing. With JPL having the most important ult for the entirety of the team, I would say Cortese being the second most important ult, he needs to figure out, do I want to go for the pick or do I want to slow my opponents? It's a double-edged sword.
Ooh, diversion into that small bush, the fence bush, I would like to call it. And that was spotted by Super Prince alongside the rest of Onic as they prop up. Feathered airstrike. Ken catches a face full of magic damage, picked off easy just like that.
And they're just edging them out slowly with Kirk just absorbing the damage. He doesn't really care. With the help of the power of the wilderness, he can just sit in front of JPL all day, every day. As King Kong trying to run, he dies to Cortese, and the fight breaks out with the glorious pathway thrown through. Brusco quickly ejector flickers out of there.
Delayed 2-for-1 trade. That's a trade up for Flash SG. Some tells me Onic PH stayed a little too long and did not watch their flank.
Do they trade a mid-turret off this? It looks like Kirk is trying to slow down that wave as much as he can, but can he survive this? Nah, he's gonna get blasted out. He will sacrifice his life to try and get Kelra in position as JPL blocks the shots. They want to make sure that they get this mid-tier 1 at all costs.
They can slow him down, but they can't stop him. Onic Philippines now looking at a turtle lost. All 3 given the Flash SG diversion. Where are they setting up? Where are they going? All the way to the other side. They catch one. Can they finish the job? Hades falls. He went in too deep.
Okay, I mean, they still trade 1-for-1 here. Feather airstrike from the flank to take out JPL as Ken, right on top of Super Prince, cancels him out of that feathered airstrike, as well as the Wings by Wings dodges the surge. Can he find Super Prince? He can't, but costs him his battle spell.
4-for-1. Brusco, the only one traded for, as Bongski makes the most of being the only survivor left. I don't think he can get punished up top here, but they're going to lose a lot across the map.
I got to give Flash SG some credit. I know I like to dog pile on them every single time because they're our neighbors, but the way that they're playing is very similar to Onic PH. It's about tempo, it's about efficiency, it's about maximizing the map.
And the only reason why it's taking them for them so long to trade up or to actually come back is because they're ult reliant. So that's the reason why it was a losing trade, then a winning trade, and then finally the big payoff, and then finally Onic gets them back. So we're waiting for that clap back once more. You know that it's inevitable. This is a Flash Singapore that has sound fundamentals. Their mechanics are good. It's just that timing might not always be on their side. So here, approaching the first Lord of the game about 40 seconds from now, can they get a good diversion? Where's it going to be? Oh, all right, they went back there.
I mean, initially it went down to the bottom side to guarantee at least a tier 1, or at least put some structural damage on it. And I think that's a good idea, but at the same time, this is where it's going to get really dangerous, because now the outer tier turrets have been threatened and have collapsed. You can't really be by yourself anymore. You have to walk in a squad, and based on the items, nobody is really strong enough to maybe 2v1 or even 3v1 in these types of scenarios, with the only exception being Hades, but that's because he's fast.
All right, so Onic PH, they know where this is. They know what's going on. That's why they keep Kirk here. And River Control brush for King Kong. I guess they're baiting out the Lord. All right, Kirk. Oh, dodge the bullet there.
Dodge the bullet, and they will be able to kite this out. I mean, Kirk's going to take a bit of damage here. Are they going to bail him out? Super Prince is in a really dangerous spot.
And there's a feathered airstrike. They already used the ejector. Looking for one more. Down goes Bongski. quick trade up for Onic PH. King Kong barely surviving. Ken still up. Kelra blasting away. He goes down.
Oh, interesting interaction there. Interesting interaction. But now, with the fight being as messy as it was, Onic PH was able to take one more body with them. This Lord is going to be huge for them to get the economic lead that they were looking for, and a solid one at that. 4.8. You see Warriors Pathway is already pulled up, but Onic's efficiency is just going up. They've made some better hard reads.
And now they're going to threaten the orange here. Super Friend's very low. Superman's going to go down. Did not respect the damage output between Bonsky and Hades.
Hades will not fall very easily. He is still quite a dangerous being. I mean, a majority of where we're seeing this lead is actually coming from King Kong. While everything is happening across the map, King Kong has not only developed a three-level lead against Hades so far, but based on these numbers, it looks like he's also created about a roughly 1.9 to 2K lead economically.
Yep, his crown is coated in gold, and even when he's not doing anything, he's making sure there's a wave nearby or a major objective like this. There's a wave, and then there's a turret that he can see through it that goes down, and slowly but surely, I think he can make it back all the way. As long as he's in mortal form, Lord gonna slowly crash into this tier 3 down bottom, gets that wave clear, and there you go. Top lane gets popped as well. Just a matter of time before Onic PH is inside Flash space.
Yeah, this is where it gets really, really rough. The most powerful position for Onic PH. They're just gutting people down on the siege. That is why we call it artillery. Your turrets mean nothing. Inhibitors is just the goalpost.
I can smell a lightning round coming up. The Thunder Gods are coming and knocking. They want your base, they want your mid lane, and they trade out for Brusco, but it's over! Onic PH takes game 1.
Whoo! That's only the very first match. Flash SG played a strong early to mid game, but I think we're seeing why these games are getting faster and faster, right? It's that end game scenario that they're not sure how to defend properly against.
It's a scenario of Flash Singapore getting thunderstruck by the Heralds, but I gotta say, Flash Singapore really showed up a lot more than they did yesterday. Solid fundamentals, great ideas in utilizing the Loi to apply interest on Onic Philippines in terms of pressure. Obviously, there were a couple of moments where Onic Philippines were able to adapt to it, right? Hades wanting to dive onto Kelra when they invaded the purple buff, and that kind of stopped the momentum of Flash Singapore, but still overall, it's a pretty dang good game to start their day off.
I'd say it's a better look than yesterday. I agree with that. And if there was one quick adjustment, is in the range department. Like, if they could lose out less when it comes to poking and not make it so all in that, all right, if we don't get a good diversion or if we don't catch them when they're off guard or when their mobility's on cooldown, then I think they would have definitely won more in the mid to the late.
Well, I think that is part of why the draft is a little awkward for the side of Flash SG, right? Especially once you come to a point where both teams understood we can't just be split apart. We got to walk together. We got to be in a convoy together.
That cost them a lot.
It did, and I think that Flash SG, unfortunately, they are the ones who have to gamble in the later stages of the game. Like Cortese, where every single time he uses that divergence, he's doing it blind. It's not like he can have side laners kind of reaffirm where the positions of OP are going to be. And I think it's a lot easier for OP because they've got the metal detector in Kelra. Just use the Death Sonata to open up multiple bushes, if not from extremely safe distance.
Not to mention the Hilda. If the Hilda can just stay here, make sure that nobody's attempting anything, even if they do turn a blind eye to the diversion, they're safe. I think in that last engagement in mid, before that lore take, that's what Kirk did, right? He was like, all right, oh, there's dudes here. All right, go. That came almost for free for OP. That's what led to that 1-for-3 trade to Flash SG.
Yeah, and even before that, right, we saw Flash Singapore, they set up that bottom wave, and then they made the diversion play to top side. Not only was Kirk taking the entire top side river, but you look at everyone down 0-1. And of course, we got to talk about top of the leaderboard since M6, who will be King Kong, achieving the highest KDA and the second highest average goal per minute among the junglers in M6 is Husky alongside Gideon Q and Leo.
Call him the KDA King.
The KDA beast unleashed. Yes, that's how we're going. With M6 going the way, with the way M6 has been going, and honestly with all the world champions we had, Usually when we look at these stats, they always continue to achieve the highest. There is like that period of time where they're just dominating. It's not like we've seen, oh, you win a world championship and then it goes downhill or maybe a resurgence after.
Yeah, no, that's not how it is anymore. At least since, well, it happened in M2. And then M3 onwards, yeah, you're right. Whoever wins the world championship has a streak of just consistency and dominance. And we'll see if Onic is following through. But it looks like they are. It looks like they are. They're still undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk to, I think, Kirk yesterday. We asked, how do you continue to maintain that champion mentality? Most people, they reach the top, and then it's hard to stay hungry. We've seen it happen to plenty of teams. I mean, SRG is sort of like a decent example from the NY region. I guess for Onic Philippines, it's just you take it one game at a time, right? And Coach Why Not did remind them that every tournament is its own entity, M6 to M6, SPS to SPS, and Kelra kind of reinforced the idea of we just take it one day at a time, which I think is what keeps them motivated to continue winning.
I mean, they want to do the golden road. Nobody has achieved it, and I think Onic as an organization, whether Indonesian or Filipino, they've been the closest to get it, right?
Yeah.
And I think this time it's within arm's reach, but let's see how the rest of the year is going to go as we head on in to the drafting phase. Let's see what the adaptation is going to be with Onic PH, this time on the blue side, and also as we come in, locking in the Cho, Joy, Lo Yi, Flash SG, now taking the Granger Hilda.
I wanted to see the show, but not about Brusco.
The immortal one chose me.
I mean, they do across Flash SD, they still get the Granger Suyo. So they took Onic Philippines' first 3 picks from game 1.
I think this is what the kids call a Sharingan from Dragon Ball, right?
I think they call it Infinite Tsukuyomi. Sharingan for Dragon Ball? What?
Yeah.
There's Sharingan in Dragon
I think
Ball?
he's talking about Bleach, but still.
I love K-pop.
Again, with Clue being banned from Flash SG, I'm not gonna lie, this is looking very, very similar to game number 1. A bit of a reverse the roles here, looking into the mirror, but with the only change being on that Cho, I think it's a very good idea. Cho is, again, Onic PH are making sure that if they have somebody to open the map, they have evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, but we also do not know if it's a flexi for Kirk, right? He's done this. He's played XP Cho, and it's possible that what you want to put through that diversion is a hero that actually sets, like a big ticket ult.
I mean, worst comes to worst, if he's feeling himself, just put it back on the Edith one more time.
Yeah.
That's good too, because you overload on the point and click CC, right? It doesn't have to be like AoE. It can be like 2 things, like the Cho and the Edith, threatening to kick you or flip you over, 6 different ways.
I mean, I think B's having an uncancelable stun.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop that Edith knockup.
It's pretty obnoxious, but except compared to game number 1, Badang was banned out previously.
Now he's open.
It's now open, yeah.
Ah, this is a tough one.
Does Flash want it?
Yeah, does Flash want it? Secondly, the Cho's flex, so you have no guarantees. The only guarantee you have is that you're going to be slightly annoying against Joy, assuming that you're able to kind of position yourself in the middle of those dashes.
Yeah, they want it and they gots to have it. There it is.
Another confirmation on Hilda EXP. Ooh, Moskov. Ooh, CC. Alright, here's what I've been wanting to talk about for a while until we saw it. Varia lock-in.
That's a blitz pick, by the way.
Well, it was banned out by Flash SG in game 1.
It was, but I feel like Flash SG had more it felt like there was more reason for the ban coming in for Onic PH. Here, not so much. What are you really abusing? You could have gone for
range. We want the range.
I suppose.
They got so little game 1. It's like, gotta make up for it.
You got an intel, right? Like you scared of the diversion. There are ways.
So, what is this? Can you go that way? Kurt, you go this way. You check.
Yeah, I mean,
it's possible. I mean, it helps.
It does help. It does help, but I still think it's going to take a little longer, and there's less of a guarantee compared to Farsa. I think that Farsa probably would have been the better option.
It might have been an overload.
Could be.
Could be. But of course, again, on the last legs, let's see if Flash Singapore can bring us to a game 3. Guys, bring us in.
All right, thank you, Husky. Now, Onic PH on the cusp of getting another 3 points if they can sweep it against Flash SG. Onic PH going to be on the blue side as they've reversed the roles with Flash SG being on the red. Let's get the show started to finish off this best of 3, if not an equalization between these 2 monsters.
More than just game 3, Flash SG has hopes of giving Onic PH their first game loss in a while. What is that now? 2 months. The last team to actually make Onic PH bleed was Team Liquid ID in their grand finals.
Oh boy, and even so, we are seeing the initial starts. Gonna be starting on the same side of the map. Both junglers moving towards that top side, heading towards the Granger Moskov lane. Looking at the emblems, looks like it's interesting. King Kong opting to go for Weapon Masters. Hades is gonna get chunked.
All right, might be one down. Flicker away. Brusco survives. That is a technical knockout, unless no, Brusco's gonna stay. Onic PH not letting him get this for free.
Yeah, and JPL, he's hovering around. He wants to make sure that Brusco doesn't get a free reset here. It really sucks for a roamer to be low on HP this early on in the game because a lot of things can kill you.
All right, the only thing worse is you actually dying, and dying close to when the turtle spawns. Lower quarter of the map, by the way, in about 30 seconds. Looking at their farm speed, for a bit it was Hades up, but now it's King Kong, I reckon, is up. Threatening JPL here, gets caught by Hades' charge surge, severing away, taking another Little Wanderer, and they are going to be here in time for turtle number 1.
Yeah, both teams, similar ideas of how they want to play the game. I am curious about the EXP because right now, I'm hoping that Kirk, I am curious to see whether Kirk can actually hard win this lane against the Hilda, because generally speaking, when you are playing that CC, if you don't have pressure, what's the point of the hero?
He is pushing back. Hades and JPL making Kirk regret being this deep in. Curtis throwing out the echoes. Where's this going? King Kong secures a turtle, taking down one. Ken bites it. Free kill for Onic.
Comms? Hello? What was Ken? Why? Ken hits level 4. He was a little late on that fight. That's totally fine. But was nobody going to tell him that they didn't really want to actually contest for the turtle? He didn't need to be that deep in, and not to mention he's running Flicker. Not even Sprint. Not even Vengeance.
He's just flickering. Oh, I didn't even notice that. It's odd. What would you, I mean, there are situations where you want to go for the run and then hit that power of wildness, but not there, not like this. Brusco in the thick of it, 3 of them, nice kick, finds one, gets blasted, throw it away. SOD here, coming through into the wall. Curtisi flickers through, survives.
Really nice combination from Onic PH. As expected, the super family, perfect chemistry. Even though, and this is the funny thing, Kelra actually got chunked in lane, goes back, able to get a free recall just to SOD back into the fight and find some gold.
Situational awareness. He knows what his brothers are up to. He knows what they want to do, whether it be stated out clearly or just through instincts. Now Hades in trouble, gets blasted by King Kong underneath his tier 2. JPL falls first. Brusco and the rest of Onic PH pile on him, approaching a 2K gold lead.
And now this is where tempo becomes so evident, right? With the first initial lost fight coming into a priority movement from Onic PH, so much has already been lost. With Flash SG having to distribute their resources differently, and Novaria, yes, you can clear waves from afar, but it's really hard to participate in those fights. It's every 7 seconds.
The ult already spent by JPL, flickering away. Hades with the hold sever, holding up a wall to protect his roamer. That's a miserable situation. The diversion set up by Super Prince Kirk, backing away. He might bite the dust here. Vengeance keeping him alive just
Did you
barely.
know you can pet me?
Look at
Check
this
out the
from
pet
flank.
cafe.
The rest of Onic Philippines, they want to finish the job. Ken knows that King Kong is still there. Bongski is well aware. Both teams just back off.
Oh no, do they even know that the entire jungle on top side has basically just been jacked by Onic PH? And notice that Onic PH, they like to put their opponents in a fork scenario. Oh, we're gonna have a divergence to the top side. If we do see Mr. Hades show up there, we might get a free kill. But if he doesn't, we still take the entire top side and steal his buff.
Yep, it's a catch-22. You come here, you try to save your buff, you die. You go back, and you think it's safe, you still die. And that's what's garnered Onic PH here. A 3K gold lead, the flicker and the kick attempted by Brusco. Successful. JPL and can go down. Hades follows as well. Traded out for the bruiser. The diversion rotation coming through. Trying to take down Curtisi. We miss you, buddy. Where you going? He retreats, opening up the top lane for for Bonsky, but already Flash is bleeding. They lost so much.
Yeah, this is such a worth it trade for Onic PH. They don't mind. You're trading bodies. You take a tier 1 top side, but all the while, every interaction that has happened on the map has netted Kelra something in this game. He could have technically got 1 extra assist from the previous SOD, but this one has netted him a kill.
Oh, King Kong threatening the purple buff steal. Hades in the middle of 4 other members might die, and he still does. Super Prince gets the job done. Bonsky and JPL drop as well. Ken too. Kurt the only one left backing away. And Onic are not done.
Yep, they're all over them. They've thrown their net out into the ocean, and Flash SG is getting caught like fish in the deep sea. This is not the best position to be in right now. And this is why I was worried about the Novaria pick. It's really hard to maintain priority, especially since JPL currently running Brave Smite to try and survive in the middle of these fights. Oh no, he's done for. Super Prince is able to take mid-tier 1, and this game is now wide open.
He got away once, and just once. Onic PH stayed to finish what they started, and they are shrinking. They're shrinking Flash Singapore's map. And look at this, another diversion play being set up here. Oh, Kirk bites it. Can Onic PH find revenge? Oh, all right, too honest.
Nope, too honest. They gotta back away here.
Oh!
Interesting, interesting. Didn't catch it. It could have been a play of a lifetime. However, both their dash heroes will be able to get out of there, no problem. They wanted to punish Super Prince. They know he doesn't have that flicker. So had that been a catch, that would have been huge.
Interesting what Flash Singapore was looking for there, but I guess it's a win. You can count as a win that they got pushed out of their jungle. And for 5 seconds, Hades might actually be able to taste another buff. I can't believe it. How fast Onic PH has been playing. It's still just turtle timers, ladies and gentlemen. Still turtle time. Spawning the upper quarter. Can King Kong get caught? Nope. He still has max stack, so he has CC immunity. Moving up to that orange buff side. Nothing spawned there. Instead, I'll just take turtle.
Yeah, just great timings overall. They're using the divergence to maintain the tempo against Flash Singapore, right? Putting them in these forks, being able to stay on top of these turtles, making sure that Flash SG doesn't have too many options. And Kirk go wild here.
All right, jumping on the JPL, forcing that wall to be put up and taken down just as quickly. In comes King Kong. Kurt falls, and the rest of Flash get out of here.
And this game is basically done for. King Kong, he scaled up very nicely. 5-0 and 4, level 13. I'm pretty sure he's already done with the Holy Crystal. Yep, he's already done with the Holy Crystal, and they find one in Bonsky as well as they trade off Ken 2.
Underneath tier 3 as well, and a nice kick. Catching Akihiro-san. One more for Onic.
It's breaking down for Flash Singapore. It's really breaking down. They don't have a solid plan to deal when they're this far behind.
10K, Gideon. 10K in under 9 minutes. Throwing out that SOD for good measure. I'm smelling the penetration. I'm smelling bot lane going down.
Well, it looks like it should be. They do take out Kirk at the very least, but if this inhibitor collapses, that's going to be a huge advantage since it's on the long side where the spawning of the Lord is going to be Bonsky just out of energy to shoot any more Death Sonatas.
Yeah, they're committing to the long lane penetration, so that Lord is all but theirs. Tier 2 up top might go down too. That's a big fat wave. I don't think the Hilda can whack every single minion mano a mano.
Their wave clear is going to be really tough until Cortese is actually in a much better position. If I look at his items right now, it looks like he's only finished the Enchanted Talisman.
He's on his way to a glowing wand, but oh wow! King Kong gets dog piled on. How much was that? 5 kills worth of a bounty. All right, does definitely chunk off like 3K off of the gold lead. Flash Singapore has something to smile about.
Yep, I mean, that's cash money, right? That's why Badan is really, really useful against the Droid. Just disrupt the dashes. Even if you disrupt one, at least you don't get CC immunity. It allows the rest of your team to follow it up. Here we go, 2v2. Oh, but once again, Rusno getting a good third hit of G couldn't go on top of JPL with the Weight of the Dragon. Finds the kill though. However, Bonsky will need to flicker out. The SOD comes on through, and it's Kelro who finds it. Looks for a second, gets the triple kill once more as Onic PH are all over Flash SG.
4 for none, a bad trade. Sure, you got initiative. Sure, you got some part of the map back, but you lost so much on the way out. Onic PH just as quickly in a flash, getting back their gold lead plus a Lord.
Oh, it's too much. It's too much to handle. Let's look at the instant replay one more time because you can see that all eyes were looking towards this choke point. And once they had committed so much, the SOD connects, that's when it was basically over for the follow-up with Kirk. It really didn't matter. They had a lot of flank angles, and they cannot just play around Cortese, who's this moving anchor with Bongski that far up.
All right, so we're back to where we were about 2 minutes ago. Flash Singapore trapped inside their own base. Just but one tier 2 standing, now fallen. Holy Shield gonna pop right here. Flash Singapore gonna lose that bottom lane inhibitor. And then it's just a matter of time.
It is a matter of time. I mean, just look at the gold leaderboard right now. King Kong and Kelra contesting each other to who can make it to the next stage. 10K to 9K now. Kelra takes the lead. Bongsi is only 7K, not even breaking into the 8s just yet, with Herc and Super Prince just under him. Brusco, he's a roamer. No surprises there. Now with the Lord push and also a missing inhibitor, I want to see how Onic Gauge looks for the close.
Oh God, 4 levels between
Whoa,
King Kong
why?
and all the jump in! Kelra punishing Hades. Why is the right word? Why? They're not done! Oh, Brusco coming in. King Kong with a punish. Chunkin, Kurt, and Ken down. Half health inside their own base.
It's rough. It looks like they're going to need one more Lord before they can close out this game, unless we see Flash SG make another mistake. Kelra and Super Prince, he's looking for some big AoEs here.
Ooh, a flicker by Brusco. Looking for that kick. Might not even need it. JPL bites it. 1-for-1 the trade as Kirk is put down within 1 HP of getting knocked out.
Oh, they're farming them underneath the crystal here. There's nothing much they can really do about it. Kelra and Max Stacks. Yeah, oh, that golden stack. He does not care! Godlike! Finds the double onto Bongski. Should get one more. I can't make it a triple. Hades, come on. You know you want him. He's low. 1-7 is all it takes as the game is going to get closed down before he finds the 4th kill.
And that's a lightning round for you. 2-0 sweep for Onic PH. Husky, did you see that? He was using the Moskov passive to deal more damage behind the base. I didn't even know that was possible.
And Cortese might be able to go over walls, but you're not safe when Kelra is around 9-0 on this Moskov in game number 2. 14-0 in total across the entire series. Game 1, we thought it was a back and forth between 2 heavyweight fighters, but Game 2 was just public execution as Onic Philippines continues their win streak. Now up 3-0 in the group stage, but for Flash Singapore, I think life support has just been pulled.
Yep, truly brutal. Truly brutal there. It was, again, this just goes to show what the meta is asking for. It's all about tempo. Hold the tempo, maintain tempo, and you will snowball out of control, especially since there are very linear ways of playing the game. There's not a lot of things that you can do to kind of reset that tempo.
And if you ever make the mistake of thinking you can afford to jump your tempo, to pick up the pace when you actually couldn't, you get punished so hard. That's the play that we'll see through the highlights later of when, for the first time in a while, Flash was able to walk out of their base near the upper quarter of where Kelra was waiting in the bush, and then that's the worst kind of SOD, where it came in from such short range that he didn't even really need to click it. He could have walked up there.
I mean, somebody's gonna
situation.
That's right.
They barely got through it in the challenge season. This just means they want to go start killing people. They want to win fights, and they want to snowball, and they want to do it through Kyrie's mechanics. If anybody remembers, if you were there, you were there. Tennis Indoor Senayan, late 2022.
Everyone remembers it, Leo.
Early
remembers.
2023. Kyrie on the Hayabusa, taking down the one and only Benny Curie. That was a thing of beauty.
Yeah. And who can forget the weave, the bob that he did with his Hayabusa. But for now, I think the head-to-head statistics actually show there's a lot of contest for the Suyo. Kyrie needs it. Demon Kite wants it. So Aurora getting first pick, we'll take that off the table. There's a lot of prioritization going over the side of Moskov as well. A lot of teams need to want to contest for this Moskov just because of the way it shapes and it shifts the playstyle around it. Moskov just continually farming along the long lanes, making sure that lane priority is set before tackling major objectives, and I think Aurora wants to try their hand around this one.
Going into the second phase, you see the Hilda ban by Onic Esports. This does mean Edward doesn't have a hero just yet. I am of the belief that this is a roam Badang. I think that's what they want to do here. It's like, all right, Renegade, if you want to be aggressive, you want to be the hitman, all right, you hit the right target. Let's go from there. Like that is the clean angle. That is the honest approach for Aurora, which again, for any struggling team, I don't want you to be flashy. I don't want you to be, you know, too bedazzling of your strategy. Like, don't go from A to X to J to H to B. You know what I mean? Like, just go A to B, man. Just straight up.
It's like the same approach that we have for Flash Singapore. Like,
Correct.
just stick to the basics, right? Stick to what's comfortable, what you're good at. We're seeing that Hilda Ben come out from Onic. You don't want any disruption in the jungle, which sort of leads me to think that is there a possibility that we see that Edward Edith down the road for this game?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Especially since you can really ruin that high loss, you know, make him regret even dropping that glorious pathway. It's possible. So they are attacking Edward, but I don't know if they're ready for the Edith, because Edith really isn't in the meta right now, you know? Edith is like a B+ hero at best, or like an A if it's Edward.
Or the
A+ if it's Kirk.
Badang could actually go into the XP hand.
That's true.
Lanes, the hands of Edward.
There's still a show out there.
Renegade could actually pull out maybe Makai. This is a tall order, but it matches very well with what Badang likes to do.
Or the
build a
Cho.
wall, going with a heavy spin. That's an infinite stun right there. And that's another narrative that we can bring up as well is Kyrie and Edward, they were really good friends. They came from Blacklist ways away when Kyrie wasn't Kyrie yet.
That
It was Falkland.
When we do have the Cho ban from Aurora, you know, take that away from Keyboy. Of course, the flex is now revealed. Phobius in that XP lane, and then we get, you know, Keyboy on the high lows. With that being said, now Aurora needs to review where this Badang goes, right? The Renegade hero is still open. Right? That has always been one of the few heroes that the Hitman himself likes to go for, and that's also kind of has led us to the whole coin flipping moment that we've seen plenty of times talked about on the internet. Is this one of the spots for him?
I'd like to think so, yeah. But here's the thing. You're shooting this shot blind. You don't know who the mid laner is. You don't know if it's worth it to jump in or if it can be undone immediately. So what's left out there in the mid is the Vixana, the Aurora.
Valentina still there.
Valentina still, so yeah, you could be throwing that implosion into something you regret. And there's the Edith!
So that's the Edith.
Good read. Solid A-tier pick, if you ask me, in the hands of Mr. Consistent, and as well the Vixana in US hands. Still one of the more consistent players in Aurora.
And then the Farsa getting picked up right here, a good call just because you need to have a little bit more space for Xavero to do his thing. But in this time around, I think for Aurora, they do have a very solid lineup. They have 3 signature heroes for themselves, the Badang, the Suyo, and the Moskov. I think for Onic, though, dealing with the Hayabusa, dealing with the Phobius as well is going to be a little bit tougher. Because who are you going to aim? There's not a lot of fancy open targets. We'll see. We'll see how, you know, Kyrie handles the utility on this
I mean, there's also the range advantage for Onic, right? We'll see how this plays out, because game 1 between Aurora and Onic Esports is going to kick off, so leave it up to you guys, Churros and Leo.
First game in a best of 3. Once again, the hopes of Aurora to make it through to the playoffs on the line, as Onic Esports just started to get their flow going from yesterday's bouts. Here we go. Game number 1, Onic Esports and Aurora Gaming. One more look at the draft as we land into our battlefield. This Hayabusa, I like that it has a clear target, right? You want to find Dominkai, you want to find Yue. But what if you get caught by Edward or Renegade? That's the question here for Kyrie.
There is a small little adjustments in terms of the rotations, especially coming in from Onic Esports, which was that Leapy actually goes towards that mid side, try to delay and deny Aurora from coming in, because understanding how Filipino teams like to play in the early game, but using the Badang, enters the jungle and try to make a very big annoyance within their home. So for this time around, Onic having that high rotation in the early game, especially with the Farsa, would be of very big importance.
You know what? I'm a little uneasy. Looking at the map, it seems like Demon Kite is behind. Oh, what?
First blood going over Sands. Good read, good stun up.
It's not even the Demon Kite problem. It was actually mid. Oh, Renegade couldn't move. That was just a clear law and order by Keyboy. As I was saying, Demon Kite is behind like 5 seconds on the farm, right? And this just exacerbates the problem. They lost First Blood. They lost Little Wanderer. And now they're clearly behind.
Speaking about adjustment to the meta, Renegade getting in a spot of bother. Kyrie, quad shadow onto Renegade with a shadow kill as well. Flickers in the nick of time, barely escaping death, but that is a sneaky situation right there. Renegade should have used the skill 1 just to check the bushes.
It's at the point of, you know, like, good, better, worse. The fact is he survived, all right? He lived, and he had to use his flicker to do that.
But he lived.
So right now, it's at least to the point where they can still fight for Turtle. Ewan needs to hit level 4 for this to matter for them. Renegade can't just one though.
Yep. Pulls in. Fair air strike trying to zone everyone out of the way. Luffy trying to push everyone, force everyone back. Buy enough time for Kyrie to come back in. Luffy's deep in enemy territory right now. Turtle gets a reset. Now Renegade trying to go straight in to the mix. Gets messed up. Kyrie picks up that kill. The rest running off for the hills. But Aurora finds one, takes down another. They're going for Keyboy next. Demon Kite in the mix of it.
Here we go!
Demon Kite! Domain Kite, if I should say, sneaks in from nowhere.
And out of nowhere, Aurora suddenly on top. Demon Kite living on the edge here, just barely alive. Hits that turtle just right to score a big one. By the way, the first turtle of the game. All right, you know what? It looked very messy, but I'll tell you now, that's exactly what Aurora needed. Maybe they were just conditioning Onic Esports. They were saying, oh, look, we're playing very dangerous, come punish us.
Yeah.
And then suddenly here comes the next standard with the SOD of a lifetime.
Actually, I love how patient Aurora was. Onic Esports utilized all their resources. Hold on a second right here. Blocked by the wall. Keyboy, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Keyboy!
The Federal airstrike does not matter as 4 members come huddled up, taking Keyboy down again.
Could have been disastrous because he is waiting for his Revitalize to come off cooldown. He did drop the Glorious Pathway. If only there was better follow-through, if those cooldowns were off, then yeah, it was Aurora getting punished. But right now, they're happy with what they got. Hitman finds one. Look at the back.
Renegade ramping up the tempo right now, but it's a little bit too deep to take on Severo. They touch and they go.
All right, looking at the damage leaderboards, clearly Sans with Gila damage on the board right now, 11,000. Weirdly enough, it's Edward who's up next to him, so I guess that was the perfect. Whoa.
What was that flicker? The airstrike just to push everyone back. Domain Kite taking a little bit too much damage, but Yue, was that a misclick or something?
I would rather think it was a preemptive offensive flicker.
Yeah, I saw the quad shadows. I think there was a shadow landed or latched onto him, but like it was a little bit too premature on that one. But no matter, we're moving on to this one as 20 seconds till the next turtle spawns up.
That's right. Look at this, the pressure that Aurora is applying onto Severo. And they're playing this safe. They know that they could get punished really bad. So they are still staying to their side of the map. About a quarter of a minute before the turtle spawns, they know that the shadows are off. And they know that Sans has a feathered airstrike off of cooldown. They find one.
That's a nice flip by Edward. Keyboy keeps himself safe with the Revitalize. Able to heal up to full. But on the top side, though, they're setting their sides up on Severo, able to use the Xamon Force to get out safe as the turtle getting pulled out of his cave.
All right, huge battle spell, huge ult off of the board for Onic Esports. Aurora might take note of that. Now Turtle down to half health.
Oh, Glorious Pathway already let down, but on the backside though, Edward's all alone. Keyboy, Luffy as well, taking a little bit too much damage. They prioritize that backside, but Tyree underneath the den takes down that turtle. It's a lost cause for Onic though. Lose 2, take the turtle.
Okay, you know what? In hindsight, the reason why Domin Kite wasn't part of that fight was he was pushing bottom. So if you're trading Turtle for turret, I'll take that. Bonus 2 kills. Aurora off to a great start.
Oh yeah, he lost the turret as well on that bottom side. So Onic Esports not off to a good start. 7-2, 2,000 gold behind. But on top side though, Severo dancing, bobbing, weaving, able to keep himself alive for the backup to come through. Sans will hold on to that better airstrike for now.
All right, so great attempt here by Keyboy, wanting to punish how deep Domin Kite was. And look at this 1v1 anime fight!
Oh my gosh, the shadow kill, little bit too late, but Demon Kite able to make it out safe. What a fight.
Nice try, Kyrie. Same with you, JC.
Oh! SOD lands, Kyrie doesn't have a quad shadow, unable to escape the wrath that is Domain Kite from all the way across the map.
MLBB is not a 1v1 game, it's a team game, and he didn't know that there was another kite waiting miles away.
getting confused by the names as well. But Sans
though.
able to push him out, but dashes out of the way. Domain Kite is safe for now, but Renegade, the rest of the Aurora trying to push out of the way. They're setting sights up for T1 down mid side. Renegade on the backside, pops his flicker as well. 2 on the fist crack. Keyboy making it out safe, but not for long. Domain Kite takes him out. Domain Kite caught in the mix. Lutfi next to fall. He will be taken out by Domain Kite. The shadow kill. Kyrie's alone. But he will use the shadows out to get out to safety.
How is everyone?
Oh, wow, close call. Kyrie always a threat. Never mind what happened between him and Dom and Kite down bottom. He is always a threat. Could have really cleaned up Aurora, but it's this gold lead that Aurora has, and how clean Dom and Kite has been playing. 4-0-1. He's close to his Trinity. All right, just one more item away, and he's nigh unstoppable, especially with this early game lead, about 3,000 gold.
Very risky play by Aurora just now underneath the turret, but they lost no one. They took down 2 in the process, so a very, very good W for Aurora. Now the turtle getting pulled out by Severo. We're going to start things off.
All right, they are a turtle apiece. It's anybody's game here. Looking for one. The catch, Renegade,
no
compromised.
Catch. No follow-up right now, but Lutfi trying to push everyone back. Renegade stops the Federal airstrike from harming their friends, but here comes Domain Kite, just free hitting from that back line. No one's tackling him, but on that backside though, it's Havoc in the land of Dawn underneath the turtle pit. UA's next to fall. Domain Kite tries to save his friends. Gets that body block with the flicker, takes him out. No, UA!
UA with just 1 HP, and Domain Kite spaced out. He could not get free hits, but just the same, it stops Onic Esports from marching on forward. So it's a turtle denied, plus a winning trade, a roamer for an XP laner. That's a good trade. That's a trade up for Aurora.
But to Onic's credit, though, they waited till Renegade lost the second skill, the wall falls, and all hell breaks loose. But now, they waited a little bit too long around the dance, but Keyboy getting caught down as well. Fistcrack already pushed up, getting knocked up by the onward as well. Got an airstrike trying to zone everyone out of the way. That's what deconnects, and here comes Domain Kite trying to free hit, but getting pushed back by that Fred airstrike. It's a touch and a go. Renegade falls, and Onic, they're all still happy and healthy. Kyrie's nowhere to be seen though.
All right, do they know? All right, now they see Kyrie has rotated up top. This gives Aurora a green light. Quad shadows are scarce. Lutfi and Sans in vision. Lord now approaching a third of its health.
Oh, they're gonna blitz this though. They're gonna take it out. Demon Kite, they take that Lord and they get away. And Onic Esports a little bit too late on Kyrie there. And as we say, Kyrie was doing utility job, trying to take down that turret, trying to maintain the long wave. But is it enough though? He was a little bit late to that turtle after that unfaithful kill by Keyboy.
That's what you do when you're behind, right? You can't win fights. You can't clean up fights. The damage on Sans isn't as reliable as it used to be. So that's what you do. Kyrie, always a step ahead of what possibly Aurora could put on the table. Now looking at it, Aurora, again, this is where they're strong. This is what they're good at, the fundamentals. They know that they need to sink the waves to really put permanent damage on Onic's side of the map.
Saving grace though, Onic has decent wave clear. You got the Pharsa right there. You've got the Harith. Well, on the top side though, Domain Kite. That is a big, big find by Onic Esports. They're ramping up the tempo and pushing on the gas. They need more. They're settling on that Lord first. Take it patient, take it slow. We'll go for the next big one.
And they put it on the right hero too. Kyrie needed that coin. Kyrie needed the money. And he killed Domain Kite for it. That's 4 kills worth of a gold bounty. That should shrink the lead down to about 4,000.
Coming in to this mid to late game though, they found Keyboy getting trapped underneath that wall. Fistcrack will stun him out, but Lutfi is there for backup. Nope. Further commitment by Aurora, but this is a very, very smart move by Aurora, finding one and try to take that roamer down before he can do massive, massive setups in that late game.
Oh yeah, that's one of their main strengths is their CC, besides the Eternal Guard, are all single catch, and they do catch one!
Catch and blocks over, but Severo just free hitting from that Zaman Force on the back line though. It's all collapsing down. Everywhere you're able to get that out safe. But on the Esports, they don't want to lose any more. As Aurora losing Renegade for this one won't hurt them too much.
It's a blessing and a curse, being Badang in a tight space like that. You catch the perfect target, it's over. They're dead. But you get caught, and you're not ready with your flicker, and the rest of your team is behind you, you get compromised. You'd rather say, you know what, I'm dead, guys. Let's just get the next one. Go next, GG. But that leads to Aurora's gold lead shrinking once again. These pickoffs on a Badang, he's not like he's that kind of roamer that you can just keep dying, keep throwing yourself at your opponents. No, he's actually a contributing member. So you have to treat him as like a tertiary or secondary core. Looking at his item build right now, he does have the Thunder Belt. He does have the Oracle on his way to a Dominance Ice. So Aurora, they can't let that happen again. They can't keep giving these free pickoffs, especially if it'll lead to another shutdown on Demon Kite, dare I say, or even Edward. There's a lot of bounty on Edward, ladies and gentlemen. 4-0-5.
Renegade is 0-5-5 right now, but I think Aurora is unable to match the aggression that Demon Kite or Renegade actually wants to bring to the table. Now, 12-minute mark, the Enhanced Lord has spawned up, gold slowly seeping towards Aurora. They still have the upper hand, 4,000 gold lead. They're taking it slow, they're dancing around.
Look at this, the bottom lane managed by Demon Kite. Kyrie has no choice. He's the most mobile member of his squad, so he can be the one to take care of that long lane. And that's Renegade getting caught here by the Curse of Crows. Lord approaching half health. Where's the engagement coming from? Edward threading it onward, and oh, there it is.
There's it. Red carpet getting laid out. Here's Kyrie trying to do something, anything at all. Renegade falls down, but Demon Kite managed to secure that Lord. Onic Esports, they got what they came for. SOD lands, but I don't think Demon Kite wants to go for it. They're just going for the T3 up top.
Ooh, what a feint. He lets go just as quickly. Even before Kyrie has a thought for him.
Gets a sandwich though, Demon Kite as well. They're trying to find him, trying to save Lootby as much as they can. They only lose Renegade, but Onic Esports, they're safe for now. They do have decent wave players. The Lord marching on the top side.
Kyrie secures that orange on the way out. Fade away. Buff take. And now Sans just holding on to that tier 2 in mid, but Dominic ain't having any of it. Here comes the Lord.
It's a desperate fair airstrike trying to keep everyone at bay, but the crash comes in on the top side. Severo pops that Aiming Force a little bit early, try to get rid of that Lord as fast as he can. No one falls as of now. Aurora is desperately waiting for Renegade to come up, trying to make a play. They still got the enhanced minions coming in.
All right, Aurora can taste victory. They can smell that base falling down. They just have to take it slow, take it easy, step by step. 2 minutes before another Lord spawns. I'm thinking that's what Aurora's playing to. Onic Esports, what do they do? I'd say, what's Lootby at right now? Lootby is 2 items deep. Okay, get a little bit more chunky on Lootby. Find a way to punish Demon Kite, because they've done it before, right? They're able to make sure Demon Kite don't get his free hits. And if you can, take out Renegade quickly, because you know that you can. You know that the Hitman will put himself in harm's way to set up a good fight for their opponents, for his team, and their opponents should take advantage. So blast them. Get some kills on Kyrie.
I think Aurora has this draft where they're pretty decent on 4 members, able to send Demon Kite over to the long lane, try to clear that as much as they can. They can try to survive just for a little bit more before SOD ever comes in, but Onic Esports, though, they have to fight as 5, and this is their downfall. Who's going to settle that long lane? Who's going to be together as a team? They don't have enough damage if it just stands alone. It's not too late yet.
You know what? Looking at the items, currently Edward just has a stardom site. He just built it. So, again, there are 3 cores now from Aurora. Maybe even 4 if you're counting Yue, who, by the way, will slowly build Kit. It's going to be difficult for Onic Esports to just send Lootby or even Keyboy, because at some point, you know, Keyboy just won't die. But with the items that Aurora are amassing, with this 6.5 gold lead, it should be a good Lord for them coming up in half a minute.
You know, you're 6,000 gold down. It's 15 minutes, still not the 18-minute Evolve Lord yet. But hold on a second. The wraparound to Yue, force that flicker out of the way, and Yue gets taken out of the game for now. Severo tries to desperately dance around. They take down 2. It's Onic Esports' win of opportunity right now. The Primal Wrap, enough. Severo gets taken out. No more damage delivered for the side of Onic Esports. It's Keyboy running for the hills. But will they do it though? Downward, the damage has come through. Lutfi tries to wrap around for the side.
Kyrie coming in with the dashes and the slashes, and their Sans!
Able to just wait out just a little bit more. Demon Kite is just 1 hit away from death, but manages to get out safe. Onic Esports, they need to retreat. The wave's been pushing in a little bit too much.
It went from a catastrophe to a disaster to a trade that, you know, you'd say was good enough for what you got. I don't know why Yue got caught that way or how fast it happened, But that was the downfall of Aurora. That's what cut their lead in half. And suddenly, the Lord ain't there to begin with. This is the aftermath of that engagement.
It was a pathing mistake. He walked into the bush without seeing, but the damage from Demon Kite was just too much for Severo to handle. That's his first death of the entire game. The first death that caused the downfall, the major downfall for this setup for that Lord.
Yeah, but Demon Kite didn't die, and I think that's key because you needed someone to clean up and you needed someone to make the most out of Edward's disgusting damage. I think Abun Jingjing, Mr. Consistent, was key to that moment. His experience, his veterancy coming through. Now the Lord fight.
Here's the red carpet. Lippy taking a little bit too much damage, dancing around, able to get burned up, but he's living on a pixel. Edwards leading the charge with the onward. With the Lord, though. Oh, Yue gets taken out by Kyrie, but it's not enough. Demon Kai actually gets it, but on the top side, there's Domen Kai is the 1v1 to Sans. Here comes the cavalry. They're trying to save whatever situations that's left.
Kyrie does not have the shadow kill. Oh, still though, Onic Esports happy with what they got. 2 free kills. Yue once again and Renegade. All right, it's getting messy.
They got that Lord. Damage down. Domen Kai's down. There's an opportunity though, but the Lord marching in. I don't think Onic Esports is able to do much with this. Crucial kill though.
It's falling apart. They do get the Lord, yes, but at what cost? The bottom lane is coming in, sure, crashing, but Aurora ain't gonna make the most of this. It's an enhanced Lord, so it's just gonna take time. But if anything, it's gold to Onyx pockets.
Yeah, just like that, the 6,000 gold lead just diminished. Right now, even Steven's 13 to 13 kills. It's Onic Esports looking to try to come back on this one. It's late game for them, and Severo's looking hungry.
Severo's looking hungry. Sans looking buff as hell. The damage is disgusting.
Brother's been working out, what can I say?
And he never skipped leg day. He's always mobile. He's always in the right place at the right time. When was the last time Sans died? Look at that death. It's
been a long time ago.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Kids don't remember when Sans died last.
Okay. For the airstrike, try to push everyone back, but what's Renegade's play right now? What's the play? Wait for the next Lord. Keyboy.
Catch anyone but Keyboy. Catch anyone but Lutpi. Like, he catches one of the cores, one of the softies, then his flicker, his combo, his death would be worth it. That's what the Hitman is thinking right now. One more contract, one more win.
And in one point of time, though, if it's a one-on-one situation, would be between Kyrie and Domen Kite on the long lane. But if it comes down to this, who will win the fights?
Nobody wants to see that happen. Like, both teams don't want that to happen.
You're losing both 2 cores.
Yeah, because if that's the case, you're giving up this Lord in 45. If that's the case, you're denying Domen Kite his passive, one of the main damage sources for Aurora. So you don't want them to go one-on-one.
The top side, though, pushing really deep in as the Lord going to spawn up in the next 30. Onic has to respond onto this one. They're setting their sights up on this purple buff, but Aurora knows it's just a bait and they want them to come in.
Yeah, there's the Glorious Pathway set in and a free purple, a drive-by.
Demon Kite actually got it.
He did, yeah. He didn't even need the retry because they're holding on to the retry for the Lord in 10.
Lord, 10 seconds in, Battlefield's looking grim.
Battlefield's looking blue is what it is. Aurora somehow have found a way to regain control of the map, because say what you will about Kyrie and his control of the long lane, how well he reads the map and how much he knows that, all right, I'm 90% utility. I'll only really be killing people when the time is right. It's Aurora's just fundamentally this lineup working. Oh, here we go, the blind Glorious Pathway, the catch.
Good Terrify. Edwards caught in the middle. He's got a lot of rage though, and Renegade right on the back line. Gets away! Renegade with a big pull! A big pull, but Domen loses his life as Kyrie takes down the back line. No much damage dealing for Aurora.
That was a trade that no sane team engaging into a fight would want. You lose your gold laner, and you get nothing out of it. The free pickoff, Kyrie here coming in with Severo and Keyboy. Suddenly Aurora are thinking twice. Oh, but look at Demon Kite, look at Demon Kite, and the Glorious Pathway set in.
Gonna stun up on Edward. Renegade's trying to make a play. He's got main character energy right now. He wants to do something. This trap will not be enough as Kyrie takes down that Lord. They're looking for Edward. He won't be able to run out of this one. It's the onward Earth Shatter combo. It's Severo takes down a double. They're looking for more. They're trying to ramp up that tempo, but there's a fat wave into their face, into their face. Moving up on the top side though.
It seems like it's map-wide miscommunication for Aurora. Dom and Kite spend a good 10 seconds going, I'm gonna split push, no I'm not. I'm gonna take the Lord, no I'm not. And then he just comes back to the scene only to go back home, witnessing what happened to his boys Renegade and Edward. This is one more defense that I don't know if Aurora can survive. This is an evolved Lord, man. This is a hurt that hurts. This is a Lord that hurts.
Renegade Edward down 10 seconds. Go back, die! The window's open! All the King's horses and all the King's men from Onic Esports, they're crashing in. No domain kite for 50 seconds. Can they do it here?
And no ult on you, and the Lord still stands.
They're going for the base. They've got the Lord. They've got the Menace. They've got some Pharaoh's damage. And they're going for it, though. Down low, Onic Esports. They're fighting in.
Whoa!
Kyrie Assad's only left. But Aurora manages somehow. They survive. But Kyrie comes in just in the nick of time. It's a one-on-one, though.
Dom and Kite and Kyrie, a one-on-one like no other. It's Demon Kite, the smiling demon, says, not now, not here. Don't go into the light. Not peacefully. You go with a fight, and Kyrie just has to wait.
He's gonna execute us. It's 10 seconds to Domain Kite coming up online. Can he do it here? He's going in back. Shadow kill to the backside. He's going in.
The stun is over.
Retribution onto
the waves.
Oh! The minions cleared it out.
Kyrie knew what he needed to do. Kyrie understood the assignment, and there's only so much a lone demon could do to fend off the Sky Kings. Husky, how you feeling? Did you see that?
I cannot believe it.
I wanted to look away. I'm telling you, I wanted to look away.
I cannot believe what I just saw.
Unbelievable recovery for Onic Esports. First of all, Domain Kai probably played the game of his life, the game of the tournament for this tournament.
For a good 15 minutes.
For a good part of the game, and it just came down to that one fight. And who can blame him, right? In the heat of the moment, Leo, you were talking about Renegade, Hitman, right? Agent, Renegade, one last contract. Gets a flicker combo onto 3 cores. Domain Kai lands a SOD, gets stunned as he ported in. That was the downfall for Aurora. Split-second decisions. Onic somehow made it happen, and it came down to the head-to-head matchup between the Sky King and the Smile. Beatrix Zero probably, unless you go.
Hope everyone enjoys it here. Please follow the stream.
Claude? No, we haven't seen a Claude.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Claude, no.
It's tough on a lane against a Moskov because of the early game damage that Claude brings to the table.
I mean, the wildcard pick from MLBB PH was the Clint, right? And that has fallen out. That hero has disappeared.
It's here and there, the Clints.
Unless you want to go carry on this one. It has been picked one time before.
I mean, there is a high loss. You could think of it in that way.
That's right.
That's a Hilda, so maybe they want to go Hilda Jawhead again.
Clear the bushes, man. Just make sure they're not here.
I mean, if you're Onic, do you just hammer down on Domeng's hero pool right now?
Yes, you do.
Yep.
Oh wait, but you just choose. Again, I would not be surprised if only one of them was the ban for Domeng, and then the other is just another attack on the roam. Shingeki no Roamer.
So I feel like a good game to ban a Tigreal, right? Considering what...
Ban a Tigreal, ban a Badang.
Yeah.
Tigreal, ban Badang. I think Phovius as well might be a prio ban as well.
For Aurora, yeah.
For Aurora.
Take it away from Ludwig.
I think if you're Onic, you probably look at the Badang Tigreal ban.
Oh, we totally forgot about Kyrie.
Still has Hayabusa.
Yeah, Hayabusa, Joy. We haven't seen Alpha for a hot minute too.
Alpha?
Nah,
you
it's
think
not
the
gonna
Fredrin
be.
is a thing?
A little bit too slow for Kyrie's
Not for
taste.
Onic now. Not for Onic. Not like this.
Ain't no way.
Unless you go like Fredrin, Benedetta.
You know, Matilda is still up there, right? You still have a high loss as a flex.
Matilda got banned by Onic.
I've actually seen this draft before.
It is now.
I've seen this draft before. Ludwig often goes for the Loyi, the Loyi Arlot.
So Arlot.
Arlot, yeah, right. That was
very big, yeah.
That was how they won that one
diversion
game.
and then final slash.
Well, that would be the reaction after that.
Yeah, that was how they won that one game against Team Falcons yesterday, right? We did discuss about it. One of the playmaker.
So I was saying ban out the Jawhead because I think Aurora might want to go for that one. But there's still quite a bit of options left for Kyrie. Ban the Haya. And then Kyrie goes Ling.
You force him on the Ling?
Yeah.
Force him with the Julian.
Oh.
Give him the Julian.
It's your turn.
Make him play Julian.
Hey, picture this. Lucas,
Lucas,
jungle.
yeah, just crossed my mind. What if? What if?
Yeah, you can see Leo's face right now. He's
It's
just
so
like, ain't no way,
bad.
ain't no way.
Yeah, no, no,
bad.
please don't. I feel like if they end up with that pick, it's definitely not Kyrie's choice.
Yeah, it would have been like Adi saying, hey, what's left, man? This or Bane?
I'd pick Bane any day.
Oh, yeah, I'd pick Bane even if there was already a jungler.
Yeah, and then
That's
it's
just
a surprise
Oh,
daily catch.
They'd rather give him the Haya.
Huh. Okay. So Khalid's bad now. So that Tigro is still up. The Tigro, but
And the Badang.
It makes sense because they have the Hilda, so you know, Hayabusa non-factor for them. That's what Aurora wants to think.
But you are giving options to Onic too, right? Like this is going to be a trade scenario for Aurora. I guess they have the insurance policy of Hilda deals with the Hayabusa, and then Yue gets his Valentina. So regardless of what you take, we can steal it, we can use it against you.
Yeah, and Kyrie is compromised here. Like, what does he do? You have that clear solution. All this while, it's Dominkite they're protecting over in Aurora.
I'm surprised that they didn't even consider banning like one of Domin's heroes, right?
Matrix, 1-1.
I think they can deal with it. I think
Why one
Savero's
actually doesn't
confident.
Carry, what's going on?
Wait, Bruno's still around. Okay,
Bruno.
so we actually go to the Claude.
There it is.
0% win rate, 4 times picked.
Ain't doing too well, dude.
Ain't doing too well this time. Maybe Aurora might change this one.
Either it goes 20% or 0 after this.
Yeah, they didn't want to lose on the map. They didn't want to lose out on the quick rotation, so
They do need a backline engage, and I think Claude is sort of the answer. I've seen a lot of Claudes build up the Winter Crown instead of the Winter Nature instead.
Yeah, I guess it's like, oh, now we don't have the Moscow to play the map. Claude
right.
is like the second best option.
Yeah. So it could be like the Valentina, pick up the diversion and then throw it over to Claude and then just clear the lanes.
Play the macro, right?
Yeah. Because you need to match the tempo that Moscow brings. So Hayabusa, feeling confident, feeling good about that first game. Let's bring it up again.
Imagine they go chip.
Whoa!
Kufra!
So the high loss is going to be an EXP.
So the only other person, it's been picked 3 times, but the only other person we've seen on stream is
Ogwin,
Ogwin, right?
that's
Yesterday.
right.
2 games of Kufra. Absolutely smashed it.
Ogwin and Keyboy know each other very well. They put on that banger series in Manila. Rizal Memorial Coliseum. If you were there, you know they went 7 games.
Yeah.
And these two roamers, world class definitely. So yeah, I understand why they both want to do Kufra here. So what's left for Aurora? What's the roamer? What's the hitman gonna pick up?
But Dang is still
Badang,
up. Tigro is
Tigreal.
still up, yeah. Cho is still up.
Yeah, no, but look at that. Like, you're
But not
dashing.
against this, not against
There's no martial arts shenanigans afoot between these two chunky boys.
Badang might be good right here. The Tigro
Okay,
is what they go for.
the Renegade Classic. We go all the way back to the beginning, right? The beginning, the origins of the history.
There's just very little combo. There's just very little like synergy.
I mean, implosion into a blazing duet. That's solve what?
That's happening both very quickly and slowly at the same time.
You got a Soul Sever as well.
There's
so
a ramp
Demonkai
up, and
comes
then
in.
there's a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Demonkai comes in, clear things out as well. I think
This
the
is
damage.
best case scenario, right?
Best case scenario, right?
This is if Aurora can find it.
Yeah, which is not easy, but again, a lot of weight rests on Renegade's shoulders, right? And this definitely does, could be the final chance. Again, if they go down 0-2 here, it's going to be almost the end of the line. We're going to head into game 2 between Onic Esports and Aurora. May the best team wins. Guys, take it away.
The Northern Lights have yet to taste victory. Not a single game, not a single win in the Challenge Finals. Could this be it? With some big-ticket heroes, big-ticket picks up against Onic Esports, who's sitting at match point. Let's get into it. Game number 2. It all comes down to this. Will Aurora finally be able to say seize the win? Looking at the early rotations, Kyrie with this Hayabusa that clearly Aurora just allowed for him to get. Are they going to regret it?
You know, it's a new game. We'll see how things play out because right now the change in the draft for Aurora, picking up that Hilda, and I think they're not too worried about Hayabusa because the main target would have been Claude or would have been Valentina, but it's more difficult to get to them in the later stages of the game just because they're so mobile. Taking a look at emblems, nothing much really stands out. A lot of Blessing of the Wilderness, so a lot of mobility in the mid-game.
Plenty of rotations. Keyboy here down to a fifth of his health. Oh,
getting pushed back, forced 2 flickers, and Keyboy able to still get out safe.
Interesting, the use of that flicker. Something tells me Aurora felt they had it. Aurora thought they had it, but This is Keyboy. Something tells me he let through like a little mummy tape to survive with just a little bit more health like that.
Yeah, but to be fair though, that was a brilliant 9,000 IQ move by Keyboy, popping 2 flickers right off the bat so early in the game. But I think, you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained, like I always say.
Like you do always say. I can't wait for the next proverb. Renegade here, Sacred Hammer, hitting on the Kyrie. You know what? That XP lane investment, this pick on the Hilda, we haven't seen it pay off just yet. Edward hasn't rotated out of this lane.
Yeah, when you play Hilda, you really want to clear the lanes fast. We've seen how Flapteezy played it. We've seen how, you know, Kirk played it as well.
Get out of there,
They're not in their lane at all. They're always proxying that wave and going into a lot of these team fights. But Keyboy catches Renegade. He's the first one to fall. Kyrie picks up that first blood along with a shadow kill, keep himself alive and well.
That's a no-go. Non-starter. You can't even contest this turtle. Your opponents are up by almost 500 gold in the first 2 minutes. Kyrie can afford to slow roll this. He is going to go for his orange first. Demon Kite secures his purple, all the while Lutpi, the enforcer, just setting up.
Aurora looks like they're ready for this turtle as Demon Kite tries to push Lutpi back a little bit. He still has his Revitalize, he's holding on to it. Waiting for Kyrie to get in position, heal up a little bit of health, but Edward's a little bit deep right now. Lutpi, level 4, pops that corner pathway, gets followed, but Renegade pulls in the implosion, traps it in, taking 2 down and picking up that turtle from themselves.
Amazing turn, the soft reset on the turtle. Still Aurora locked in. Securing that win, securing that objective, and now quick diversion play on the Kyrie.
Over to Kyrie! Kyrie, where is he? Was he able to set? No, he fouled.
He's gone.
He's gone. No one can escape the 4-man engage right there.
It was so violent we weren't allowed to see it.
Right from that ambush, the bush ambush.
It's our parents covering our eyes like, oh look.
So it's easy to read if you're playing against a Hayabusa or like a Fanny, you know, the purple buff's getting spawned up. That's where you divert to, and I think that's how UA wants to play this. Just pick up the diversion. I can go anywhere on the map, and no bush is safe.
He held onto that. He sandbagged his version of the diversion, and this will put Aurora up by almost 2,000 gold. Let's talk about that gold lane matchup. So far, it's okay. It's looking good for Dominkite because he's able to double lane. He's able to like clear his wave, zoom out, BMI down, and
Nice little stun onto Lutpi underneath the turret, and Aurora picks up yet another one. Very, very early stages, 4 minutes and 2,000 gold lead. Very good news for you, but on that mid side though, looking like they want to funnel this Claude up into 2 lanes, but they're taking control of the jungle as well.
That's what you do. Grand Theft Orange. Demon Kite here stealing. Lutpi knows what's up. And there he is.
Gonna chase everyone out of the way, but Keyboy tries to get in for that flank, but they're taking in one. Kyrie falls again. Looks like the Hayabusa's a non-factor on this one. Gets pinned to that wall with the Tyrant's Rage, and Demon Kite takes down Keyboy, bagging yet another one. That's 1-6 for Aurora.
This is looking very similar to game number 1. I'd hate to be negative Ned, but you know, Aurora being in control is one thing, but then finishing the game and winning is another. Aurora taking that tier 2 in mid, now on the way to denying this purple away from Kyrie.
He's focusing fire on all these neutral objectives. Make sure that Kyrie has a very, very bad time in his own jungle. Not enough farm. Take a look at itemizations. It does look like Kyrie's yet to build anything halfway towards a Hunter Strike, but that's going to take a while more.
In that orange buff steal, Demon Kite decided to commit his retributions. He knows that Onic Esports should not contest, and that leads to a free turtle for the Northern Lights. This does propel them up to 4,000 gold here, 5 minutes into game number 2. So again, it's looking good. The diversion setup here. Sans, where y'all taking them? Long bush down bottom.
Aurora sees them coming. Edward, just a little tickle down the bottom side. They touch and they go. And Onic Esports struggling to find any open targets to pick off.
And then just like that, this opens up the other side of the map all the way. Renegade and Dominkite, clean take on tier 1.
Up in that T1 top. That is looking pretty red in the 6th minute of the game as the diversion being held onto by UA yet again. Looking out for the next diversion.
That's the definition of touch and go right there. If you mean by touch, ruin your objectives, and then go, meaning diversion off to the other corner.
That's right.
That's what you has been doing so far. 0, 0, and 5 here for about 90% of all the kills that Aurora have scored, approaching the 5K gold lead. Is this a fight waiting to happen? Because Renegade and Yue, it looks like they might be setting up a nice diversion here. Oh, they're bringing Demon Kite with them. Oh,
yeah. Just waiting into that bush. Aurora knows, and they're waiting. They want to see where Kyrie is.
There it is.
Diversion onto the backside. Oh! Kibo actually misses Kyrie's range. That's the opportunity for Aurora to hit. Dude able to narrowly escape death as Aurora picks up yet another neutral objective, pushing their economy up to 5,000.
that is Kyrie's objective. That was the purple once again. Demon Kite guilty. Multiple counts of Grand Theft Purple. And just in time for the retribution to get reset. This last turtle has Aurora's name on it. This turtle might as well wear an Aurora jersey.
Edward has dealt so much damage, topping the damage leaderboards as the next turtle is about to spawn up. Aurora looking to ride this high and try to ramp onto this aggression. They don't really need to contest for this turtle because they know that Onic Esports is unable to reach it just in time.
Yeah, no, and there's just not enough resources for Onic to contest. You saw how Keyboy missed that last ult, that jump on their own side of the jungle. If mechanics can make up for it, sure, but we're at the point where lane for lane, Onic is losing, so firepower is questionable. Follow-through is questionable. Everything is trivial for Aurora right now. They can just say, point and click, this is where we want to go, this is what we want to do. Even the orange ain't safe.
Oh, man. We're going again. Glorious Pathway, last-ditch effort to try to save it, but the Retribution will take it away. Demon Kite, yet another neutral objective. Kyrie still level 9. Demon Kite 3 levels ahead with 4 kills to his name. What can Onic do? You're down 5 kills. You're down 6,000 gold. What is the play here?
You mentioned, you forgot to mention the most important part, is you're down 4 turrets.
You're down 4 turrets too.
The map has been dealt permanent damage by Aurora. So what I'll tell you now is step 1, protect as much of the turrets as you can. Protect your holy shields up top. But that's going to be easier said than done because look, such a lot of pressure Aurora's putting on this bottom lane tier 2.
Yeah, you have someone so mobile like the Claude, but diversion play. 3 members try to sandwich onto Domain Kite. They find him, but that's a lot of damage onto Kyrie. The blazing duet will make its mark count. This Tyrant's Rage onto Keyboy in the
Dear
bush.
God!
4 members down. Severo narrowly escapes death, popping a flicker, making it a wipeout as Aurora clears this one out. Looking to clean things up early.
All right, Yue luckily had a flicker. A wipeout at 8.5 minutes. Aurora are feeling themselves. This is, it's 30 seconds to the next Lord. Not as good of a conversion as you would look for, but look at how they punished Onic Esports for diverting themselves into that bush, canceling it, and then pincer maneuvering. This is what I was talking about. Not enough firepower, not enough defensive power to even survive a play like that. It was all in.
Get another fight. Lut be able to escape death. They're knocked out by Keyboy, but no ulti. Just as of yet, and Aurora take down yet another big resource for Onic Esports. Again, Kyrie really struggling in this game. That answers the question. Let's just give out that Hayabusa.
Or nothing. It was all in or nothing. And yes, 9.5 minutes later, we do get the answer to my question. Will Aurora regret giving Onic Esports the Hayabusa? So far, the answer is no. So far, he's not doing anything. It's feast or famine, and it's currently famine. There's nothing.
Down?
Oh, did he get it? For the first time he did. All right, for the first time in like 2 minutes.
The first time in like 7 minutes. He's only got like the first 2 purple buffs, and then Aurora just living rent-free in Onic Esports' jungle, looking to go grab. That is something they want to stay in your stock charts.
Aurora, so close to everything that Onic Esports would like to call theirs. They're so close to the personal space of all the cores of Onic Esports. They know exactly what shade of blonde Kyrie is right now. You like that, huh?
I do. But you like the shade of red that King Kong is in.
Neither here nor there.
Right here.
Neither here nor there. They're popping holy shields. This is small victories for Aurora leading up to a massive win. This is a Lord that don't jump, man. This is a level 1 Lord.
Aurora's pathway already laid down. Just try to slow the engage. But Aurora is everyone that map. Domain Kai looking to take down the 2-3 on that top side. Everything's taking very, very slow. It's literally taking a little bit too much damage. Huge explosion, but Renegade pushing all of them back. Then Hell breaks loose as Demon Domenkai puts out another blazing duet. Almost all 4 members fall as Aurora take what they can and leave.
All right, for the first time in this 11-minute game, Onic Esports actually get a winning trade.
There's another one.
Whoa, wait!
There's a huge battle down in mid-side, though. Luffy finally takes down Demon Kite. 2 members down. It's a big turnaround for Onic Esports. They're leading the charge, though. They don't want to take too much. They take down 3, and that's enough for them to keep themselves afloat as of now.
Collectively, thousands of people watching are scratching their heads. Why that close? Why that gung-ho? Why the lack of respect for those major objectives, those turrets, the damage that Onic Esports can be playing with? Sure, you're like 7, 8K ahead, but you're still in someone's base. Kyrie trying to get out of here, leading to negative gains. All right, still negative gains on that Lord take.
Negative gains on that one. Keyboy with a huge catch onto Domain Kite. Mom's the winner nature just in the nick of time just to try to get himself safe as well. But as of now, Onic Esports, they're leading the charge just like that from 8,000 to 6,000. And it looks like Onic knows his place, their place in this game.
All right, folks, let's not forget, despite Aurora's amazing first 10 minutes, they're still playing against the dominant force that is Onic Esports, the tyrants out of Indonesia. They won 4 seasons in a row, back to back to back. And don't get us wrong, yes, they did change their gold laner, but Luffy was part of that run. So 4 out of 5 players know exactly what it's like to be in a high-pressure situation like this, to be down almost 10,000 gold in 10 minutes and to slowly crawl back.
Big blunder causing Onic Esports to turn around and breathing some signs of life now as the Lord spawns up. This is the 12-minute Lord that we're talking about. Aurora still has the upper hand, but Onic Esports just needs Keyboy to make one big play.
And he can. Something tells me he can. He has a flicker off of cooldown. Savero waiting for his flicker as well. And there's a diversion from behind. Look at Kyrie and Keyboy.
They're not showing themselves just yet. They see 2, but they don't know where Kyrie and Keyboy is. Aurora just scrambling. They're not checking anything as of now. Keyboy knocks him down, throws out that word, heals himself back up to full. Onic, they don't want to risk too much. They're in too deep. Luffy, they start things off, but Edward trying to lock out all exits. Demon Kite, easy Lord take on this one. Onic Esports, they don't want to waste any more resources.
All right. They knew they were going to lose that Lord take, but I don't know if they well orchestrated that fat wave down bottom and that push in mid. Slowly but surely, Onic Esports are now making a dent on the map. So, slow and steady, baby steps. This is how they won game number 1. I don't know if history's going to repeat themselves. Not so soon, not so quick, but so far, Aurora back in control, back in the driver's seat. It's a much smaller lead now. We're looking at about 5,000, 6,000. But every minute this game goes a little longer, Onic Esports' comeback is going to be all the more a reality. Can Aurora stay in control? Can Aurora do this, but with a little bit more finesse?
Lord making a charge down mid. Aurora's pathway really laid down. They made a mark. Keyboard with a huge jump onto Menkai. They're looking to make it a mark. The SOD goes wide though. They want to take down that Lord. They don't want to risk too much. Renegade still holding on to that explosion after all that fight.
Anyone who's watching Domenkite all sighed a breath of relief because he was about an inch away from getting hit by an SOD and sent down to his base for a respawn. That was a clutch dodge, but all right, so far so good. Aurora, successful siege, didn't end the game, but at least did not give anything over to Onic. They're now looking at a 6,000 gold lead for sure as they reset, recover, regroup for this next Lord.
Receiving into the late game, Keyboy's hitting the right targets. Domenkite has a big red mark on his back. And Keyboy
hope everyone enjoys it here. Please follow the stream.
Onic Esports has every bit of opportunity to turn this around like they did in game number 1. Seems like deja vu to me.
Hoping that what happened in game 1 isn't the case, because that just means you never learned your lesson. So the way that Aurora are playing now looks a little safer, looks a little more deliberate. You know, they're keeping it close to their chest. The only real streak that we're looking at is on Domenkite, rather Demonkite. They have to figure that out. I swear to God, I hope this doesn't happen in MPL. But you're looking at a lead that's also on Edward. If they shut down Edward, then they're losing more than just a ward. They're losing a good amount of peel, and one of the reasons why Xavero can't just go in. He's a legit threat to Xavero.
You know, it's not that Aurora can't close things out, but it's Xavero and Sans who likes these congregations of people coming into their base. They just need to free hit, spam their skills from that backside, these gatherings, these, you know, coagulations of red blood cells. I don't know where I'm going with this.
You can put the thesaurus away. You can put it away, dude.
But as of now, 2 seconds till Lord spawns up. Does look like Onic Esports desperately need this. It's not the 18-minute Lord yet. It's not the Evolved Lord. But Aurora still has the upper hand. They had the upper hand for a long, long while. But they desperately need to try to clear things out, especially in the base.
So they did take care of that long lane. They sent over that fat wave, and they're using the Lord as a bait. They're threatening Onic Esports. Hey, if you're not going to do anything about this, we're going to get another Lord. What are you going to do, Lutpi? Now, San sending over a fake diversion. No one home. Edward spotted it. And just like that, they have to pay attention to Xavero. Xavero's doing what Dominicite was doing in game 1.
So the long wave. Don't need to bother him. Keyboy catches. Makes a stun. UA down low, forced to pop a flicker. Dominicite comes in with the blazing duet. Explosion on the 2. Huge play by Renegade. With Xavero though, still tackling down the top side. UA forced to retreat. Try to contest for this one. But every save and grace, every trade that Onic makes is crucial at this point.
And that's going to be 2 defenders. Make it 3. Can Xavero go home? No, he can't. It's over.
It's targeted for the base. Aurora wants to end this right here and right now, taking us to a game 3.
The Northern Lights are finally on the board. Their first win in the Challenge Finals. We're going to game 3.
Just winning by a hair's breadth. So many close calls. Dominicite living with 1 HP. You say the same for UA as well. All thanks to that early lead that they have built up to net, like Leo said, their first ever game win in the SPS Challenge Finals group stage. And we did see a bit of hesitation from Xavero, right? Cancelling his recall twice and forgetting that there was a wave coming down mid. Still, this is what makes this series interesting. And they shall deliver. We get a game 3 and Aurora had to earn it.
That was by no means Xavero's fault. Like, he was doing the right thing with what they were working with. And it's not like he couldn't go home. It's not like he canceled the recall. It's because UA was threatening him. UA was like, all right, you back off now. You let go of this turret from a mile away or else I'll kill you, because he is ahead. Look at this. What's the goal difference? 8.7 to 13, right? But he was alone. Yeah. Mind you, he was alone with a turret there. So there's no way he was going to kill UA.
I think Xavero held on to the SOD just because he knew that he could backdoor, but he wasn't expecting UA to come back to clear things out as well. But from that last fight, though, it was just the gold lead was just way too far away, and Onic was not tanky enough to take down whatever there's left of Aurora coming in.
Yeah, you see the amount of plays that Kiba was able to make, right? The insane catches onto heroes like the Claude. He was like, UA Valentina, he was 10 miles away, and they still got onto him. They just wish they had that extra injection of damage from Kyrie, who was probably the only member able to follow up with the quad shadows. But his gold difference between him and Demonkite has been 3,000 for the majority of the game. And the item speaks for itself, right? They needed a bit more, but still, the fact that the game lasted this long, the total kills, it doesn't tell you the full story. Onic held on for longer than Aurora would have liked.
And the same goes for the gold lead. You know how dominant Aurora was, right?
Yeah.
14 to 10, that's 10 kills between you. And what, barely 2 or 3 turrets before that final push up top for Xavero? But there was just like 4K between them. That's what made me think, hey, Xavero's getting farm. It's just that they're not putting him in the right situation to free hit and make up for that lost time in the mid game. So with that said,
Rhythm of Joy. I don't know where we're going with this one, but hey,
it's musical references, by the way.
The symphony is playing. It's all looking good. I don't know. I want to see a Joy in this round. I think it's a build up to what that would be, but at the end of all of this, I think, you know, Aurora actually somehow managed to break the code and understand how Onic Esports likes to operate. If Kyrie's out of the picture, then it's all W for us.
So the Harry goes through again for Onic Esports. Onic still have the jungler that they haven't revealed, right?
Exactly, that's what I said, right? Just keep Demon Kite on the Suyo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Aurora, the third game on the Suyo, so he only plays Suyo this series. And for Onic, the question is that do you pick your jungler third? Or do you put Kyrie on the back burner again?
Like Joy Now.
Yeah.
Joy Now.
Do you do that, right? Because you already saw the Harith.
If you join now, best believe there will be like 3 Athena shields on the other side.
But to be fair, actually, Hayabusa might work out on this one. The difference is Aurora doesn't have control of the Hilda. The Onic now has the upper hand in terms of the map rotation, tempo setting, especially right from the get-go with the Hilda alone.
Here's the thing. The Hilda in Game 2 didn't really bother Kyrie so much. I mean, it wasn't an impact.
Empowered the rest of the team to do that. And Edward had the highest damage dealt into the mid-game as well. Yeah. But I think this one, jaw hit would have been... no, it was the Cho.
I was thinking of the
jaw hit or Cho, yeah.
So this is confirmed XP Hilda, Keyboy on that Cho in Rome.
It's feeling good.
So yeah, no, if it's up to Aurora, again, they'll just let through the Hayabusa. Make my day. Take it.
It's a little bit of a tricky situation now that you don't have any heroes to deal with it.
Yeah, you actually
Unless you want to pick up Tigro once again.
Yeah, I think if you're on it, you definitely am not looking at Joy anymore, right?
Yeah.
Then you need to pick a mage, and there's no physical damage.
Yeah, again, just a simple Radiant Armor, simple Athena Shield. Bob's your uncle, but that means Aurora might even ban the Hayabusa. And then now what?
Alpha? That's your next best choice?
Is it though?
We haven't seen Alpha in a hot minute.
I know, we
King
haven't.
Kong would have rather picked, what was that? Nolan.
Nolan, yeah.
I mean, why not?
You know what? Maybe you should ask whoever wins this game.
Actually,
What happened to Alpha?
I understand where Husky is going with this, because if you are facing against a Hylos, and Alpha would deal true damage and it wouldn't really bother you, but if you really, you know, as we say in Singapore, die want to go for a Hayabusa or some assassin, just for higher mobility, higher lane clearing, then you really need to find someone to handle the long wave. And now Onic Esports doesn't have that control of the long wave, so it might have been a Hayabusa or a Joy. Not a Joy, because too much magic damage.
But I do agree, but I do like the Farsa ban, right? Because we did see the Farsa and Harith in Game 1, and again, the biggest threat to Domain Kite wasn't really Hayabusa, it was the plethora of magic damage from Onic. So this adjustment definitely gives Domain Kite a bit more breathing room in these fights to free hit. Tigro ban from Onic, a lot of respect as well after Game 2.
So do they ban the Vex?
Ah, yeah,
or the
actually.
Valentina?
Only love.
Is this
They banned
Sicilian?
Sissy, right? Sicilian.
Just as bad of range, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all the rangy heroes. So
If you
no
want-
Yve, no artillery mages at all.
There's Xavier.
Xavier?
I mean, that's probably like the next in line if you want to go down that route.
Yeah.
Not then we go back to back. So Aurora.
The safer choice.
This is a utility mid, by the way. There's not much damage on Aurora. So Onic Esports definitely need to think about who they put in the jungle, very specifically.
So the only physical damage jungler next in line is definitely Haya, right?
Haya or Nolan?
Haya Nolan, yeah.
Hi, Nolan.
I feel like you much prefer having the Haya than Nolan.
Yep.
But you need the iframes though, because Nolan doesn't have the iframes, especially from Demon Kai. If you want to single target onto him,
He gets on top of you, you're dead.
yeah, that's right.
You like iframes? How about Lancelot?
Yeah,
Lancelot.
Lancelot. Link also has iframes. If you go
The
Link,
signature Kyrie in the flesh.
signature Kyrie.
He is him.
the Kai.
The Kai.
That's
The Kai
Carl,
call.
That's Carl Tease.
Yeah. It's kind of.
Lancelot is Kyle.
Let's fight to our heart's content.
Oh, what?
Oh, okay, alright.
Pure death ball
That's an
combination.
XP. That's an XP lane.
So this is
Lucas.
straight out like run in your face.
Yeah.
Like you
Proper
want,
one, yeah.
Death ball, and especially with the artillery missile from Moskov right from the back line.
then the Pharaoh
just
right. The amount of splash
hit.
damage you have.
So it will be the Nolan. Will be the Nolan.
Because you can't Haya. If you Haya, the moment you go Shadow Kill, you just
Nether
put
Realm.
some-
Yes, Nether Realm.
Yeah.
Their hands are tied, right? This is essentially the best out of the worst, as in the best option out of the remaining pool.
Yep.
And even then, it doesn't solve the problem of how do we deal with a Nether Realm, Revitalized, Glorious Pathway.
It seems like lane to lane Aurora has won.
Yep.
I would dare say the draft is looking good for them, but how about execution? It's still up there, you know, like they dropped the ball game 1, they did well to finish game 2, but
Yeah, I mean, a common theme on Stream B thus far has been the draft decides majority of the game, right? The draft is the one that dictates the result. This one, seems like he's heading down that route, so we'll see. Can Aurora execute, or will Onic come back and win it all at the end? Churros, Leo, stage is yours.
And this game is up for grabs. All of the marbles on the line. Who's gonna take it? Will Aurora finally taste victory for the first time in a series-long bout against one of MPLID's finest in Onic Esports? We're about to find out.
Circling back to the draft, it does look like, yes, I agree with you, Aurora has a very, very solid draft, but Onic likes to play these pick-off heavy combos, these pick-off heavy compositions, and I see no difference from Onic Esports. They're feeling confident, they're feeling good about themselves, then they go for it. But in the mid lane, though, Keyboy taking a little bit too much damage, forced to back away. As of now, I think the play for this time is try to go ham just a little bit more.
Yep, if you're Onic Esports, that's one of the main things you can do, since you know you're losing lane per lane, at least for a majority of your roll-to-roll picks. What you do is when you find that state of vulnerability, that little window, you go for it like this!
Ooh, Demon Kite narrowly escapes death. Ludwig has a very, very fast mobility, so they have to watch out for that. A little bit of a risky play, trying to steal whatever they can from their opponent's jungle.
All right, so Kyrie put that small cap up top away from Demon Kite. Demon Kite looking for where he can make that up right now, since he just hit level 4. Renegade doing what Hilda would do, just like bothering Kyrie. What you gonna do about it? I'm a big Hylos.
It's a trade on trade now. Aurora on Esports desperately trying to get into each other's homes, desperately trying to find a little bit more information of where everyone is before the next turtle spawns up.
10 seconds before this major objective comes in. Lutpi isn't able to rotate as quickly. This is the same kind of situation that we saw with Edward earlier, but it never really bothered the junglers, right? Check it out. Demon Kite first here, but Kyrie already there, ready to steal.
Yeah, that's a 2-on-4 members down the turtle pit. Kyrie doesn't need this turtle at all. He wants to take down as much resources to maximize his farm as early as he can. Demon Kite slowly but surely picking up this turtle. First turtle over the side of Aurora.
Demon Kite is aware of the shenanigans that went afoot, the skullduggery, the chicanery that happened within his purple buff. So he saved the retribution. Let's see if he secures this one.
Yue taking a lot of damage, heavy fire down. NetherRealm just in the nick of time, throws pathway, get everyone else safe. NetherRealm gives everyone a second bit of life as a Demon Kite does not actually get the purple buff. It goes over hands off Yue.
Yeah, no, I would assume, just said Yue, just take it. He is saving it for this buff right here. I guess that still puts us at equilibrium. Like, you know, Kyrie lost one, Demon Kite lost one, and then they still got the turtle, so eventually. But those rotations are costing Aurora. Onic Esports are still up now by almost 1,000.
Because Kyrie has been slowly farming. He doesn't really care about the neutral objectives. You spend so much time dancing around the same objectives. Why not? Let's just pick up whatever you left out in your jungle. You can have the turtle. You can have the neutral objective.
And this all affects the gold lane. Check it out. Very quiet, that is. Demon Kite and Savero. Expect that past the 10-minute mark, Demon Kite will always be away. He will have to rely on that SOD. And now look at this. Onic Esports closing the gap.
Demon Kite in a spot of bother right there. Getting pushed back. Glorious pathway trying to block up all exits. Renegade comes in, try to clear things out. Edward as well. But they just having a drive-by, ordering what they can and getting out of the way. No one falls as of now. 0-0 is the scoreline.
Yep. Clerk at the window said, "Sir, the NetherRealm is unavailable. Would you like to try our next branch?" He said, "No, never mind. We'll fight the next one." Good read by Onic Esports. Again, Sans himself, a Faramis main in the day. Great read on situation.
Yeah, it's all about understanding Keyboy's movements, Keyboy's setups, and they know that Domain Kite has a huge red flag on his back, and Onic Esports is going to exploit that whatever they can. Turtle spawning up. It's only Keyboy and Lutpi around this turtle.
Easier said than done. He has a Purify, so once Keyboy finds it, it's another loop that he has to go through. Edward 1-on-1 with Lutpi, while Keyboy is playing footsies with 2. Oh no!
Topside though, Domain Kite gets taken out by Kyrie for first blood. Take the turtle, Kyrie says. It's not your problem. I'm taking your gold laner.
Purify this, says Kyrie. That's damage straight to the face, and now Aurora with the Revenge Squad.
Savero is Spot of Bother able to dance out there, narrowly almost escaping death, but eventually getting taken out. A goal for gold.
All right, Keyboy though, behind enemy lines. They don't seem to be done. Kyrie and Demon Kite still fighting it out. Here comes Keyboy.
From the rack around, he desperately needs that Demon Kite.
Oh, the
kick back!
That's the round!
Saves it just a nick of time. Keyboy walked a little bit too deep right there.
I don't know what kind of boots he's wearing right now. Oh, it's the full boots. That's why. He fully built his boots. He was able to make it towards Demon Kite to save him. Oh, here we go.
Sabero getting stunned up. Does have his ulti, but wants to hold it in. Aurora now knows Onic Esports is getting a little bit too desperate right now. Lippy pulled underneath the turret. One more hit might be able to go down, but the bush actually heals him back up. So Lippy's safe for now. But at the end of all of this, Onic Esports, that was a very, very greedy play. But Keyboy, speaking of which, taking down Domain Kite. Redemption is best served cold.
That is veterancy at play. He knows how much Domain Kite wants to get away with, and Keyboy jumped in on the opportunity. Is Yue going to be fine?
Lippy's taking a little bit too much damage in the bottom mid side, but Yue able to escape. Doesn't have the net round just as of yet. Keyboy gets taken out right here. Demon Kite gets back, but yeah, I think that's the instant replay right here.
Oh, that's the replay, okay.
Yeah.
Look at that save. Ooh. The save was amazing. Again, folks, for those who don't know and who are just checking in suddenly, that's how that's how NetherRealm works. It's space-based. So in a radius around the user, around Paramis, is where the extra life comes from.
You just have to walk back, and Demon Kite just touched the collision box, and that's all he needs. On the bottom side, Domain Kite actually slowly pushing down that wave. Renegade lays down the red carpet to desperately steal away this turtle, but on the backside though, NetherRealm pops up. SOD lands on that flank. Doesn't want to make a move. Savaro is the first one down. Keyboy wants to run out of this messy skirmish. It's Onic Esports. They take what they can and move out of the way. And Aurora feeling heck strong. Oh, Kyrie though, it's taken out by Edward.
Great flank by Abun Jing Jing. Keyboy with a kick.
Underneath the turret, doesn't look like Edward will fall, but Keyboy a little bit too deep. Waiting for that right time. Aurora just taken down the T1s and then taken out Keyboy as well. Lippy desperately trying to get some redemption, get some revenge for his teammate, but he's a little bit too deep. Gets stunned up, locked out. The Revitalize won't save him at all.
Edward on the Lucas, a revelation. So sustainable, the damage so reliable. The amount of CC, the kind of CC he brings. Making the most out of these pincer maneuvers. So far, Aurora now 2,000 gold up, allowing for them to ramp up into the late game with amazing wins. With impunity, they're able to rotate in the lanes here. And look, Domain Kite taking his tier 2 down what?
This man is the problem for sure. Oh, SOD lands on top onto Kyrie, but he won't be able to go for this. He won't risk it. But Domain Kite is a man on a mission. He wants to take down all of these base.
Chudos, you don't know me. I'm going to press SOD. I'm going to dash over there. It's a quick rotation.
It might.
His teammates are nearby. They could rotate near him. And Yue has a NetherRealm off of cooldown, which, by the way, he's ready to use defensively or offensively. And they're using this to just make this lead grow even bigger. Approaching the Lord timer here, upper quarter. It looks like, yeah, Aurora's not going to waste any time. Look, there's 4 of them rotating up top.
Making beeline over to the Lord Pit. Onic Esports can still contest for this if they play their cards right. It's 2,000 gold behind, but every move matters. Look at where Kyrie is. He wants to wait for a right opportunity, though.
Oh, wait, what? Domain Kite's bullying him.
Oh, the fracture, though. It's a one-on-one. Domain Kite gets felled by Kyrie, gets slain. Now, we sound the alarm. Edward wants some revenge. Don't take down my gold lane. That's what he says. Demon Kite gets felled as well. No jungle for both teams as they want to push for this Lord objectives.
They were once teammates, Kyrie and Edward. And look where they are now. Onic Esports kicking Aurora out of that push.
Yue out of the picture as well. It's 4-2, 4-3. Renegade running for the hills. Too much damage from Sabero as of now. Renegade falls. Edward's next on a chopping block. No more beast form. And then Edward wants to charge back in, try to get as much damage as he can to get his beast form up and ready, but getting pushed out away by Sans. Waiting for Kyrie to get back in action. to blitz this Lord down.
All right, both junglers are on the map. They can take their time. SOD thrown out, no one home. Purple
Goes
buff
wide.
secured first. And they're going to see Lutfi here in this bush. Lord here now at half health.
It's fight of lifetime. Lutfi goes in for the back, taking a little bit too much damage. Kyrie steals that Lord. Lutfi falls in process. A worthy sacrifice for that fight. Edward out of the charge over a key boy. Severo on chopping block. Has Zai set. Demon Kite will take that kill. But no matter, the Lord goes over the hands of Onic.
Great trade by Aurora. They do lose long term. They had to concede the Lord over, but they are stealing so many buffs, so many camps. Even that turret up top is gonna fall. They're gonna pop this holy shield up top, and even mid's going to suffer. Great recovery by Aurora.
UA taking a little bit too much damage, but as long as Aurora stays at 5, they will be difficult to break down. Laying down the carpet once again, slowing everyone, slowing the advance of that Lord as well. SVD lands, but does not matter. Lutfi getting pulled back on the backline though. Demon Kite will take control of Sans. Lutfi running away, but Demon Kite finds his eyes, sets his sights up on Sans on the backline. Demon Kite leaving charge on the Severo. That's a chopping block, taken out again. That's a double kill for Demon Kite. NetherRealm will keep everyone safe. They're looking for all the turrets, but where is Kyrie? On that backside, Renegade wants to find his mark, wants to find a stun onto Kyrie. Fracture will keep him safe.
This is a
We've
win.
seen this once before. Edward, we're buddy. Hey, buddy, where are you going? We're hometown heroes. Back in Bataan. Where are we going now? Oh, what was that?
It was two players at the peak of their performance, the greatest of all time in the roles, refusing to just give it to the other. Both of them had to go. No one was going to be left standing.
From friends to rivals to a friendly rival, I should say.
Aurora did not win completely, not clean. But all right, let's throw it all the way back to the winning moment from game 1 and then remind everyone that this could be possibly a reverse sweep, all right? That moment right there could have been just but a chapter in this long-term storytelling for Aurora to get the recovery of a century on one of the strongest teams in the world right now in Onic.
Speaking of which, they're not far behind in Onic. They feel hope in this fight. It's not over yet.
You know what? All weekend long, yeah, I'll say it's a weekend. Any day that you play MLBB professionally is a weekend. Severo hasn't been playing well. This is the least stellar performance we've seen him on any gold laner, a meta gold laner at that. 0-4. He couldn't get anything.
It's difficult because Demon Kite is always there. But speaking of Domain Kite, it always makes me confused of the name, but 0-4 and 9 as well. So gold laners this game not feeling well. But no one's feeling well. UA actually popping up Purify, just narrowly escaping death as Kyrie.
SOD!
The SOD comes in. Domain Kite in the picture right now, going for Lutfi. There's a 3-man onto the NetherRealm. Lutfi will fall next. Network taking charge of that back line. They want this first win. Kyrie taking a little bit too much damage as well. Will be able to escape death, but just for now, they might be able to win this. 20 seconds, what do you say?
That's the call. The call is endable.
It's just a better Kyrie against the world. It's Aurora, the Northern Lights. They're seeing hope in their eyes for their first game win. 2-1 to Aurora.
Aurora have found their footing. Lights up, sees the win. 2-1. This is the cleanest we've seen Aurora in weeks.
Yeah.
We've seen M6, I'd say, right? Even the challenge stage didn't look as clean
since the grand finals of MPL.
Since the grand finals of MPL PH. I mean, it's definitely a hard loss for Onic Esports. I mean, this entire series is feels like a whole wrestling arc, right? Game 1, Game 2, both teams throwing calculated punches and jabs, looking for the KO punch. Game 3, they were slogging it out. They were going for the jabs. They were just going for whatever illegal takedowns you could think of in an MMA match. But at the end of the day, Aurora proved that whenever there's darkness, there's going to be light.
For all the Aurora haters, it's like you watched Game of Thrones and then they changed writers mid-season. Because suddenly they're winning! Suddenly they're in the shape of their life, and it seems like it's Onic who has to go back to the drawing board.
I think a lot of people would, at some point, would be thinking that this is the Aurora that we all knew. This was a Demon Kite that everyone knew, right? Edward on this Lucas 9-1. Haven't seen such a powerful Lucas game, completely shutting down Onic, who wants to be in Aurora's face. What can Savero do? What can Kyrie do? Nothing.
Edwards Lucas is so scary. I was afraid that he would bite me. It was that good. Like, he was jumping through walls, flickering and killing dudes. I mean, numbers-wise, he should be the MVP. But I think Demon Kite is a man-possessed.
Yeah.
He is Suyo right now.
But to be fair, I think Edward played a heck of a game, using the Lucas to his full potential. He doesn't care about the front lines. He just wants to take down Sans. He just wants to take down Savero, and he did a heck of a good job. It's 9-1. But all said and done, Aurora reminds me of this one team. This entire lineup is basically a Ube strategy from Walmart. What do you say?
From Walmart?
It's a different Ube strategy. Without you just swap out the Estes for the Faramis, and everyone just goes ham into it.
It makes sense. Like 3 out of 5 dudes came from Blacklist International.
Right? Yeah.
I can see how that works. Yeah.
Yeah, it was something that when Aurora was formed, people were like, this does bring us back to a little bit of that Blacklist flavor,
yeah,
right?
So that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So play it to your strengths, play it to something that you're comfortable with achieving. Don't really need to care too much about the meta. We make our own meta count.
And it's pretty interesting when you look at the Aurora members and Onic members, right? We didn't really get to talk about, to establish this at the start, but Aurora, you have members who are fresh, and then you have those who have won it all at the highest level, right? So you think about it, it's like a good mix of new and old. This game close, I would say it's Aurora dominant for a majority of it. Edward, like Leo said, MVP of the game.
That's right. He got that dog in him. He's a little pit bull. Well, no. Like a bulldog. There you go. Let loose. And interestingly enough, the 2 players who performed the best here in this series are their 2 veterans, are their 2 champions. MPL champions, world champions, MSC champions. It's them that they have to rely on to find their footing again.
Yeah. That, and also it reinforces the whole idea of is Savero making an impact? The one game that he was shut down, you see that stark difference, right? Didn't get to play the game at all. You could say the same for Domain Kai, but overall, at the later stage, Domain Kai was able to come online, not Savero. The big part of it is just Edward. He sees the Harif, he just dog on it.
Yeah, Savero got checked here. So none of us are saying that Savero doesn't deserve to be on Onic Esports. It's just, when it comes down to it, situations like this.
But to be fair,
what else does he have to pull out?
Savero actually played a hell of a good game. I'm not doubting his skill, not one bit. I think it was all down to the draft. Like, what are you going to do with a Harith? Once you build on an Athena shield and you're a Lucas and you turn into your beast form, there's nothing much you can do to run away from a Lucas that's constantly hunting you down.
Actually, none of them built Athenas.
Yeah.
It did come down to that. So it really was just Aurora understanding the fundamental situation of, yeah, logically he's not dealing enough damage. He can't fight us. Don't build Athenas.
Yes, he can't kill us, right? He still has to go to the Nether Realm. He has to deal with a Hylos and a Lucas. And at the same time, it also goes back to like what Onic chose in the draft, right? We said that this Harry pick kind of locks out the joy completely. That might have made some variations, but we would only find out in an alternate universe. This entire game, I think credits to Onic. Them keeping themselves in the game, big part of it also came down to the veteran, right? Keyboy, Kyrie, the veteran sees the foresight to extend the game when it felt like all hope was lost.
Yeah, this was actually one of the fights. So Edward, no beast form, and both of these friends turn rivals or having a friendly rival.
It's an anime moment right there.
Yeah, I mean, like, even without beast form, he solo killed Kyrie, right?
Yeah.
It really
you know
does
what
show.
would make it better? Is Suyo in it, because I've read rumors of Naruto. So you got the Sasuke versus Naruto kind of grand battle right there. That would have been the icing on the cake. You know
I love Spy X Family.
yeah. My favorite anime, yeah. I've had Sakamoto days. You know? He got the QB in him.
My Shiranui.
We actually have my Shiranui.
Yeah, we actually do.
Amazing work by Aurora here. It took a lot. You guys know exactly what's going on with this team online, right? They got blasted, not just by Filipino fans, but Aurora's all around the world. So now here today, is this not a statement?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's really crazy because it's been such a long time since you see a team taking so much heat with every single loss. It's just essays after essays where people became like essay writers at one point, right? Just paragraphs after paragraphs, questioning everyone. Oh, it's Renege's fault. It's, Master the Basic. What is he doing with the draft? But at least this one restores some hope. doesn't guarantee Aurora into the playoffs, but at least they're still in it for the running. Let's talk to the smiling Demon, because we have him online to talk about this first series win. Demon Kite with us. Finally, first series win. How's everyone feeling over there at JB?
It feels so good to win because the last 2 matches we lost, so yeah, it feels very good.
All right, Kite, I have a question for you. What did you guys do last night? What did you talk about? What changed? Because today you finally won against Onic Esports nonetheless. What did you guys do to change your performance here today?
I think our past 2 games was just, how do you say that? I think we're a bit overwhelmed, and also our preparation. I think there's something wrong on the preparation, so we fixed it today, and yeah, we just won against Onic.
My question is pretty simple. We're moving on to the next stage, and Aurora is in a very tricky spot. What are you doing to prepare yourself up for big matches? You got Falcons, Philippines, you got Evo's Holy. Is there any preparations in mind? How do you feel?
For us, I think we just have to play our best, and then we'll just see the results, because I think no matter how we prepare, it's just us versus us. So yeah, we just have to see.
Yeah, I want to kind of hone in on that, right? Because I know this victory means a lot to you and the entirety of Aurora. It's been such a long time since you guys have such a big win. But how do you guys sort of navigate all that online chatter about Aurora, all those questions, all those doubts? Like, it must be tough, right? How do you guys manage that expectations coming into every game?
I think the whole team is just not using social media right now.
That's good. That's good.
So we just, review some games, then yeah, just ignore the social media.
As you
Focus on your
should.
gameplay. Just focus on yourself.
As you should. That's why you're not looking at my messages, huh?
Leo was super stressed out, like he couldn't sleep yesterday. We were talking to Leo yesterday until today. Before you guys won, he was stressed out of his mind. But I mean,
It was like...
yeah, he was walking off set like he.
Jokes aside, guys. Jokes aside. I'm super happy that you guys are dealing with the pressure and the hate online very well, and now you won. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Real quick, how do you like the meta? Since you guys are getting a better grasp at it, what are your comments on the current meta game?
I think the meta right now is really good. It's just balance. I think the meta right now is balance, and I think no one has the advantage right now on the meta. I think everyone is just fair, and whoever is the best team wins.
Yeah, comes down to just skills, right? Skills and preparation. So, Demon Kai, before we let you off, do you have any words to all the Aurora fans that have stayed by your side the entire time?
To all the Aurora fans, thank you so much for supporting us, and we'll see you guys on our next match.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see more of you guys. 2 more games tomorrow, but for now you can. Thank you very much. Get some good rest.
Thank
We
you.
see you soon.
See you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that's the key. All right. Anybody start blasting y'all? Just
just don't look at it.
get
Don't
off
look at it.
social media.
I can tell. Speaking from experience, it helps, right? You go on a detox. You just ignore that online space. Go out, touch grass, do whatever you want. Spend time with your friends and family. It does help. Maybe that's the key, right? Like Aurora, this is not a short journey, right? It took a couple of months to get back to where they are. Let's take a look at some updates. Stream C, Evo's Holy coming out on top, taking down Falcons Esports from Myanmar. And this is the opponent that Aurora has to face off against tomorrow too.
I think Falcons, no, Aurora lost to Falcons.
Falcons, yeah.
And then they're going to be facing up against Evos next.
And then Team Falcons PH
and
after
then
that.
Onic ID won against Falcons. So it's anyone's game.
It's like a...
It's a
It's a
mix-up.
triangle.
It's a mix-up in Group B.
It's like a paper, scissors, rock kind of situation.
I mean, we say Group A is a group of death, but I think the actual group of death right now is Group B. But for now, we are going to go to break. That concludes our second series of the day. But don't go anywhere, because after this, we got another banger. Bigatron Alpha, the robots against Flash Singapore after this break.
Thank you so much for always supporting me. I always see your comment, from Fishkin. Really thanks for always supporting me.
Iron Sick ngeri idola MM. Lah, gak ada.
Bukan itu lah, aku nggak jago soalnya.
Tawag dito. Kasi para sa amin kasi positivity is everything. So, lahat ng napagdadaanan namin, matalo man kami or manalo, nandun pa rin yung happiness namin kasi na-experience namin yung tournament. And yun, looking forward kami sa mga next tournament namin kasi alam namin babawi kami.
Actually, dati pa namin gustong makatapat yung Onic Indo sa mga international tournament. Nung sa M6, parang na-excite kami na makatapat sila pero sadly, hindi umabot. So, nung time na nalaman namin na na maglalaro yung Onic Indo sa SPS, sobrang na-excite kami tapos parang gusto na namin silang makatapat agad. Kasi lagi din kami nagbubugan sa scrim nun.
I think you forgot to put some numbers or special character. You know, maybe you need to use your brain a bit. Yeah.
Kenapa semua orang ngomong gue gila? Gue masih waras guys. Sip.
King Kong vs Kyrie. Abangan nyo guys pag nagkatapat kami.
I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? We never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste it right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah. Oh, you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. Even this with greatness, space is in your face. I was in the place, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
from Splendid Swinger.
Make it move, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it more. Give it all we got, give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it more. Give it all we got, give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was so low. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you don't know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the.
Here we go!
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Final Season 6. It's group stage, day number 2 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You're here with us on stream B. I'm your host. My name is Husky, and alongside me, we got Churros and Gideon Q for the last best of 3 of the evening. This time, it's going to be do or die between Bigatron Alpha and Flash Singapore, especially for Flash Singapore. Bigatron Alpha did score their first 2-0 today, so they are temporarily in the clear. But for Flash Singapore, one single game loss will send them packing.
Yeah, I was looking at the analyzing the statistics, and right now it's in a very, very tricky position for Team Flash because BTR actually beats you soon already. So it doesn't, actually it does matter for them as well because they need at least one win against Team Flash to be able to make it out to, or have a chance to go into the top 3.
Sounds pretty simple to me. It sounds like they should just win. And that's, that seems to be the name of the game. Whether it's 2-0 or, I mean for BTR it's probably slightly easier at this point to get at least a single point off of Team Flash. But I'm just saying, if Team Flash are able to turn this around and get a 2-0 against BTR, I mean, odds are pretty good for SRG.
Yeah, and that is also under the assumption that SRG loses their last series against Onic Philippines, which will be happening on Stream C, right? They did drop 0-2 against TLID earlier on. And if that's the case, and SRG goes 0-2 today, and Bigatron goes 2-0, tomorrow's match is going to decide between Bigatron Alpha and SRG making it to playoffs. So again, it's important for Bigatron Alpha, but it's even more important for Flash Singapore, who got steamrolled earlier today. They had some time to recuperate, so hopefully those adjustments come true.
Actually, this is something that I've been meaning to understand because for Team Flash, this is not their true lineup. Yes, they have 3 mainstay players, Hades, Fertiz, JPL, but Bongski and Ken, they're pretty new in that roster. I'm not so sure how long they have training together, but the synergy is in question, chemistry in question, and I don't know if the gold lane and EXP is able to keep up with the pace that JPL actually brings to the table.
So far, we have seen glimpses of the stagger, right? The stagger, the desynchronization, for example, Ken's flicker Hilda, some of those moments, but again, they have time to make adjustments. So Ken, Hades, Kurtizi, JPL, and Bongski, hopefully they've used that gap that they have in between to kind of talk about how to go up against BTR, because this is a quick recap of what transpired against Onic Philippines. Game 1 was pretty promising. Flash Singapore playing to their strengths, right? Playing fundamentals. They got outclassed by Onic PH, but they put up a dang good fight. But then came game 2, and that was a complete wash.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think game number 1, we definitely saw a much better performance coming in for Flash Singapore. But once we got into game number 2, we did see the holes start to appear very, very quickly, especially since Onic PH have a very snowbally style, and more so when it comes down to their composition. They were able to kind of get so much done so quickly, it's difficult to really come back from. So I think that Flash SG adds this point of time, their side lanes, despite them being new to the international stage, I definitely think that they have to figure out what their identity needs to look like first, right? Because it's clear that Ken playing something that's looking to stagger, I feel like he's a lot more intelligent playing the Phobias compared to when he has to play Hilda, and that's when it gets really awkward.
Yeah, and I think there's a question that you can answer later on regarding Flash Singapore, right? But for now, we'll talk about one of the teams that has backed themselves in the Brawl server. Bigatron Alpha, you got Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Light, and Eman. And now this kind of draws us back. Can the new players, Ken and also Bongski, thrive in this Brawl server? Which is pretty interesting considering that the Singapore teams usually like to fight.
Yeah, I remember talking about this yesterday. Iman is touted or in the past, the Kelra stopper or the Kelra killer. So that is something that I want to bring across. If you're able to keep your own or stand your ground against a prominent or dominant gold laner like Kelra, it speaks volume. And I think Bongsi being pretty new to the international scene, I'm not too sure if he played other international tournaments because Team Flash's lineup is pretty new as of now. I'm not so sure as of now, but yeah, considering how they fare themselves well against Onic PH, and this is 2 different the teams against Onic PH, I do think, it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip for either side.
Well, I feel like at least for Onic PH, it's pretty easy for them knowing what they know, knowing what to do exactly. I think for Bigatron Alpha, a lot of it just comes down to like adjusting to playing together, especially once they are in a LAN setting as well. They will be playing live in Johor Bahru with the rest of their teammates, and more so when your opponents are so nearby, having your team communicate together and being on the same page, sometimes it can be an on and off thing, right? Sometimes you all kind of get the idea together. Sometimes you have some split decisions to be made. Like Luke, for an example. I mean, his very first day was looking kind of... thanks, bro. Some days he looks like he is 1v5ing. Other days it feels like he's a little disconnected. I think that BTR coming into today have a very clear-cut idea of how to be a team of 5 rather than a 4-on-1.
And if you're looking for a shoe that fits all sides, Luke is a good example, right? He can be the Phoveus, he can be your Hylos, but also he can be your Akai or even the Masha, right? That he pulls out every now and then to go up against picks that you don't think of, like a Fanny, like a Moskov. He picks Masha, he one-taps you in the late game, and then he just ends the game. So you have that X factor, but we also need to talk about Super Ken because as much as, you know, Merkel loves this team, he told me that this is still Super cannot. And I want to get you guys' opinions on this. Like, this is the first time we saw him, at least in SPS. He didn't play in the challenge stage. How is he looking?
Well, I think right now, he's looking kind of all right. He definitely has the mechanics. I think there's no doubt that Super Ken naturally has an inclination towards high mechanical heroes. I think the big issue right now is really how can he push his hero, not really push his hero pool, but push the hero to higher standards. Like his Hayabusa has been doing pretty well, but even when we saw him on the Fanny, there were times that he was failing against Onic PH, especially when you're up against Kellera. You just cannot afford to be making simple mistakes. And I think that's something that BTR has to work together as a team to accomplish.
Yeah, I think he's operating on a different level than Moreno and Light because it's always the mid lane trio that needs to make the plays in the early game. But for Super Ken, he kind of wants to be that main damage dealer, the core of the team. But when push comes to shove, he needs to be able to adapt to become a utility jungle, able to take down those turrets, able to stray away from these big clashes and try to go for these objectives. And I think Super Ken just needs that time to adjust.
Yeah, even when you look at the stats, the head-to-head, right, in terms of just hero pool, it's very different between what they like the most and what they, you know, don't want to go up against the most. In this case, for Team Flash, Fanny bans, you know, glue ban, but we've seen Curtizi play that Loi. I think that today was his 3rd Loi game against Onic Philippines, you know, when you add up yesterday. But is there a parallel to be drawn? Because you brought up a point where Super Ken wants to be that main damage dealer, right? He wants to be the one that's getting that KD racked up. Is there a parallel to draw between him and Albert from what we've seen yesterday?
I think it's the enablers of the team that really help set everything up. Albert has Key, and Key was very crucial and pivotal in matching the tempo that Albert wants to bring to the table. But Light is not Pamela, and we have to understand that. It's a very different roamer.
He is a very different roamer, but I think the big difference is in terms of like game IQ, the decisions that are being made in the game. That's where we see the big difference between Albert and Super Ken, right? I feel like Super Ken needs a direction to be pointed in, and Albert is actively making decisions on the map. If it's going to happen, he'll say yes or no straight away. I feel like Super Ken can't give that level of decisiveness when he is making his choices.
I just want to point this out just a little bit because I was holding this in. Curtizi hasn't brought off his off-meta picks yet. The Ruby, Terizla, and Mardis, world-renowned Mardis mid. And this is because Curtizi and Hades has this kind of like seesaw kind of strategy, understanding how fast they want to play the game. And in Singapore, a lot of the local teams don't really know how to deal with Curtizi. He has a really intelligent playstyle. The positioning that he brings to the table and the way that he wants to rotate around the map brings a new kind of dynamics to Team Flash. But then again, it's a very, very different Team Flash. And right now, I still voted for Team Flash just because I have a little bit of hopium. But right now, if I look back in hindsight, I wouldn't give BTR that 1 point just because if Team Flash loses any 1 point, they're out of the picture.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would have expected it to kind of like pan out like this. I was hoping that maybe Team Flash was able to get points in other places, but generally I think that BTR has been looking like the better team just in general. Hopefully Team Flash shows us something a little bit new. I don't mind any surprises from this point onwards, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you sort of have to play like either it's your last game or you again go back to how you played that first game against Onic Philippines, right?
Oh yeah.
Bring out the basics and gonna let that carry it through. Again, they have shown some promises, but I want to kind of continue on what you brought up, Churros, you say the duel between Hades and Cortese.
Yeah.
I think the IQ can be shown because Cortese plays quite a mean Loi and how fast they want to play. But can that side lane supplement it, right? I know JPL has been an enabler. That one is not a question at all. But the new members.
Yeah.
Is that going to be kind of like the doorstop that...
So my theory is Team Flash's mid lane trio are quote-unquote like hyper carrying the early game and trying to move as fast as they can, trying to adapt to how far behind or how well either lanes are doing, and I think that is ruining their tempo. No doubt JPL has the experience, no doubt Hades has his mechanical skills and his prowess in decision making, but then again, it is the side laners that need to step up. On the other side of the coin though, Iman and Luke has shown promise.
Well, I think this is where we need, unfortunately need to bring up the parallel of Ken and as well as Diablo, right? Because Diablo is extremely independent. He knows what he can and cannot do in team fights as well as in lane. So it felt like he was a very large pillar. Last time when it was an IP Flash, that's when you can see 4 members of a team is kind of doing their own thing, and when he calls for resources, it's a guarantee on return.
I want to add the fact that like for Team Flash going into this game, Vanix's shoes is very, very big to fill. We've seen how well Vanix performs when the entire team is situated around playing for Vanix and helping him scale up to the power spikes that he desperately needs in within games, and then suddenly Vanix just becomes that deathball. And without Vanix, Bongski needs to fill his shoes. And the question is, can he fill the shoes? Because this is the game to prove it.
I mean, this is a team, at least a big 3 out of the 5 members of this team, they finished top in MSC, right? They made it to playoffs in M6, and they took down Falcons Esports when no one thought. Well, they lost to Falcons Esports, but they did put up a good fight. Again, you're in that top 8. You're at technically the top of the world. So right now, against Bigatron Alpha, who, you know, a lot of people joke about they never made it to that big stage. But now they're showing up, and I like that respect ban from Bigatron Alpha, the Loi ban to kind of lock Cortese out.
Yep. I like the way this is going. Flash SG is going to be taking blue side, so it's going to be first pick. I'm guessing it's going to be the Granger this time round. If not, they probably would have taken the Loi had Bigatron Alpha given it over. But we'll see how they're going to play it from this point onwards, right? Because every time I see Flash SG with a potent power pick, or the fact that they're avoiding a potent power pick, means that they have a particular answer to it. And based on what we've seen in their past couple of games, it's always early mid, which seems to be their comfort zone. Once we start going into that transition of like mid to late, that's when it gets a little awkward.
I do have to agree with you, but I'm not too sure if Bongski is able to play this one, because you have to prioritize the heroes that you're comfortable with. In this case, it's either Phobius or the Granger. They will sit on the Granger, but I want to add on to the point that Ken is sort of like this intimidating Phobius. Everyone in Singapore fears him, so it's going to be highly contested in this run. JP, on the other hand, is a very he's a certain type of roam player where he's calculated aggressiveness. If you throw him heroes like Badang and things like he's not used to, he won't perform as well, as can be seen from Onic PH's game in the morning. Right now, Bigatron Alpha picking up the Suyo, picking up the Harith, looking very, very structured, very standard right off the bat.
I mean, there's still picks like Hylos, Jawhead, Show. The Phobius is still up for grabs if, you know, Flash SG wants it. You know, they have two mobile heroes on the side of BTR, and I think that whole established conversation we had about Diablo, right, the dialogue we had just now, really comes into play, because Gideon brought up about the transition from mid to late. You need that independence. That's why the independence of a single player is going to make that difference. Big shoes to fill, not just Vanix's shoes, but also Diablo's spot. Lucas will be the choice for flashing up, and
Jungle.
I see your looks right now. Are we gonna see that day one again? Day one Flash SG again, this Lucas pick?
I think so. I think that's what it's going to be here, because it's way too early to pick the Lucas for the EXP. If Bigatron Alpha decides to, like, hey, let's go into Phobius straight away to look for that counter pick, then it's going to get really, really awkward when they realize that it's going to go into the jungle, but it's still useful, right? I think that Bigatron Alpha, at this point, they go for the locking onto the Hilda. It's a much smarter pick. It gives them a little bit of space to understand where this Lucas is going to be on, while still having somebody who can open up the map really effectively.
Going back to the Lucas pick, there's a certain kind of strategy if you want to play Lucas in the jungle versus Lucas in the EXP lane. In the EXP lane, you're soaking up a lot of damage, taking that back line, waiting till your beast is unleashed before doing a lot of havoc and splitting up the team fights. But if you are a jungle, this Lucas serves a slightly different purpose because you want to be able to use that beast form to try to push everyone away from that front line. And I think Flash, I'm no qualms whether or not they practice this or not, but I'm really thinking this is going to be a jungle Lucas once again. I think Hades wants a second shot.
I mean, the BTR feels the same, right? They banned a Phobius again, so they really are confident that this Lucas is going to go jungle, or if not, they're going to force it to be a reality, right? I personally feel like if you want to pull this stunt, red side feels a bit safer. You could feint a flex and still have last pick, but on blue side, it does feel like they're taking that risk. I also feel like Lucas is one of the few heroes that is really limited by the battle spell. Sort of like Kadita before the recent buffs, right? You only can take Petrify. In this case, without Vengeance, without Flicker, you're relying on Retribution, but you're not good at objective dances. Feels a bit awkward.
Yeah, it really does. Also, the fact that Flash SG decided to be like, hey, let's go straight away. We're going to pick up the Valentina, even though we have, again, the only two picks that have been revealed are Harrington as well as Suyo, none of which actually have some decent ultimates. I think the most you get is like a Terrify against Suyo, just because he's ranged. The Hilda kind of doesn't matter at this point too, but I think that at least for Flash SG, it's about comfort picks, right? Can we get enough comfort picks on our side to play our game, which is early to mid? And Bigatron Alpha, again, look at the targets towards the EXP side of things, right? They want to make sure that if they do decide to flex this Hilda, there's going to be a lot of cool options for Luke to actually play the game.
I'm looking at like Cho or Khalif or BTR right now, right? I'm thinking of a Roma that doesn't have the best ultimate for Valentina. It does feel like we might lean towards that route to not only give Courtesy a hard time, but also continuously pressure this Granger.
It could be a Tigreal once again. That could be promising, but then you're giving over the implosion. But
Khalid?
Khalid, yeah. Like, don't give over heroes that you want this Valentina to steal, but it doesn't really make sense for Valentina to hold on to an implosion, just because what do you do after you implode? Because Tigreal still has, based on his kit, you have that pushback, you have the knockup, you have a layering of crowd control abilities, and I think it's okay for Bigatron Alpha if they want to risk this.
But if that's assuming they want the Tigreal. There's still plenty of options that they can go for here. I think first things first, just lock in your mid laner. I think that Sicilion is totally fine here. You completely outrange like a majority of the heroes coming out from Flash SG, and you have an insurance policy. That way, at least you have 2 outs in the later stages of the game. Oh, instead they're gonna go for high loss. Interesting. So do they want to slow down the Lucas so they can't go through? But then you're also giving them the glorious pathway to the Valentina as well.
Yeah, it does make sense for Bigatron Alpha because the range that Harith needs to deal damage is significantly closer than a Granger. So closing up that gap really matters for Bigatron Alpha, and then you could have a hero that could be an artillery strike from that back line. So a Sicilion, a Farsa would work well, or if you want to go, you know, a little bit more safe, Vexana would work. But a Gato and the CC would be picked up for Flash SG, so that would be a Lucas in the jungle, Gato, Roam, and then CC and EXP.
Okay, not too surprised. Bigatron Alpha, I think they've got a really good formula working for them, right? They've already tried to lock out as many of the aggressive style of EXP laners when it comes down to like team fight impact. And the fact that they have the glorious pathway, as Churros has mentioned, yes, it's easier to kind of close that distance, but more importantly, I think it also slows down Bongski when he gets his hands on that Granger, right?
Yeah.
The fact that he is slowed down, it's good enough for the rest of Bigatron Alpha to actually go for these big chases.
And not only big chase, but big meat shoes, right? Like Flash Singapore, where is the damage going to come from? At least early to mid, you not only have to deal with Hilda and Hylos, who are self-sustainable. Revitalize is going to be a thing. Glorious Pathway is going to be the thing. How are you going to fight for objectives when you don't have the damage and your jungler isn't really the best at it? So many questions that Flash SG has to answer. It really feels like, you know, the trend on Stream B continues. The draft dictates majority of the outcome of this match. But we'll just have to see. You know, Flash Singapore against Bigatron Alpha. Do or die for Flash SG as we prep for game number 1 in this final best of 3. I'm gonna leave it to you guys. Shuros, get in queue. Stage is yours.
All right, let's get right into this. This best of 3 is going to kick things off, and it's going to be the final one of today. Bigatron Alpha, so close to qualify. They need to get a full sweep against Flash SG to increase their odds, and Flash SG on their final lifeline here. Flash SG on the blue side, up against Bigatron Alpha coming on towards the red. It's going to be a quick clear for both junglers, but at this point of time, I think it's about efficiency, right? Can we see Flash SG actually spread apart their resources to get an early lead for the side lanes before they even select the turtles?
Yeah, testing this out, there's really high mobility, especially from the mid roamers, but looking at how Bigatron Alpha, I think the names are switched up on the top third, but Flash Singapore are on the blue side, Bigatron Alpha on the red. In this case, Bigatron Alpha are much faster on rotations. They are coagulating a little bit earlier, dealing a lot more damage, especially with that Sicilian.
Yeah, but so far I think, you know, the big, the glue that's really going to kind of help these rotations, it's going to be JPL with that concussive blast, right? And Cortese, I mean, based on the emblems that we've seen, he's gonna go not for a more aggressive build, but instead for a more sustained style with the Brave Smite in lane, knowing that he's going to get outranged the majority of the time, but with the help of those Shadow Dashes, to make something happen. And should we expect first blood?
One more hit, Hades will take him down, but he's in the spot of bother right there. Luke and Hades will be taken down as well. So a little bit of a revenge there, 2-1 for Flash Singapore.
Yeah, this is worth it. This is very worth it for Flash Singapore. I mean, Hades just needs to get in as many fights as possible. If he can generate a lead for the side laners, that'll be even better. And because Luke dies, at least Ken gets that first movement across that map. And ideally, they want to get, ideally they do want to get that turtle as well, as both Mid and EXP do hit level 4.
It's all about speed running in the early stages of the game up till that 5-minute mark, and I think that Flash Singapore are doing very well. This is the kind of aggression that I see in a lot of the Singaporean teams, and we saw that just now earlier on with Onic PH, and I think they're really exemplifying it this time around.
Again, efficiency, right? Spread out your resources. Light and Ken are working together at this point now. They don't want Super Ken to get caught out again, because we know that for now, Lucas does have an advantage onto Ken Suyo in the earlier stages until we do see the War Axis start coming out, which is only a second item for Super Ken. In the meantime, side lanes look to be okay. Like, Bongski is doing pretty fine. It looks like Ken still maintaining a slight lead over Luke, but it's not like Luke really cares too much. It just means that he's going to be stuck in lane more often than not.
Yeah, all that Ken needs to do is basically just match the tempo, but the AOG and the taunt onto 2. Curtain Call pulls them in close, loses 2 members of Bigatron Alpha. Flash Singapore ramping up the tempo, really needs this game. You can see that in their gameplay.
Good stuff coming in from JPL. The double taunt makes the difference. Now, most people, and especially in your ranked games, are thinking like, yeah, it's so easy to land the taunt. It's some good foresight. Force them away. Just area denial with the AOG. And in the meantime, this allows Ken to actually get a proxy started. Luke doesn't mind getting into a bit of a trade as Hades is set up to gank in case, knowing that Suyo is going to be on this side of the map.
Oh, Hades goes in on the bottom side though. Ken matching that tempo really well, but on that block off here, Cortese will be there for backup, but Hades picks up the kill onto Luke. Luke not having a good start so far. JPL so annoying. That mosquito constantly on top of Super Ken.
They know he doesn't have retribution, so they're probably going to give this up, and Ken forced to use his own. 14 seconds left on that turtle, and I think that should be confirmation for Flash Singapore to play around this turtle next. If they could get some gold plating, that'd be nice as well, because Luke is taking quite a bit of punishment.
Yeah, JPL is just on reconnaissance duty at this point. Wherever Moreno is, wherever this high loss is at all times of the game, that's where JPL would be. Using that to his full advantage. Yes, you take down that turtle, but you need to make a beeline, and JPL actually forced them back out of the way, along with Ken. That rotation from that bottom side all the way to the top lane. Talk about swapping.
Yep, good forward thinking coming in from Flash Singapore. They knew they secured the turtle. They don't necessarily need everybody to be here. They confirmed, they reconfirmed by checking the jungle, checking the bushes, realized nobody's here. We might as well go to the opposite side of the map and deny them any extra gold from our own jungle. In the meantime, side lanes back to square one, you know, being chillin', not having to do too much until you see Lucas show up in lane to set up for a gank.
Coming in into the mid lane, Moreno forced to use the ultimate That's on top of Cortese. Luke tries to use the power window to slow him down, but here comes Hades trying to push him back. Luke biting a little bit too much that he can chew. Running for the hills, running for his life. The AOG lands, but it won't matter to block off that exit path.
Oh, a little desperate here coming out for Luke. Didn't necessarily need to go that deep, especially when you see a Valentino walk up into the river rather than straight back underneath their turret. That should have been a dead giveaway where he was leading himself into. In the meantime, though, Light still making sure that Iman is going to be kept safe so he can at least scale for the later stages of the game, as the first turret on top side has already been cracked open.
Wow, this is a very good start for Flash Singapore. Already cracked up that T1 top, looking for a lane swap down the bottom side, and it's just JPL being such a nuisance in the jungle. Wherever he is or wherever he's not is just spells trouble for Bigatron Alpha.
It really does, because Bigatron Alpha can't really threaten him at this point. They don't have the kill pressure from Moreno, and he makes sure that he supports the mid lane on that push initially so that he can make that free movement. And if Light wants to go man-to-man, that does leave holes open for Ken to actually start scouting out on the opposite side. So it's a lose-lose scenario for Bigatron Alpha until they actually have some way to shove them out. They need that kill threat, so they need some items.
Bigatron Alpha far behind, doesn't want to contest for this turtle. That will be the third turtle of the game. Going to the hands of Flash Singapore.
Again, pretty stale here for Bigatron Alpha. They're just waiting for items, waiting for the times to go by. Let's double check the items here. Slight lead coming in from Hades. Already completed his 2 items, even the War Axe as well. Same goes for Cam, but again, he's a little off the War Axe. Gleaming Gem, Glowing Wand already done for Sicilian. On the opposite side, Enchanted Talisman not complete just yet. Wait, Cortese.
Cortese in the spot of bother, unable to escape the wrath. The Glorious Pathway already laid down. Luke is next on a chopping block, already 2 down, and they're slowly chunking him down one by one, but Bonsky showing his damage through. Won't be enough to take both of them down. They touch and they go. Bigatron Alpha, they took what they came for, but get punished in the end.
Can't do much about that. Light still able to tank a good number of shots from this point. He hasn't completed any. Oh, hold on. Ooh, Super
That's
Ken.
a lot of damage onto Super Ken.
Yeah, and they also got the T1 off of this. Flash Singapore now starting to snowball out of control.
That is the Singapore champions playing like a Singapore champions at this point, but will they keep it up or can they keep it up? It's because Bigatron Alpha is on a timer. The longer this game goes, the Sicilian is going to get his stacks. He's going to get a lot of power, firepower, and the Hylos and the Hilda is going to get a lot more thicker.
It's going to get harder from this point onwards because, again, it's going to be power spike after power spike, and Flash Singapore have a very easy curve to achieve. Based on the items, we do see anti-heal being purchased. Oh, even from Bonsky as well. He made sure to get anti-heal just so that Ken can actually opt to go for a more cooldown-oriented build. He's got the Brute Force Breastplate plus the War Axe.
Oh, top side, Super Ken taking too much damage from Hades. That is a Lucas jungle for you guys. AOG tries to stop that battle, and oh my goodness, Hades just taking one step at a time, unleashing the beast, unleashing the damage, and it's too much for Bigatron Alpha to handle at this moment.
Oh, too many stats, too many numbers, too big of a life bar. The fact that Hades was able to almost 1v3 there is pretty shocking, and JPL kept him alive with the help of the Revitalize. Still, there's nobody who really threatens him, and Bigatron Alpha, this game is slipping out of their hands very, very quickly. It's 9 minutes into the game. We haven't seen third items come through, and Iman, as much as he wants to find these kills back, can he find 10 at least? No!
Ken finally healing everything up in the nick of time, but the Lord is still up. Bigatron Alpha making a beeline towards the next neutral objective, major objective at this point. A Splash Singapore waiting for Hades to come online as well.
It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Looking at the items, even Light finally finishing that Dominance Ice that's going to help him out against Hades later down the line. But this first Lord should secure Flash Singapore a pretty hefty lead against Bigatron.
They're already 5,000 gold up ahead, and Ken sussing for information, opening up the bushes, checking, and understanding where everyone is at all times. These two teams have compositions akin to just a brutal brawl down on the objective, so you're just playing it very, very patient at this point.
They have to dance a little. They have to dance. And I think at this point in time, Bigatron Alpha, every second that they're able to waste Flash SG from rushing down this Lord, the more time they have. Oh, engagement.
This side. Oh, AOG catches two and Mod falls. Normal damage dealer for the side of Bigatron Alpha, at least for the next 30 seconds. This is Splash Singapore's time to take down that Lord, blitz it down, and make it the next move.
Dang, I can't believe Iman actually got caught by that AOG. Cortese right at the very end, able to get that initial Terrify, which ended up walking him into the AOG. Really good stuff coming in from Flash Singapore, but Bigatron getting a little sloppy here. They needed to buy some time and not give away that kill. And that Holy Crystal, finally the 3 wands accomplished, but not the full item just yet.
Brutal, brutal. Flash Singapore, though. Loads of gold, loads of dough to their name. You need to take down all of these objectives, but what I like about them is they're so structured at this point. It's so different from how they played the previous games, and it looks like a very dominant game from Flash.
Yeah, it really is. And Bigatron's draft doesn't exactly have too many answers for that early game. They just needed to play equal, stay even against them. Finally, the glorious pathway is out once more.
Trying to slow down the charge that is the Lord, but taking a little bit too much damage. Amon forced the dash out of there. Nomer's the main force for him, especially for takes down that T3 mid side. They're looking, setting their sights up on that next big wave that's crashing through. So now, taking things slow.
Early game pressure is done for as we're starting to transition from mid to late. It is clear that Flash Singapore have a huge advantage and they need to maintain it to set up a checkmate angle against Bigatron Alpha. If they can get one more inhibitor turret, that'd be nice, but Bigatron Alpha not making it easy. They still have a Sicilian, which is great for the high ground.
Big saving grace? Yeah, Sicilian. Waves come, Sicilian slowly clears it up, but at this point, they still need to buy a little bit more time. Moreno and Iman still hasn't reached their critical mass.
Speaking of critical mass, Iman, he did finish off that Holy Crystal. So he's got the 3 items already complete. I'm looking over at Flash SG, double-checking their items, who has MR and who does not. Bonksky, obviously, he's not going to have any magic resist, but Ken actually going for a very greedy build on the Brute Force Breastplate and decides to go for the Hunter Strike. He just said no to the Oracle. He said no to the Queen's Wings as well. Wants to have that extra bit of damage so he can pair up with Hades if ever both of them are able to catch the backline off guard.
I mean, the curtain call combo is super critical for Ken, especially landing it on Iman or landing it on Super Ken is going to spell disaster for them. JPL doing what JPL does best, sitting underneath the bushes. There's no way that Bigatron Alpha can take this Mosquito down. He's just out for blood.
Eyes wide open here. They have to be. JPL, as long as he's being that Warden, holding the rest of Bigatron Alpha back. They are not going to get too much play space just yet as the next Lord is about to spawn. It's going to be 11 seconds and Hades finishing a Malefic Roar. He is full build, 13 minutes into
nice
this
to meet
game.
you. Him PR won me.
Very disciplined from Flash Singapore though. Just waiting for the next big objectives. They know that they don't want to risk going to the jungle. 8,000 gold lead, but then again, it's just a little bit too disciplined. What do you think?
I think it's totally fine, right? Their main win condition is going to be this Lord and pushing it hard into Bigatron Alpha. They've got some decent high ground, but they can't deal with the Lord necessarily.
Ken dealing with the Lord, but Iman falls in a little bit too deep as Hades just smacks him down under. AOG blocks out all escape paths. Moreno forced to use the flicker, but it does not matter. Splash Singapore easily slays this next Lord.
What just happened there? Iman jumps in with the Zaman Force. Hades says, okay, I guess you're by yourself. I'm just going to one-shot you. And that's exactly what happened. There is no counterplay to that. Iman can't even flicker out of the way as soon as he's caught as well.
Iman is just a little bit too greedy, a little bit too filled with main character energy at this point. But you're down so much. Almost 10,000 gold, and Iman needs to be able to play it safe, wait for Light or wait for Luke to make a play, but it's so hard because Ken is always zoning everyone out.
It's difficult. I think they have to play a traditional front to back. That's how their composition works in the first place. But here we go. The high ground defense begins, and they will start losing inhibitors.
Lord already marches in. Iman taking a lot of damage onto Ken, but Runes of Crown pops just in the nick of time. Here comes Hades onto the Beast, taking out one. Next is two. Iman goes down. No more damage dealers, and Hades goes crazy.
Oh my goodness. Hades unleashing the beast. He goes one big Hadouken and he's gone. He just disappears. I wasn't expecting him to do that much damage as they're looking for the crystal.
It's 3-on-5 situation, 2 stunned up, 2 taunted up. JPL with a huge call of this game. They take down the base and Flash Singapore still lives on with hope in their eyes.
Oh yeah, look at JPL. The first time you get to see him smile in a long time. I think they're all surprised what just happened there. Holy Flash. They've done it. They've taken a game finally off of a team. No clean sweeps here in BTR. They're probably thinking about that like, oh man, we really botched that one up.
Yeah, and considering the fact that, you know, first of all, Embers restored for Flash Singapore. Now, again, the whole region watches this with bated breath. 17-4. This entire game was a complete smackdown. It answers so much questions. They made the Lucas jungle work, first of all. Secondly, the greedy build to go damage for both Lucas and CC, it worked out perfectly. Like, we're not gonna deal with you say we lack damage, we're just gonna build more damage. Third, I do like this is one of the few times I like the first item, Dominus Ice, JPL, negating so many of their recovery from BTR, but also answers the questions of can Ken be independent and feel in Diablo's shoe as we go through the game transition. He definitely did on the CC.
Well, I definitely think that this was a very different style, right? It showed that, you know, a little bit of that evil is still in him. I feel like at the very least, Hades is like, okay, if we need a brawl, we need to brawl very, very hard, because this is one of the few times you actually see a lot of support being given from a jungler to the EXP lane to enable a player like Ken when he's up against Luke on a Hilda, which is designed to sandbag him for as long as possible.
Yeah, what I like about this Lucas is I'm really thinking he is just so painful whenever it comes down to it. Iman is desperate whenever he uses Demon Force, wants to take down any one member at one point. He might have had a shot with Ken on the top side, but Ken is still 1-0 and 11. It's just super difficult for BTR to do anything just because Ken and Hades is blocking off all paths for them to come even close. And yeah, like you said during the game, you need a traditional front to back, but how can Light and how can Luke handle the damage coming in from Ken and Hades?
Well, I think first of all, just hit Ken. Start by hitting Ken. I think that Hades, he needs to engage really hard, and once he's in there, it's very difficult for him to actually get back out. I think peeling for the side of BTR is significantly easier. Like the Glorious Pathway doesn't need to be thrown just at your enemies. It can be thrown backwards as well. So there are ways to actually play around it. I just think that BTR kind of went autopilot this game.
And I think because Flash Singapore snowballed so hard in that early to mid game, right?
Also true, yeah.
Had that innate advantage to continue running at BTR before they even get the chance to skill up. And, you know, that got taught, that isolation maybe kind of made the front to back a bit harder for BTR. Overall, I think Flash Singapore answered a lot of questions that we would have, you know, we would have said no to, but they made it look possible in this game, especially Hades maybe taking a page out of what Onic, well, not Onic Esports, but what Aurora did with Edward on Lucas as a decent answer to the Harif. They looked at it and they were like, well, we can play Lucas jungle. That is going to be our solution.
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit that, yeah, even though Hades was the MVP, and I talked about this in the pre-game, that Bonsky and Ken needs to really show up. Bonsky actually did. On a 1-to-1 with Iman, he took down the turret first. Iman had a tough time against Bonsky.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Granger things, right? It's the nature of the hero. I'm more surprised that Ken was able to get so much done on the CC, on the CC even, because most of the time when you are playing CC, you're playing more of like a zoning style of hero, right? But I think it definitely changed once he realized, hey, we're winning super hard here. I can actually play a more dive-oriented role. I just need to be a little closer to Hades, so when we engage together, and he doesn't have to waste his retribution to chase down his target. You just use the curtain call, and that's good enough. Like things like this, for an example. What was going on? Finding 2 kills this early on and trading for Hades' life while the fight continues, and then JPL is getting consistent taunts. There needs to be an understanding of spacing.
Yeah, the front to back just completely denied, right? You don't see a Hilda getting hard. I don't think we've seen it at any point, you know, in this challenge finals group stage thus far. But I want to kind of talk about one of the final moments, some questions you guys had. How did no one from Bigatron Alpha supported Eman? We are gonna see in just a little bit.
Oh yeah.
That's where I feel like Ken really showed up hard. That CC zoning away basically the entire core front line of BTR. So when
It does look like Bigatron Alpha is being reactive to the draft a lot, just because they don't want to deal with the same heroes that Flash Singapore picked up in the previous game. No more Gato, no more Lucas. Is this the right choice for them?
I think it's still pretty possible for them. I think that Flash SG is now having to play a dynamic where it's all about that mid lane trio, enabling Hades to maybe find those early kills to start snowballing out of control. Although it might be a little bit harder with the Joy. It's not like a Lucas where you have the natural base damages, right? You still need those first 2 items, but if you could accelerate those first 2 item progress of the Holy Crystal as well as the Starlium Scythe, that's when you get really dangerous.
You know what I feel like? CC is a possible pick for Flash Singapore again, right? Like, there's the Akai and Suyo, so there's no flex potential for Bigatron Alpha, but more importantly, if you can somehow tie the Akai with a +1, you completely negate what he wants to do with the heavy spin. And now this Hylos is still a flex for Flash.
Smart move, honestly.
Actually, not necessarily, because you can't purify out of it because of the natural. Yeah, but even so, Cho, very, very good. They also pair it up with Farsa even. So this is going to be interesting, right? Because now this is going to be a true test of, can I actually hold back against Flash SG? Because Flash SG is going to have to find surgical entry points to break up the composition for Bigatron Alpha. They want to make sure that their main pillar is still going to be Moreno on this Farsa, and that's when you see Iman kind of play around him as much as he can. If he gets caught up into the Glorious Pathway, worse yet, if he has to face off against this Joy, that's when you're going to see a lot of problems.
Yeah, it's a lot harder this time around, just because you have the extra range provided by the Farsa, but the Jawhead is getting picked up right now. So 2 tanky boys on the side lanes, as well as in the roam, and JPL is going to do JPL things. Trust that he will be an annoying mosquito once again into Bigatron Alpha's jungle, not giving Super Ken an easy time.
This is going to be predetermined by JPL and as well as Light, right? Let's see the Cho into the Jawhead matchup. It's very skill-based. You got to open up maps effectively, and you have to have some good hard reads.
Yeah, and JPL, in times like these, we have seen him really step up to the occasion. And again, the weight is going to be on his shoulders a little bit. We see Ken on a slightly different archetype of a hero with that high loss in Game 2. So let's see if Flash SG can complete the upset with a 2-0 sweep as we head into game number 2 between these 2 teams. Shuros getting Q, get away.
All right, let's get right into this second match here. It's match point for Flash SG. This could be the very first series that they take here at the SPS Challenge Finals up against BTR, who right now, they were looking pretty good early on today, finding their first 2-0, and they are looking to try and at least qualify for those playoffs. Now it's going to be BTR on the blue side up against Flash Singapore on the red side. This is going to be a fun game here, because now the roles have kind of reversed.
Game set, draft cannot be changed at this point, but the first blood over on the top side. Bongski gets taken down by the Mon.
Where did it go wrong? Wait, Bongski...
Well, I remember him going up into that long bush down that top side.
Oh,
but
he has Purify.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
No flicker out of any sticker situations.
No flicker, no sprint even. He wanted to play safe, goes for that Purify, probably got chunked really early on.
Oh.
And even so, Cartesi even losing his own battle spell. Looks like Bigatron Alpha want to show that they need to be respected.
Ramping up the tempo, JPL forces to use that flicker, and Mon will not let him run on for this one.
Brutal stuff. Finds the level, Light finds the level lead because of the initial, so he got the initial assist. Now Iman, this is going to snowball very quickly if they are able to find another kill onto Bongski one more time, because that means Iman will be able to get the gold plating, which he's already taken a quarter of at this stage of the game, and I think that Flash SG need to change and divert their attention towards the top side of the map.
Flash Singapore needs to do one thing only. It's lock in, and speaking of lock in, Light, as I said on JPL, taking a little bit too much damage. There's a 4-on-3. There's nothing that Flash Singapore can do at this point.
Luke even rotating very early on here. Hades, he wants Moreno.
Hades getting knocked up, taking a lot of damage, but we'll be able to prance away from this one.
Just a bit of health. That's totally fine. Superken should be able to hit level 5 on time if they just drag this out a little bit longer, but a majority of
on
their...
the top side, solo kill yet again. Superken will get that turtle easy. No contest from Flash Singapore. That's 2 minutes, 2,000 gold lead, and Bigatron Alpha are ramping up the aggression, ramping up the tempo. They're living right through the jungle, speaking of which, Luke gets pinned down on the wall.
Yep, they're going to get one more into JPL. He doesn't have his battle spell either. This game feels pretty over. I'm not going to lie.
Oh my goodness me, another kick to the back.
Yep.
Easy falls as well. It's kill after kill after kill. It's not even 3 minutes, and it's 3,400 goal lead. Bigatron Alpha looking to shut down Flash's dreams of going to the playoffs.
Yeah, this game feels pretty over already, because at this point, they're bothering to leave certain buffs up. They don't mind if you pick up a buff. At least we know exactly where you are going to be, and they want to clear their own jungle as well. I personally feel they probably should have taken the buff straight away, but they didn't want to give any opportunities, because the main win condition right now is Amon, who is currently 3-0-0 3 minutes into a game, into this game. A minute, a kill.
2 levels ahead of Bongski, winning the lanes, already gold plated, no more, it's half health. They're looking to take it down right here and right now. And Flash Singapore babysitting duties and not the typical JPL sitting in the jungle like we know. While he goes a little bit too close, taking a little bit too much. And that's the damage that a 3-0-0 Granger can deal in the 3-minute mark with a core item to his name already. The Hunter Strike already built up.
Yeah, oh, the double? What? Why is Bigatron trying to reconfirm whether or not the buff has been taken on the top side of the map? They were there earlier. They left it up. They already invaded on the bottom side, knowing that the purple buff was gone. So technically, if they wanted to invade, it would have to be on that bottom side. But instead, they want to reposition themselves here, forcing Flash Singapore to reconfirm locations by opening up the top side of the map once again.
Light's feeling comfortable. Oh, the kickback. It's a 4v1 situation right there. The airstrike try to keep Light alive, but not enough. He gets taken down. JPL sets his sights up on pushing onto the backside. The diversion play comes in. Super Ken doing a lot of damage, and Ken falls as well. And Mon takes up another kill to his name. As Flash Singapore, there's nothing they can do for this neutral objective.
Yeah, despite everything that happened.
Taking a little bit more of the heavy spin, pushes him back. Amon on 5 kills, make it 6. No, not 6. He takes down another one, but oh well.
He's in a good spot right now. In a really, really good spot. These neutral objectives basically don't really matter to Bigatron Alpha. It's a surplus. Look at Moreno. He's even going for a Lightning Truncheon first item into this game. Who needs anti-heal when they're already dead?
Well, check this out. Sky Piercer already for Amon. So this guy's looking to build up those stacks. And look at the damage he's dealing on Curtizi. He's a gold laner. And speaking of which, in the mid lane, Luke taking a little bit too much damage. A punish for being a little bit too close. Light pushing him out up the turret range, but not enough to take him down as Amon re-hitting from that side. 2 members will fall for Bigatron Alpha. Is this the downfall? Getting a little bit too greedy, what would you say?
They did get a little too greedy. They understand that Amon is kind of strong, but he doesn't have too many stacks on that Sky Piercer, right? They need to start building up those stacks first, and that's why they're trying to instigate this war. Ken made some really good moves. Body blocked and also using that Revitalize to keep some of the lower members alive, even if they did get clipped by the Death Sonata splash damage. So at this point, Bigatron, they don't lose too many people, right? They do end up losing Light, sure, big deal. They ended up losing Luke, okay, sure, but they're not losing the big heavy hitters like Moreno, like Amon.
At this point in time, Flash Singapore still has some signs of life, but the Feather Airstrike almost taking Curtizi down, able to flicker out of the way, Glorious Pathway laid down to push everyone back, slow everyone down, but he's caught in the middle as Luke pushes everyone back with the heavy spin. A little bit too close. Super Ken will pick up another kill, taking down the normal Ken before charging in to the T2.
Nicely done. Very nicely done for Bigatron Alpha. Their eyes are very focused on making sure they put structural damage against Flash Singapore. It's not necessarily just about fighting anymore, it's about finding real permanent damage, because on the opposite side, we are seeing that Hades is not participating at all.
He's doing what he can. He's trying to be that utility that Flash Singapore needs to stay afloat in this game, taking down all these turrets, getting enough gold to stay afloat, and pray that they can lead towards that late game.
Oh, TP the TP!
3 members in. Super Ken down low will get taken out by Bombski. There's 5 members there. Just Light and Luke against the world. Iman free hitting from that side, trying to find a nice angle, a nice flank onto the front line as Luke taking a little bit too much damage. Hades getting 2 bounces, 3. Rhythm of Joy takes down that turtle, trying to look for that back line, but not enough as Luke protects, using his body to push everyone away from Iman, keep Iman safe. And Bigatron Alpha will be able to play another day, but a very, very good solid steal from Flash Singapore.
Honestly, best case scenario, you find the kill onto Super Can, get a huge shutdown as well, and then make sure that you steal the neutral objective to slow down this game. This very first Lord is still going to be pretty difficult for Flash Singapore. Don't get me wrong, but at the very least, you are seeing a breath of air coming in from Flash Singapore. They're making proactive moves, and they are making sure that if BTR get a little sloppy, that's when you can kick them in the shins.
From 6,000 gold lead to 4,000, Flash Singapore showing signs of life, slowly and surely seeping through to that late game. They just need to find a way, an angle, any way at all to get to Iman, get to the main damage dealers, to, you know, open up some window of opportunity for them to come in and clear out, try to overturn what has come of this game.
Well, I think for now, Bigatron definitely had needs to take a breather. They can't just force fights against Flash Singapore. They've made a couple of attempts. They've failed a couple of attempts as well. As long as they have Iman in a good position and set him up for those kills, that's what they need to play for. I mean, Super Ken, he's already level 13. In comparison to Hades, who's currently level 12, he will always maintain this level lead as long as he has something to eat in the jungle.
As for Hades, though, doing the Lord's work, just going onto that long lane, trying to keep everything safe. Light sussing out for a little bit more information as the Lord spawning up in 20 seconds.
And as they continue to play here, let's see, I'm looking at the items. Athena Shield being completed by Light. Hades very close to completing his own Holy Crystal. Very expensive item. A Bongsky. Oh, hold on.
Forest Pathway, they don't know. Diversion play, they find an angle onto Light, but not enough. Iman is caught in the middle. They find Iman. This Flash Singapore's opportunity to push everyone away, but it's not enough. Flash Singapore got what they came for. Huge diversion play from Curtizi.
Extremely intelligent coming in for Flash Singapore, making sure that they made a very unified call. Run with the glorious pathway. We will look for a surgical engagement into their back line, and this left Iman caught out wide in the open with a Lord take of their own to bring themselves back from this honestly awful early game.
Was an awkward position from the start. They're definitely going to feel that tomorrow morning, but right now is they're in for a huge fight. This is their tournament lives at stake.
They're playing hard and they're playing wild here. Bigatron Alpha, they cannot let the fundamentals slip through their fingers. Keep in mind, all of this is happening because of Curtizi. He is finding these angles with the diversion. Just because they got that Lord doesn't mean they're back in the green just yet. They still are down 2.3k into this game. And unfortunately for Bongsky, he's going to need that third item before he's relevant.
Right now, Ken and JPL are tanky enough to make things work. Light stunned in the middle, trying to fight something. JPL throwing him backwards. His 2-men stunned up. Bouncy coming in with Calvary is here, but Hades nowhere to be seen. Luke finally falls down to the hands of Curtizi, and Flash Singapore pushing in all of these turrets. Find an angle. Hades! With the Rhythm of Joy in the nick of time, pulls out. Light will clear him out a little bit too deep. 3 members down for Flash Singapore, and Bigatron Alpha with 3 members looking to charge in.
Oh, the kick coming in from Light as well. Finds Curtizi. Double for Iman. He wants the third onto Bongsky, and he gets it. An instant reply. You take the Lord, you take our top tier 1 and 2. Holy Shields, it doesn't matter. We'll take your whole team.
A little bit too aggressive. Iman was untouched the entire time. But Flash Singapore, that was a risky play, but it might have been well worth it as they breathe some signs of life into this game. Taking a look at itemizations, how far does Singapore need to be in order to take out Bigatron Alpha?
I mean, as at this point, it looks like Hades, he scaled up very, very nicely. He went for the cost-efficient item of the Wishing Lantern this time around rather than just raw penetration, because again, look at the there is no MR coming in from Bigatron Alpha. They thought that they would end this game pretty early on, and it's starting to cost them, right? Unfortunately, the Glowing Wand came out very, very late coming in from Moreno. That Lightning Truncheon is not doing him too many favors now because half the time he's on the run. He can't get an effective Feathered Airstrike just yet.
30 seconds till Lord spawns up. Flash Singapore wants to play this a little bit more calculated. They might be able to do the same move that they did, diversion. They don't see it coming. Bigatron Alpha needs to suss out some of these bushes, but they need to send someone. Super Ken knows where everyone is. The conceal play coming in. But the airstrike kick things off. Amon hitting for the back. That's 3-man knockdown coming in from Light. Doing a lot of work, but not enough damage to take Flash Singapore down just as of yet. The Revitalize heals everyone. The heavy spade comes in a little bit too late. Locking JPL down. Dealing a lot of damage to Moreno. Hades tries to find an angle. Almost did, but Amon trying to get locked down by Flash Singapore. There was a very, very risky play. Smart move by Super Ken, opening it up with the vision.
Oh my goodness, you can't tell me that Joy isn't busted.
Oh, Joy! Oh, Hades actually pushed them away for that Lord. It might have been a risky play. Hades takes the Lord. Oh, knock up onto everyone. Super Ken takes down the normal Ken once again from the back line. Flash Singapore, they're still taking out Light. A roam for 2 members of Flash Singapore. Oh, from the back line. It's so close, yet so far. Amon finally takes down Hades, but they're on the chase, looking to take down Super Ken. Don't want him to escape. One more hit and he will fall.
Oh! Outplayed! Takes him out, but still Bongski is able to find the kill in the end. Regardless, after everything that has happened to Flash Singapore, they're so greedy, but they don't get punished too hard because they had secured the Lord. Their boys will be up to defend, but Lord-empowered minions guarantee the push.
They buy themselves some time, but it might not be enough. They can't make any of these mistakes, but it was a very high IQ move by Super Ken, outplaying Curtizi, keeping him safe while buying time for his team to take down that Lord, so they lose not much.
Oh my goodness. I just can't believe how greedy both of these teams are. Initially, I was like, okay, it makes sense for Bigatron Alpha with the lead that they have, and then they got a little sloppy with it. Glorious pathway?
Oh, we missed the version play coming in. Flash Singapore wants to find something, anything at all. And Monfrey hitting from the back. Luke will not be alive for long as Moreno tries to use a better aspect out of the way. Super Ken waiting for the right opportunity to come in for that flank.
It's too late, Ken. He's going to be going down next year. Bombski, run for your life. The counter engagement from Bigatron Alpha, they out-sustained the initial damage, and none of their cores got punished. Here they come. Bigatron Alpha now looking to push through that top side. That missing inhibitor has costed Flash SG.
20 seconds on the clock. 6 seconds till Curtizi comes online. They still need to deal with the mid lane turrets. The bottom lane turrets are being destroyed by the minions. But slowly but surely, Flash Singapore, it's risky, but you have to take these big risks to try to find some big rewards. And Amon is just so well positioned, it's so hard to get to. And to add fuel to that fire, Luke is always there with the heavy spin to keep everyone at bay.
Exactly. The heavy spin is such a game changer for them. It allows Light to play a little bit more casual, to really take his time with the Way of the Dragons. We know that he is a beast of HO player, but he doesn't need to force it anymore thanks to the help of Luke. In the meantime, though, I am a little scared for Moreno at this point of the game. He does have the Blood Wings already finished, but if Hades gets on top of him, he's guaranteed to die. Every single time we've seen Hades just touch him, just a little bit with a dash, that's more than enough to chunk at least 1/3 to 2/3 of his health.
The smart move is Bigatron Alpha is finding these patterns. They playing to Curtizi's understanding of the map and understanding the strengths of diversion. Wherever they want to go, it needs to be truly calculated.
Oh,
and right now, they're going in. They're in deep in enemy territory.
How many times have they TP'd themselves into the exact same bush? Wait, did Suriken spot him?
They might have been.
No, they don't know. They don't know. Moreno's walking up.
Oh, with a flicker out of the way, they're still alive, but they're getting sandwiched. Flash Singapore, they're in a deep spot of trouble as they all fall like flies.
Oh, they rolled the dice, and Bongski ended up getting hit by the ejector. It's too late as the kick comes through. They're going to stop it, and Ken, he's a little late on that fight, but he will try his best. None of the cores fall as the last 2 remaining members for BTR will look to even up this game with the wave on the mid lane.
Wave pushing in. It's only a matter of time. 15 seconds on the clock. They might be able to do it here. Fed airstrike as a last-ditch effort to clear that minions as fast as they can. It does look like we might be going to a Game 3. This game is ruined Flash Singapore's chance. of going to the playoffs, though.
Oh my goodness, the disrespect coming in from both sides. A wild game from both Flash as well as BTR.
I gotta say, gentlemen, this game, we caught it, you know, done and dusted 4 minutes in when Bigatron was just walking over Flash SG. But once more, Curteasy and JPL bringing it back time and time again. They were able to recover and recover mentally, and at the same time take these big risks. Obviously, it was a sort of a Hail Mary attempt at the very end. The fact that they couldn't take a single structure in that BTR mid lane was one of the reasons. But if this is how it's gonna be, you know, between BTR and Flash SG, I like the chances for SRG tomorrow because Flash SG is putting a big dent. This game is almost 17 minutes, but we have a total of 41 kills.
Yep, 30-11. I'm surprised that this got so messy with the lead that BTR developed from this. It felt so unlosable at that point of time, but Flash SG made some really intelligent plays, and we saw that BTR got really sloppy on the fundamentals, forgetting that Lo Yi was in play.
Yeah, it was just... I'm at a loss for words because Flash SG in the early game, losing 2 easy, simple kills on a 1v1 for Bongski really hit a dent in their mark.
Yeah, the fire might have, the embers might have been snuffed out for Flash SG, right? The run ends here because of this game loss. But I think they can, even after this series, knowing least, that
you know,
it's over.
A star is a star. That's
you
what
can
you say in ranked games,
you can hold your heads up high. You know, you can give a pat on your back and say, hey, we put out a pretty good fight against BTR, a team that I think a lot of people came into this expecting a 2-0 in the most dominant fashion, but even in the most dominant game, Flash SG was almost able to make a comeback.
Yeah, I don't know. When you look at the post-game stats, nobody's going to understand it. They're like, what the heck? Iman is like 15-1-10.
Oh my goodness,
yeah,
it's 117,000 damage.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's really hard to tell that this game was a lot closer than you would have imagined from the side of Flash SG because the numbers are just not on their side. Supercan has a 12-2-6 KDA ratio. We have Iman who's 15-1-10. Like, he sold all those items, got a Malefic Roar just because why not at that point? While Flash SG just needed to continuously make good plays and find these surgical executions on Moreno or even Iman because that's what really changed the game for them.
Yeah, you could see that one team was a risk taker, the other was more reactive, right? Even from the draft, I think Churros, you brought this up. You asked the question, is this reaction, this reactiveness from Bigatron Alpha in the way that they draft, you know, the Akai, the Cho, a good idea? It paid off in the end, right? Like they were able to adjust, kind of recover from the sloppiness, and when Flash SG kept putting out the same move, they adjusted their approach, right? Catching the right target, blowing up Curteasy, making sure that JPL doesn't touch Moreno or Iman, and Hades not able to dive the backline like he did prior to the first to that mid game.
It's a very scary situation to be in.
This graph, though.
Flash Singapore, it's up and downs, but it's still favoring like 100% of the time Bigatron Alpha. That peak within the 5-minute was right around like 7,000 gold lead in 5-minute mark. That's crazy.
No, man. I'm telling you, the post-game doesn't really give justice to what Flash SG was so close to trying to achieve in a couple of these fights. Like Bigatron Alpha, it just looks like they're so dominant and they didn't even stand a chance. It was 13-11 and Iman is just like, please, let's not get caught out by another flank again, guys.
Oh, that's a fighter emblem for the Granger, so I think that's an interesting point to note as well for all you Granger players now.
Yeah.
There's a sustain in the lane, but early game damage as well, taking out Bongski right off the get-go.
Yeah, I think shutting down Bongski definitely, you know, kind of put like one part of the a nail in one side of the coffin for Flash SG, right? It really stifled their growth and development, and not to mention Eman got out of the lane so strong that he essentially was a one-man army. And then on the other end, you have Supercan who is doing whatever he wants. You know, Hades has to be put on the back foot. He's playing utility. He's split pushing lanes, just trying to stall out the game as much as possible. And then they still had to wait until Curteasy starts making the move, making the call to go for plays like these.
Oh, they just trapped Oman out of the way.
You know, at any point, let's say if this play failed, I think that game really would have ended then and there, right?
I agree.
Flash SG really had to make a lot of these decisions to drag the game out.
It was such a huge shutdown as well. I think that really brought some life back into Flash Singapore. However, that one bush in BTR's jungle on red, on their orange side jungle, they need to check that. I swear, 3 times in a row, Flash SG was able to sneak their way into that bush, and 2 times they got major profits from it. The last one was a little unlucky because JPL accidentally ejected Bongski, but hey, we forget about that one. We'll forgive that one.
Yeah, it's over here, right? Another proverb: fool me once, shame on you; fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
They're not. They got fooled by that bush, that one particular dot bush right there. That one time, Super Ken understood, like, okay, they're definitely gonna be here. I'm gonna be opening up that vision eye. We're gonna open that up, and then all hell breaks loose. Bigatron Alpha is just really being very proactive in sussing everyone out.
Yeah, that and also Light has been great in staggering these engages, right? It's quite a miracle that he's staying alive for so long. He's getting kicks, he's getting those Jit Kundo knockups. And once more, the fact that BTR ended the game with all mid lane turrets was a big boost to how to kind of reduce the effectiveness of the bush that they just don't check the entire game. Because I'm pretty sure if Moreno flickered and there was no tier 1, Flash would have ran him down anyways.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I swear. Like there are moments of like, yes, it is skill. Other times where it's like they're also kind of lucky at the same time. I gotta give it to BTR though. There is a lot of potential for this team. It does still feel like they need to get their mojo back and make sure that they can really polish up everything that they have, because they've got a good base right now, but like it gets sloppy very, very quickly, and you can tell when it does.
Yeah, we brought the Brawl server to this series for sure. Score update for Stream C. TLID finds their second sweep of the day. 2-0 over. See you soon. So again, perfect score in that Group A. We're gonna check in on Stream C for a while. This one is Stream A. If Onic Philippines takes down SRG 2-0, then they will be tied with TLID in the group stage, and it'll be broken tomorrow.
I am curious about some of the other streams, whether or not their games.
Is SRG doing well?
Yeah. I'm still like twiddling my thumbs. I have no idea.
Like 1-1, so
here it comes. SRG against
Aurora?
Fnatic.
No, that's tomorrow.
No, okay, so we don't have. Oh, there it is. Okay, so both OP and TLID are tied in Group A, both having 12 points. Yeah, 12 points. That will be broken tomorrow to see who will be the first, second seed, and it comes out to SRG BTR.
Gosh darn it. Tough. Unable to sneak a game away this time round, but even so, I think that a lot of questions are going to be asked here, especially with the performance of BTR in that previous game, whether or not it's just, dude, it hasn't just been like that long of a day for them, or whether or not, you know, Flash SG really dropped the ball. And I personally think that it's more on BTR side, considering like that major, it's so hard to lose a lead like that.
I agree. They looked at game 1, and they looked at how game 2 should have ended, but it got dragged on for an extra 10 minutes. I definitely feel like it's BTR getting a bit looser than they would have liked.
This is why. See, if he just nails these bottle flips every single time, you know that they're like on it.
Luke wasn't he wasn't locked in. That's
Exactly. He gets the one. He needs to get it in multiple times. Man, see,
come on.
This is right. You got it twice, but he needs to get it in a row. No, that doesn't count. He gives up.
He knows it. He's just like, we're not playing our best right now. That's one.
Out of frame. Doesn't count.
Out of frame.
Out of frame doesn't count.
The poor guy. He knows it. You can see it on his face. That it's just like, we're not playing as good as we usually are. Usually he hits these bottle flips and he hits every ability in game. He never misses a single shot.
I need one more water.
Need more water. Hey, that's the meta. That's the meta.
He's like, yo, Ken, give me.
That's the meta. It's not 40%. It's 41%.
It's the weight. You know?
It's the weight.
It's the weight.
It is 1 gram.
All right, Super Ken to the rescue.
Okay, we're going in.
It's a team game. So is
Round
our
2,
water.
bottle flip. Oh, Luke misses 1. Goes for a third one.
Oh,
it's that one. He needs it in a row.
He's gonna ask for Moreno next.
Moreno, this isn't enough. I need your water as well. I'm done with this. I'm done, man. I'm telling you. I think that, you know, BTR really have what it takes to become a really good team. And I think that Flash SG has really good ideas right now. And I think they're communicating a lot better at this point of time. However, it does come at a couple of costs. Number one, when it comes down to snowball compositions, they need the side laners to kind of work together with them. And then in the later stages of the game, I think that everybody can be called to fault there. JPL ejecting Bongski in the middle of that, like, come on, man, come on. You can't say that's not like a, ooh, oh no, oops.
I mean, you can't blame him, right? Moreno comes off flickered away. The one adjustment I would make is you instant flicker eject. Because they started running at Moreno, so Moreno just flickered, right? Like if he flicker eject, maybe it would have been different, you know, but yeah. It's already happened.
It already happened. It already
you
happened.
gotta look at game 3. They still have a chance, you know. They might not be able to qualify, but you can still lessen Bigatron's chances of qualifying.
For sure.
I mean, they already have. They could make it worse by winning.
They can make it way worse by winning.
Yeah, way worse.
Oh no. I think that Flash SG, in their identity right now, what they're strongest at playing is when they have a snowball, right? And I think that's something that really is helpful in this current metagame. But I think that Bigatron Alpha can completely shut it off, right? If they do play a slower scaling style of composition, just focus on the fundamentals, and that will get you to that critical mass on time at the 8 to 9 minute of the game.
The fact that Flash SG, despite having that snowballing strength, they still managed to play from behind, which is pretty rare. At least with this roster, the Loi is now open. And we see what Curtisi could do, and I know Flash SG most likely will lean towards that Loi first pick.
Yeah.
Give Suyo over to Super Ken, and now Hades will have to start thinking of a third jungler option. No Lucas, no Joy.
Why not pick the Granger first pick? Because there's been so...
So it's Granger Suyo.
Yeah, Granger Suyo then.
Bongsi is shaking. He's like, not again. He's gonna first blood me again. I gotta remember which side of the bush did he appear from and then blasted me down. I can't let that happen once more.
Should I play Layla? Just
play Layla. Check that bush straight from the get-go. I mean, that's one way of playing it. However, it's really, really immobile. And I think as soon as you get caught by literally anything, you're dead. And Harith just significantly better.
I think it's a 1-to-1 trade on that gold lane, but he needs to play it safe right now. If they give easy kills over to Iman, then it's all over right from the get-go. And I still hope, like, right now, Flash SG, I know they don't have the hopes and dreams of going to the playoffs, but like, take this as a very good opportunity to try to show your prowess, at least take a game off of Bigatron Alpha.
I think they're forced to go for the Hayabusa, because I was thinking it could be an angle for JPL Cho, right? You kind of take that away from BTR. And compared to a Jawhead, I think you definitely would prefer that Cho a bit more in the long run.
Yeah, I agree.
Hilda's open as well, so they could put Hilda.
I think it'd be, if Bigatron Alpha want to play safe, sure, they go for a Hilda. I think the Fulvius.
That's a deny to Ken.
Exactly. Again, they're giving like so much respect as they want to be able to keep on ankle kicking Ken, but I think Ken has shown that he can play okay from behind depending on what he gets. On the high loss, I think he was playing completely okay. First day of SPS, probably still kind of, finding the mojo. I think day number 2, he's really coming to himself.
Yeah.
This case might be looking at a glue ban as well. I mean, we have seen it today, a couple of glue bans. So they started banning out the Hilda. Even though it wasn't Ken's most successful hero, still got to put some respect on it. Novaria ban, which is pretty interesting, right? Because both mid laners have played it at least once in the group stage.
But why?
I think it's just a vision
I think they're just worried about the whole artillery,
The vision.
And the vision, yeah.
Because of the version, you want to keep your bushes safe.
But OP did deal with it, right? OP, yeah, I think it's more of like it could be a sign of overthinking into the...
No. But that's OP. This is Bigatron Alpha.
No, this is different. This is
you
one
don't know
of those
how they operate.
This is one of those scenes where Curtisi is like, guys, I'm nasty on the Novaria, therefore they're nasty on the Novaria. End of story, you know? You're banning out things that you believe is going to be strong. They at least get rid of the Farsa alongside it. Now this forces Bigatron Alpha to really think about it, because if they do decide to be like, okay, let's just pick the Farmist so they can't pick the glue, then they're in a little bit of trouble, because once they clump up too close together with the Netherrealm, guess what? You're going to get blasted by the duality from the Yin Yang overturn.
Tricky spot right here. Might be going to a Cho again just to disrupt things, but yeah, there's the Cho.
Yeah, I think it's just a wiser choice, because you don't want to risk giving it over to Flash SG.
Yeah, JPL plays a lean Cho as well.
Though they could look at a Tigreal. I mean, it's also one of JPL's heroes. Tigreal, Jawhead is still around if he wants that. He played high loss too.
I was thinking, just go back to the Jawhead. Like the Jawhead was doing pretty okay, but
the Badang. Oh, they take both of it. Okay.
Yeah. Right now it can be flex. Like Badang and Hylos both can be EXP and Roam. So It just depends on what they want to do. I think.
I feel like I much prefer the Badang roam in this case. Actually Badang XP.
Badang XP Hylos roam would be much better because JPL is more comfortable with Hylos. Looking at yesterday's game, I think give JPL the Hylos.
I agree.
Light be like, check out my Phobius roam. They'll never see this one coming, guys.
Granger roam.
Granger roam.
Granger all tank roam.
I think
with the concussive. Nah, I'm just playing.
I think that it makes sense for Badang to actually go into the EXP lane. I think Sicilian's totally fine here.
Aurora isn't that bad too, I think.
Could go with a utility. Yeah, Sicilian.
Aurora is totally fine if you're scared.
Aurora is fine if you're few.
That's only. Look, I think that the composition coming in from Bigatron Alpha looks totally fine, very similar to what we saw in the previous game. Flash SG, on the other hand, let's see whether this Badang is going to be able to make the difference, right? Because we need to see that big engage, like 2-3 people into the fist crack. That's what we want to see.
Does very well with the yin yang overturn as well.
Yeah, the duality, right?
Yeah.
I would say that this is definitely a planned decision for Flash Singapore to give away the 2 picks that essentially carried the entire game for BTR, right? Like, both only died once, double-digit kills, 80% of the total kills that BTR had in Game 2. Let's see if they have a solution to it in Game 3, final game between BTR and Flash SG. Stage is yours, gentlemen. Let's see best team win.
Thanks, Husky. Now, BTR, this time, they're coming back. They've already had a huge lead in the previous matchup. They want to show that they are going to stand above the rest. But Flash SG are still, despite not being able to qualify for the playoffs, they want to play for mass respect on the blue side as they take on their opponents. Bigatron Alpha once again on the red side.
Taking words out of my mouth. It's all about understanding. You're gonna play for respect, take down Bigatron Alpha, and that's what Singapore is playing for. Bigatron Alpha, though, on the other hand, I think their lineup is very comfortable to them, but looking at how Flash Singapore is rotating around, look at the top side, though. You see Curtisi already up there. Flicker already used up by Oman, so they're pushing the pressure. It's a weak loss by GPL. Light looking mount him up, but JPL keeping himself alive with the Revitalize.
Very early Revitalize as well. These early rotations coming in from Flash Singapore, they're trying to create openings and, more importantly, alleviating the pressure coming out from Bongski's side. He knows that it's a difficult matchup against the Granger, and regardless, Hades, he's going to take his time. He's not going to be able to snowball until he starts hitting level 4. On the opposite side, it's not much. It's just a sandbag contest, and you don't expect Ken to get too involved into these matches until he hits level 4. More importantly, once he gets his Thunder Belt.
Light is such a smart player. Right now, he is mirroring what JPL likes to do, especially in the first game with his Gatot. Just sitting in the jungles, identifying where Hades is at all times. But look at the bottom side. Supercam making the first rotations down. Doesn't see JPL as of now. The Shadow will latch onto Luke. Waiting onto that Shadow kill, but he won't be able to commit. It's a passive move by Flash Singapore.
Yep. And more so, Bigatron Alpha are just trying to, bait and switch as much as they can.
Oh, Light with a knockup onto Curtisi. The concussive blast won't be enough to take him out, but that's a pixel if I've ever seen one.
Yep, and that does mean that Curtisi is going to miss out his level 4. He's not going to be walking back up to that wave, because if he does, he's dead. However, on the opposite side, Supercan getting chunked out hard by Ken. That's what you want to see, as first blood falls into the hands of Luke.
Oh, the turtle goes for the hands of Flash Singapore. He gets that steal, gets 2 members down as well, but nice little fist crack, try to push away Super Ken from the turtle pit. And that's the power of the Badang right here.
Yeah, Ken, he was able to get, both the XP ninjas are playing very, very well. However, there is going to be this initial proxy.
Ooh, here comes Hades though, with Shadow Kill onto Luke. Not enough damage to take him out. One more hit will do it.
He tried. Proxying the wave did come at a cost. Now, keep in mind that when we look at the emblems, Luke is opting to go for the Concussive Blast rather than the Brave Smite. It's all about lane priority. He wants to show up to these fights earlier than his counterpart Badang because he knows that Ken is eventually going to start farming Thunderbelt stacks off of him, so he wants to minimize his time in lane.
Yeah, Luke's been playing a heck of a game in the previous round where he was the enabler, he was the protector of the Mon, but it's still the early game. He needs to maintain the wave priority on his side as Ken is outplaying that bottom side.
Well, in the meantime, we've seen that the mid trios are being very proactive on the map. Hades goes back onto his current jungle path, which is orange into that purple buff, and the gold lane has basically been left untouched, right? We haven't seen too much interaction other than Cortese blowing Iman's flicker early on. After that, he has not shown back up into that lane.
There's a little bit of an enemy battle down here, but with diversion play, will it be on time though? Hades, top the shadow, will not reach his mark, but now, cancel by the flicker. Smart move by Luke.
Nicely done.
Oh, the alley-oop over on that bottom side.
Yep.
Super Ken was just waiting.
He was waiting for those shadows, and now JPL unable to kind of cover him at this point of time. Really good stuff coming in from BTR. Luke understanding that there is a bit of a buffer time for the Oki shadow kill to actually happen.
Top side, Light applying a little bit of pressure onto Bongski. Don't want to get him ahead too much as the Lord spawning up at this point. Supercan already in position. They're waiting on to Hades. I don't think Supercore has what they have in them to contest for this one. They have the diversion, but will they want to use it?
Actually, they can. They did bring Madame pretty nearby. All they got to do is just lock Supercan down long enough for Hades to go for the steal. Oh,
Carpet's already out. JPL zoning out Moreno. Forced to use the Bat Swarm. Oh, nice little flicker. The cancel.
Nice
the
to
kick
meet you.
over.
NPR
Lights
on me.
left all alone to take down one. But Luke is there causing mayhem on the backside. Take out Cortese, looking for more. And Luke still alive on this one. 1 piece on health. He is not afraid. He is still going. Lukey Luke, you might not flip bottles, but you can flip tables.
Oh, he's used all his bottle flipping luck in-game rather than outside of game. Big mistake coming in from Flash Singapore. All just soaking up, getting nice and cozy away.
Wait a second right here. Moreno caught in the spot. Bother right there. Away from the map, though. Unable to survive, but just barely. Here comes Super Ken yet again.
No way.
Blocking out all escape paths. Ken's hungry for blood. Using fist crack, his last ditch effort to take Moreno out, but he gets taken out instead.
Oh goodness, this is starting to just devolve into chaos at this point. 5.7k lead coming in from Bigatron Alpha. We've seen Flash Singapore even out the scores, but without that mid-tier 1, it's going to be a little hard to do so since it's only been 5 minutes and 47 seconds into this game already, and they can't fall back into making bad habits. One of those bad habits is clumping up when Luke is right on top of him. Do not give him more value.
Man, this guy has so much confidence in his abilities. He was at like one more hit away before he fells, but he just keeps going. And Bigatron Alpha, I think they find out the pattern already. They know where Cortese is coming. They're getting concealed play, Light leading the charge. Luke trying to make something happen. Splashing for playing very passive on this one. They don't want to risk anything too much.
Beautiful stuff coming here from BTR. I think they probably could have walked up a little bit further to secure this tier 2. However, it's still 6 minutes, 30 seconds into the game, so there is that bit of protection, giving it more stats. So BTR don't want to waste too much time. They're just hoping to see if Flash Singapore is going to overextend.
This Hayabusa is starting to become a non-factor in Bigatron Alpha's eyes. And taking down most of the objectives, 7,000 gold lead in the 7-minute mark. Oh! They found a mark onto Bongski. Unfortunate, so unfortunate.
He did not react fast enough at all. He saw the Sanguine Claw. He still has his Purify. He thought, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Gets knocked up instantaneously, and then it was too late.
He got, crushed on by 3 members of Bigatron Alpha. And 1 more minute till the Lord spawns up. Bigatron Alpha looking hella strong, wiping out all of the turrets. The map is looking really red.
Yep, and they're trying to make sure that they're not making too many mistakes here, right? They're not overextending as much as they did in game now. Oh!
Luke a little bit too middle of his crack, tries to lock him down in place, can't escape. Glorious pathway just to block out all entrance. Smash Singapore tries to barely take down one.
That was not intentional coming in from Luke. He just wanted to get a free stack, He just wanted to use the demonic force. He didn't expect Hades to quickly use Quad Shadow and send him into the enemy team.
Light understands. They see Light. They want to try to collapse onto him. Finds that diversion play. Going on to Light, the conceal play, JPL can't do much. There's a stun up. Light is just delaying his inevitable doom unless...
Gets out, gets out, he had to use Conceal as well as his Flicker. That's a lot of resources and a free tier 2 on the opposite side of the map. So Light, again, the fact that he's able to bring 3 people, the whole team's attention to the bottom side of the map is a pretty big deal for Bigatron Alpha. Ideally, they would have liked to take the mid tier 2 as well, but hey, they've already got one on the top side of the map.
Yeah, but that buys a lot of time for Amon. He's been busy taking down T2's top. So that's an open lane for the Lord that's spawning up in 30 seconds.
Big shmoneys for him. Big shmoneys. 3 items already complete with the Malefic Roar on top of it, and now looking for a 4th item. Oh boy, let's see how Flash Singapore is going to try to find that surgical engagement. We're hoping to find it sometime soon, but even so, they gotta catch him on. Somehow, they gotta catch Moreno as well. It's not gonna be easy unless they are purely focused on trying to take this Lord away. Then they're looking at Super Ken, the Ken into the Super Ken matchup. He's just gotta lock him down.
Look, it's so difficult for Curtizi at this point, just because Bigatron Alpha knows that they're going to use their version, they're just going to peer behind us, so let's just watch our backs, and it's not going to be a problem. Iman and Moreno, they're in the middle. They're not playing from behind, and that's the tricky part about Flash Singapore's diversion now.
Yeah, and more importantly, they still have their mid-tier 1, and that's a guaranteed safe spot for BTR, so that's why they're hovering around it very often.
Oh, they find JPL, but he's going to prance away. Straddle away, but the diversion plays coming through. Light, they don't see this. They don't know where anyone is. JPL holding a mark on the backside, though.
Oh, they baited it!
Cross onto Hades, taking a little bit too much damage. The fist crack locks up 4, but it's not enough. As Ken goes down, Amon takes down another. There's 2 members down for Flash Singapore. They're leading the charge. Make that 3. Hades, oh, that's a maniac. They want to go for the Savage.
Give it to him!
Savage of the SBS Season 6. Well done to Amon.
Hell yeah, Bigatron Alpha wiping the entire team out. There is no holy defense here. Amon gets a savage in this game and will take the first inhibitor as well.
They might end this off right now.
They can't. Oh, everybody is spawning. The next minion wave is coming out soon.
Still be patient.
You gotta be
yes,
patient.
got a savage, but don't let that get to your head.
Exactly. We saw what happens in game 1 and 2 where they disrespect their opponents and get a little sloppy, right? So that's why they're trying to keep this game nice and crisp, nice and clean.
He's got a Sky Piercer, so that's a hefty stack if I ever seen one.
He's
maxed. Yeah.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy. Just one more kill, he might have been max stacks already.
Huge. At this point, 4-16. They've got the checkmate angle as well. 12k ahead of their opponents. With the Lord pushing in and a missing inhibitor, they can do whatever they want here as long as they don't clump up too close for Ken to make the play of a lifetime.
Bigatron Alpha, they've been in this position before, struggling to close these games out. The boom has already been popped as the Lord marching on the top side, struggling to take down these T3s, especially for to desperately defending any saving grace for Flash Singapore at this point, Gideon.
I mean, they need BTR to group up their cores, especially to get as close as possible so that Ken can catch them all with a single ability. That's what they need to happen. Oh my god!
Oh, they knocked down Ken though. Their dreams, oh god, as Amon shuts him down as well. A lot of damage onto Light. It looks like it's over. 4 members down, a wipeout, and wiping Flash Singapore's dreams of a playoff in the SPS. Victory goes over to Bigatron Alpha.
Crisp and clean. One of the crispest, cleanest games coming out for Bigatron Alpha that I've seen in a while here. And what a way to end it for the final matchup today with Iman Savage.
Yeah, Iman Savage, first Savage, not just on Stream B, but I dare say in the entirety of the Challenge Finals group stage, delivered by one of the MSC 2022 champions. It just deserving of a win, right? Even though it could have been a 2-0 like a lot of people expected, but it's how you cross the finishing line. BTR's chances of playoffs qualification still alive, and it comes down to between them and Selangor Red Giants tomorrow. But just as a final send-off, Flash Singapore could not hold a candle to BTR in Game 3.
Yep, they put up one hell of a fight for Game 1 and as well as Game 2, but at the end, once BTR started to show them respect, saw them as equals, they had to play a nice, crisp game, and boy, did we see one hell of a crisp game from BTR.
Just 5 deaths. Oh, actually, Kelra got a Savage in Stream C.
Oh, it's Stream
What the
C?
heck? Why didn't Stream C casters tell us
Oh,
this?
Yeah,
They were holding it against us.
If Kelra got a Savage on Stream C, does that mean it's against SRG? Because we got the other OP games.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
So
I don't know.
Wait for confirmation. Game 1 SRG.
So they were holding information.
Hey, we're giving them a chance. Your Malaysian team, the Singapore team.
All right, we
hey,
both
it's a freebie
suffered
for
a
them.
Savage, all right?
We both suffered a Savage.
We both suffered
a Savage.
A Savage.
Oh, man.
But Aman on his Gronger, can no one touch him? He's 12-0-2. And I think they know what they're playing around. Make Aman, get him his power spikes, play around him, protect him at all costs, and Aman will show up. This is a beautiful, beautiful game from BTR, and yeah, it's after all said and done.
That's what I'm worried about coming into this, right? When they give BTR the 2 strongest picks that they have shown in Game 2, the result speaks for itself. Obviously, Super Ken didn't go on a double-digit rampage, but didn't really need to. Emman was enough. MVP once more.
Yeah, I mean, Luke, dude, I gotta give it to Luke on that Phobius. Nasty, nasty Phobius that he has there, especially when you make that mistake of grouping a little too close together once he's in that chaining demonic force spree. That's when you have a lot of problems here. Can't be in choke points when you're dealing with that type of Phobius, but this is a much better game and a much better showing coming in from BTR, showing everybody out there who's like, oh man, against Flash SG, they must be like a CB tier team. No, they can reach that S tier. It's just whether or not they see their opponents as equals.
This is a testament to BTR's strength, but also how much potential Flash Singapore has, right?
Yes.
Moving into hopefully the next season of MPL SG, if this is going to be that roster, I think there is a lot of room to grow. Again, I think for a team that has so many holes to fill in, right? People have touted Diablo and Vanix as the premier players in their respective roles. Ken and Bongsy, they've proven something today.
Yeah, I mean, coming from a Singaporean, the Flash SG that I know and love from Vanix and Diablo in it, that was the super team. It's like bringing Diablo and JPL together, the mastermind, the creator, and the underworld lord, the Lord of Destruction coming in. But this team needs a little bit more time. I'm just saying, like, Ken and Bongsky, if this is the team that's going to MPOSG, they need a little bit of time to get their synergy working, get their chemistry together, and then just, practice on the international stage a little bit more.
Dang. They're going, people like JPL, oh yeah, Diablo, well, what happened to their forefathers? What happened to the Colias, the Sinks, the Bambies of their time? Jeez, man, you guys got a bunch of players prior to that, but Iman being our MVP of the game, just look at this. The fact that Luke's pre-game ritual is bottle flipping, he took all that luck into game rather than outside the game because he got away with so much in the early.
Yeah, and we even have these early moves. I think Flash Singapore tried to make early moves onto Luke, and he just styled on them, right? Getting flicker timings on the shadow kills. You don't see that often.
It's just Science of Life. It takes 3 people to turn on a light bulb. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does. No, it really, really does, because look at this one particular fight, right? Because he gets reset after reset after reset, and look at the rest of Bigatron. They're like, he's dead, right? No! Goes back in for more! Like, they accepted he was gonna die, and he's like, guys, please!
Maybe even he thought he was gonna die. He's like, guys, leave me.
Yeah,
leave me.
This is just Bloodlust right here. Ken was just too Bloodlust, want to go get the kill onto Moreno, but it was a little bit too late to... yeah, it's just too much for him.
It really is too much for him.
I like the fact that Flash Singapore at least utilized the Phobius passive. I just brought him all the way to Narnia. That was like sort of an unfortunate event, but it really didn't matter. Bigatron, it was like what, 7k, leading with 7k at 7 minutes. Basically, it's a 1k goalie per minute up till that Lord fight. The rest is history.
Yeah, you got the Savage on the grounder.
You got the Savage on the grounder, and no matter where they were, with or without Iman, Moreno is always the in-betweener here.
Yes.
He's always in the perfect position. He's always in the max amount of distance for that bat impact. So even if things go wrong, there is a good amount of peel from his Sanguine Claw and a relevant amount of damage as time goes by.
Yeah, so congratulations to BTR, and again, Flash Singapore. Journey My Vendor, they still have one more game tomorrow. One more match tomorrow, actually, is against See You Soon. But for that, we're going to talk to one of the latest addition fact, to the robots, it's gonna be Light on the line with us. So let's welcome him and talk about this win. What's up, Light? How are you feeling? 2 series win today against See You Soon and Flash Singapore. First things first, did you expect the series to go down this route?
Actually, for me, I don't expect anything. Just do our best like that, and then I expect also that Flash is good back because like earlier I tried to review their match like most of them are close fights, right? So yeah, I didn't let my guard down to the end. So yeah.
Oof. I mean, he's been doing. I mean, you have been doing so well on this team. I'm curious though. How is it different as you've transitioned? Previously, you played for a very long time with RSG, and now transitioning over to BTR. How has that transition been like? Is this team really comfortable for you? Are there big differences that make you a little uncomfortable, or is this the place that you needed to be all along?
Yeah. For at first it's so hard, like mainly the problem is the language barrier, right? So right now I'm getting into it, to understand them a little more and then to plan with them and play with them.
Yeah, actually I wanted to ask you about like tomorrow's game, but I think after today's game I think you need a little bit of break. We saw Luke having his ritual, pre-game ritual of bottle flipping. What is your ritual to get ready for a game?
Actually, nothing. Just thinking. Thoughts like how to fight against this enemy like that, so I can input to the coaches and to my enemy teammates also.
Just a little bit of a prayer, meditation,
right?
Just locked in.
Okay, so Light, I'll need to ask a favor of you. You gotta lock in for this one. It's a hot question, right? The whole world has been asking this. People have been asking, where's Pamela?
My name.
Oh, actually,
the secret is out. The secret is out. No, actually, I think all of us knew from the start that you were Pamela, right? But people were trying to hide it. I know Mirko exposed you, so you could look for him after this. He's the one that exposed you on stream. But yeah, tomorrow I know that you guys have one more series, probably the most important one. SRG, I don't think you've faced off against them, at least not in any recent tournaments. How is that going to be? How is that going to pan out? And do you have any words for the Selangor Red Giants?
First, I'm gonna be expecting it to be a hard match because they're also in that game where it's gonna be do or die, right? Win or go home like that. So I expect it to be hard. So I hope and we prepare well to them. We're gonna do our best, yeah. So good luck to Selangor Red Giants.
All right. So before we let you off, well, you spoke about the language barrier, right? Coming into BTR, how do they get you up to speed with that communication side? Is there a tuition? Do you take classes, or?
At first, I'm asking my assistant coach, like Coach Teo, Coach Teo, how do I say this in Bahasa? And then he will write it like so many, like I think it has a 30 sentence to it. Like he sent it to me, but mostly I learned that when I hear a word I will ask like, hey, what's that, man? Like for Eman, right? So he can explain it to me in Tagalog easiest way. So yeah.
So right now, are you confident in like stringing a sentence together in Bahasa, or do you still like trying to put the pieces together?
I mean, in game it's easy, but communication, masih gabisa.
Masih gabisa.
Hey, he's catching on.
All right. Any final words for all the supporters of Bigatron Alpha out there?
Thank you for the support, for the trust that you gave to us, for keep supporting even though we're struggling. We really appreciate it, and also to my family, to the management of Bigatron, and especially to my girlfriend.
Just sweet, brother. Sweet and simple. Thank you very much, terima kasih. All the best for tomorrow for one last series. But for now, get some good rest. We'll see more of you.
Thank you.
What a guy! What a guy, man!
He said his girlfriend. Valentine's Day is coming up.
Yes.
Look, his heart used to be blue, but his blood's running red now, man. I'm telling you, he's such a sweetheart. Even when he was on RSG, he was such a cool guy to be around. But now coming into BTR, once he gets over that language barrier, I'm curious to see what the peak of BTR would look like.
Yeah, we've seen examples even locally in MPL, and why Nets is a prime example, right? If I remember, he did say that he takes classes, so he speaks Bahasa pretty fluently. He strings sentences together, you know, he fights with Rose on stage and all of that. A quick recap for Stream A, the results: BTR took down See Soon for the opening series 2-0, followed by Team Falcons taking down RQ Hoshi 2-0, and then Liquid ID taking down See Soon 2-0. So it's all sweeps all across the board for Stream A, which, you know, to be very honest, the only one that people were watching is Team Falcons against RQ Hoshi. At least that's what we assume. Stream B though, we had quite a day because we came into this expecting it to be quick.
It felt like a very, very long day here in Stream B.
Well, fun fact, we actually are ending the latest because, you know, we started out with a sweep, you know, Onic Philippines over Team Flash Singapore. And then Aurora against Onic Esports went the distance. Aurora coming out on top 2-1, keeping their hopes to qualify for playoffs alive. And the same applies for Bigatron Alpha 2-1 over Flash Singapore, with Flash Singapore and See You Soon confirmed to be out.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed, but my predictions have not been going too well for at least one of the games, and that was the Onic Aurora one. Again, very, very good series overall, and I think it just goes to show that anything can happen here at the SPS, and people got to be careful with their guest coins. I lost so many guest coins.
I'm pretty sure we lost a lot on Stream C too, because yesterday was a great. So Mirko tapped me on the shoulder and he was like, "Today, you will feel how I felt yesterday with BTR." Because we took 2 big L's, right? We lost to TLID in the rematch. We also lost to Onic Philippines in the M6 rematch, and Evo's Holy getting a 2-1 over Falcons Esports.
What's going on to SRG?
Look, hey, you know, you win some, you lose some, you know?
I mean, against those two teams, I don't know. I mean, we haven't been able to even make a dent.
Yeah, specifically like TLID have not been able to like take a game. Like OP is like, okay, one at a time.
OP is OP.
OP is OP.
Well, 0-5 against those two teams. So since M6, they ain't looking too good. Standings for Group A, Onic Philippines and TLID, the only 2 teams with a clean record so far. That will change tomorrow. But so far they had 12 points. SRG 6 points in 3rd place, currently the gatekeeper of playoff qualification. Only BTR has a chance to shake that up tomorrow. Flash Singapore and See You Soon will not be able to qualify for playoffs, but they still have matches to play.
Oh my goodness, SRG just need to take 1 game off of BTR, even if they lose the series, and they're like, they
just
should.
1 game, yeah, correct.
Just 1 game? Oh no, they still have to win because of the head-to-head.
Yeah, we'll lose head-to-head.
We would lose the head-to-head. There's no winning. We have to win this if they want to pass by. Oh no, why are the red teams right at the qualification spot?
But it doesn't have to be 2-0. 2-1 would do as well.
Oh, such a bummer.
This one is, I think, what a lot of us will be waiting for, right? Team Falcons, 7 points so far, right? But because they had a sweep. Yep, Evo's Holy, they played full series, essentially almost all of it. So 5 points for them. Falcons Esports also 5 points, but they are losing out in the win-loss, the aggregate. Onic Esports as well today. Unfortunately, they lost to Aurora, so they're sitting at 4 points alongside RQ Hoshi. And then Aurora tomorrow is going to be that deep run. They have 2 series to play to determine whether they can qualify for playoffs.
Ooh. So if you win 2-0, that is 3 points.
Yes.
3 points.
So Aurora can max out at 8. They can max out at 8 if they win both of it. But it's against Evo's Holy and Team Falcons.
Yeah.
To order anyone's game in Group B, but for this is anyone's this is wild card group.
It really is. It's pretty difficult to tell. I mean, I think most people would expecting Team Falcons to be in the position that they're in right now, but who knows? Maybe tomorrow is when they
So how many games does Falcons PH need to play tomorrow? 2 games?
2 games, I think. Now we're going to take a look at tomorrow's schedule just to get a better idea of what we have. So for Stream A, we got Onic Esports against Evo's Holy, the Indonesian derby to kick it off, and then followed by the M6 Grand Finals rematch, Onic Philippines against TLID in a best of 3, and then we'll cap it off with Onic Indonesia against RRQ Hoshi, another ID versus ID finale.
Stream A is just full of Indonesian teams ready to go. Both Onyx go head-to-head against their opponents from every...
Actually, it's the ID, and then PHID.
Look, the
ID.
Sonics are facing off against the Tigers, the Tigers, the Cavalry, and then finally the Kingdom. They're coming out of the jungle into civilization and taking over the entire world as they do.
I mean, I think we also have some pretty interesting series, right? I think you will like this, Churros, because on Stream B, we talked about Aurora having a tall mountain to climb tomorrow. This is what we're going to get. We get both Aurora games. We start off with Team Falcons against Aurora, followed by a bit of a breeding room, right? The fight for pride and glory between See You Soon and Flash Singapore, and then we'll close it off between EVOS Holy and Aurora.
If I was Aurora, I would go into Team Falcon's room and was like, hey, brother, just give me like 2 games, bro. Just give me like 2 games.
You see,
and I'll do you a solid back home.
Falcons won't do it because they essentially knocked Falcons out of M6 qualification. So, I mean, if I'm Team Falcons,
it's a revenge.
I'm here for blood, dude. I'm here to... And I want to defend my Season 5 SPS title.
Facts. Honestly, I think if Aurora is able to turn things around with 2-0 sweeps on both of their series,
it's going to be huge for them.
It is, because Team Falcons and currently...
him and Leo. For our predictions for power rankings.
Well, we'll see.
It's secondary at this point.
Yeah, it is secondary, but Team Falcons and EVOS Holy currently are sitting at the top of their groups, right? Yeah. So yes, it's like a slow start against some of the weaker teams, but then against stronger teams, it's kind of a weird power scaling for Aurora.
Yeah, that's why when they beat Onic Esports today, it's a good power measure, right? It's like, okay, they're warming up. Tomorrow is going to be them at their best, at their most optimal condition. But for Stream C, we got Falcons Esports against RQ Hoshi as the opener, followed by Salang Red Giants against Bigatron Alpha. The most important match to determine who finishes 3rd in Group A and qualify for playoffs. Also the final slot for playoffs. And then we end it with Falcon Esports against Team Falcons.
Oh boy, Falcon Esports going up against RQ as well as Team Falcons. It could be a bad day for Team Falcons, honestly. Like, if you think about it, there's a very high chance that Aurora, if Aurora is that team that power scales to stronger teams and vice versa, it could, and I think that Falcons is in a really good position as well. Well, Falcons Esports. Team Falcons...
This is going to be super confusing when we talk about them.
It's going to be, but I think that Team Falcons have a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely, right? You cannot let your guard down. There's a chance they don't even make it, and that would be a tragedy, a heartbreak for the Team Falcons fans. But for those who have missed out yesterday's broadcast announcement, at the end, we have a surprise for you, because usually SPS ends the challenge finals, but this season will be the first time we go above and beyond, and we have the teaser just for you. So check it out.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Just as you have seen on screen, the Snapdragon Mobile Masters for the first time will have Mobile Legends Bang Bang as part of its portfolio, or as we have dubbed it on Stream B, the S-Series, back to where M4 was held in a tennis indoor stadium in Senayan, 11th to 13th of April. So mark that down on the calendar, start planning your trips, and scan the QR code, or go to esl.gg/SPS Masters 25 tickets. Start getting your tickets. It's 10k rupiah for each. That's like what? Less than $1 SGD?
80 cents.
80 cents SGD.
SGD, yeah. We're still gonna buy your tickets, fly over. No, I'm just kidding.
What a bummer.
Just get your tickets.
Get your tickets.
This is something that you don't want to miss, because the international teams coming from Europe, North America, South America,
China as well.
China as well.
Yes. South America. Have I said it before?
That tour. I mean, China's having their qualifiers pretty soon, I think. I remember seeing the announcement. But for those of you who might not be able to make it there but still want to be part of the family, part of the camaraderie, we want you to join us as co-streamers, an official co-streamer for the Mobile Masters. You can sign up at esl.gg/Mobile Master co-stream, or scan the QR code, join the rest of it, and you can just experience the vibe from the comforts of your homes. That's going to be the end of day 2, but before we go, any last words, any expectations for tomorrow? Because it's do or die for a lot of these teams.
No expectations, good luck SRG, hopefully they can qualify. It's between them and BTR, so only one of them can make it out
live.
That's
on you guys, that's on you guys.
What about you?
You guys have hope still. I'm not gonna have any expectations, then I won't be disappointed. I think that's my last word.
So you're just here for the ride, right?
I'm just here for the ride. Just like Team Flash out. Don't remind me.
I mean, I want SRG to make it through, but my eyes are on Aurora. They got a long day
How is
tomorrow,
everyone?
but that is a story for tomorrow. Thank you very much to everyone who tuned in today to the best stream, which is Stream B. Hope you guys have a great rest of the night. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, 4:30 p.m. for the final day of the Snapdragon Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6. Goodbye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.